we'll call it healthcare for your car.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So, but how are you connecting that with the Jesuits?
800 Jesuit schools worldwide.
Yep, I knew it was something like that. I had to look it up in like 2015, and I could find the answer real easy. Where did you find that answer at? I'm pretty impressed.
I just put Jesuit schools worldwide. They're combining Jesuit high schools with colleges, though, in that number, supposedly.
The Jesuits used to be like advisors to the kings, right? So especially in a Catholic country like Spain, right, or France, they would always have like Jesuit advisors. So think about the position that Jafar had in Aladdin, right? Even though the king had all the power, sometimes he would regulate that power to the Pope, right? And whatever the Jesuits said is what they did, right? Instead of like ruling for their own country and giving the gold to the people, they would act like a dragon and give the gold to the Pope or whatever. It's really interesting, the Protestant Reformation, because it's the largest redistribution of wealth the world has ever seen. Because if you had a Catholic Church, you didn't need Vikings to come sack it. The Protestants came and took all the gold, all the expensive artwork, the glass, everything. They stripped it from the Catholic Church. And, it was worth quite a bit. But where does the Catholic Church get its money from, right? They don't have like a huge gold mine out of the Vatican other than the underground libraries and vaults that they have, right? There's no actual gold mine in the Vatican full of gold. So where do they get all the gold from? Well, they got it from the Catholic people. So they stole back their wealth, and it was okay. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah. So it's like ever since then, the Pope, he's always wanted to redistribute the wealth of all the Protestant countries, but he kind of wants to get us back, And they talk about wealth redistribution in the Vatican. They always talk about like right now we're we're transitioning to green, right? So we're not in like a recession, right? We're transitioning. That's the official narrative of the White House, and the definition is not 2 quarters with economic downturn. GOP, not GOP. So they're redefining words as usual, right? And we're transitioning to green, right? But what's really happening is like all these other countries, like Saudi Arabia, China, like they're getting like extremely rich when everyone else who's going woke is going broke. And it's pretty obvious that we're kind of in the middle of a wealth redistribution right now.
Yeah, as technologies change, economies change. That makes sense. We didn't rely on oil 200 years ago, but then we started doing that, and now maybe we're transitioning away from it. Some places and not others. So that makes sense.
What do you know about hydrogen?
I know that it can be made into a fuel, and all you have to do is react it with oxygen, and you get quite a bit of energy out of that.
Well, electrolysis makes hydrogen come out of water if it's got electrolytes in it, right?
Yeah, and so you end up with hydrogen and oxygen.
Right. So that we can use hydrogen as a fuel, but also as a flotation device, right?
Right.
So if we wanted to build like our own set of pyramids, we probably wouldn't want to use cranes. We would probably use hydrogen balloons, right?
That would be a way to do it. You'd have to be really careful, otherwise you get Hindenburg all over again.
Well, I've actually played with hydrogen before, and when you have a bubbler and you put just some simple Dawn dish soap in the bubbler. When the bubbles come up, they actually hold for a few seconds. And when you light those bubbles on fire, they don't burn like the Hindenburg did, right? Like a slow candle burn, right? Or maybe like a lantern burn. That thing goes like a firecracker, right?
Right. The
Really
hydrogen
fast.
combusts almost immediately, but the Hindenburg, like the superstructure of the thing, is what took a while to burn, I think.
Just so you guys know, the reason why the Hindenburg burned down is because the people who built it, they accidentally coated it with flammable paint.
Oops.
And by the way, the pyramids are made out of cement. That's why all the stones are magnetically aligned.
They weren't stones that were sort of cut down to size?
No, they're made out of cement. They're all magnetically aligned. They're all magnetically pointing north, which would indicate that they were liquid before they were solid where they stand, which means that they're made out of cement, more than likely.
I hadn't heard that before. That's interesting.
So you haven't heard that it would be easier to float a rock with some sort of hemp hydrogen balloon?
That makes sense. I was saying I hadn't heard about the pyramid cement thing before.
The funny thing is, it seems a lot less impressive that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems more possible that way. You're right.
They say that the Greeks had better concrete than we had. Do you think maybe they were using hemp?
Possibly.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself when you said that. They didn't have better cement than we have. They just didn't put rebar in their cement like we do. And when you don't put rebar in cement, it can stand for thousands of years.
So in Babylon, do you think they were putting like straw like hay or straw like hemp?
I have no idea. I mean, I am a little bit suspicious of those people who think hemp is some magical cure-all. I just wonder if they're a bunch of druggies who like marijuana. But I mean, there's lots of different plants.
You do know that hemp is to plants as diamond is to rock, right?
Sure, yeah.
It's the most durable fiber you're ever going to own. I got hemp shoes that I've owned for years, and they're little toe shoes. And if the dog wouldn't have bit into the hemp and tore up my toe shoes, I would still be wearing them because the rest of the shoe looks fine.
Bad dog.
Yeah, really bad dog. Wasn't my dog.
Also grows 3 times as fast and doesn't use anywhere near as much water to grow.
Yeah, so I think the best way to describe hemp is that it's the most efficient crop.
Produces 10 times as much oxygen and paper than regular trees. The paper's more durable and doesn't change color as fast.
Clothing.
Good old William Randolph Hearst, huh?
Interesting. Do you think people would be as interested in hemp and as much of hemp proponents if a variety of hemp didn't have psychedelic effects?
I'm a little confused. There's no such thing as a variety of hemp that has psychedelic effects. It's just simply that the hemp is the male marijuana plant, the male cannabis plant. And then, there's the female cannabis plant, which is where you get the large amounts of THC and other cannabinoids from. So just one is used for food and industry, and the other is used for getting high. They're both completely separate. They're not completely separate, but mostly separate.
Got it. Okay. I don't know much about that stuff. My employment contract forbids the use of marijuana.
Do they test you?
No.
So, Matthew, I got to tell you, if you've ever known anyone that has cancer, taking chemo, they don't have very much of an appetite, and subsequently, they don't have very much of a reason to sleep. So, if you've ever known anyone like that, you would probably permit them some edibles so that they could have an appetite and get a little rest.
Oh yeah, totally. I totally am sympathetic with that, and I believe in medicinal use of that. I should have said my employment contract forbids the recreational use of those kinds of drugs. Not, I mean, obviously, medicinal is a completely different thing.
Yeah, I don't know if a flower is a drug, but okay, we got what you're saying.
Hey, Matthew, did it say in Genesis that God gave us all seed-bearing plants for fruit to eat for food?
Not quite, because that's what Satan said to Eve. He's like, "Did God really say that there was something you shouldn't eat?" Yes, except for the forbidden fruit.
So yeah, we got all seed-bearing plants for food.
I would generalize it and say that God gave us all those things for our use. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to eat a redwood; it doesn't taste very good.
No, but you might use a tree to brush your teeth if you were a Native American, right?
Right? Yeah. So for our use, yeah.
So do you think God gets mad at like the Native Americans when they put a little sage on the fire as they smoke their meat?
No.
So what if they were to accidentally inhale the sage and then realize that, hey, I don't know if there's any medicinal uses for sage, but hypothetically, all of a sudden, my broken femur doesn't hurt as bad.
Yeah. I think medicinal use is perfectly fine.
So you've heard about climate change and global warming, and everybody's going broke as they go woke, and they're trying to, do something about the climate change. Do you think maybe like taking all the marijuana out of the ecosystem contributed to this climate change?
I think it's a very tiny amount of the total plant life on Earth, so I don't know if it would have much effect.
Really,
I
the
think it
one plant
contributes.
that
Some
takes
people
like
do
9 weeks to grow 12 feet in the sky, right? And it's left out in the wilderness, as long as it's not in like a place like, New York, it grows all year round as long as it's somewhat tropical, as long as it doesn't freeze. But if it does freeze, the seeds will, sprout up next year because people like cannabis and hemp, and they definitely want to keep growing it for the next year. So you don't think that us messing with the ecosystem would cause climate change if it were like we were telling us that, humans cause climate change and it's our fault? You don't think that that would be one of the things causing it, Matthew?
I hadn't thought of that specific example. But if you say that it was like growing everywhere in the U.S. and was all over the
All
place,
over the world.
then it
It,
would.
it,
Then it does make sense that it might have an effect on the climate. Sure.
so when Obama was a president, he said that, I don't know about legalizing it, but we can talk about it, right? But he said that climate change was like the number one threat to America at one point, I believe. And if that was true, why didn't he make it mandatory for everyone to plant at least like 25 hemp and or cannabis plants to cut down on the carbon?
I don't know, but wouldn't any plant work? Like any fast-growing plant work?
Yeah, but I just said a while ago that this plant grows to like 12 to 15 feet in like 9 weeks.
Sure. I suppose there might be other plants that do it too. I'd be in favor of planting as many plants as we can. Sure.
So have you heard about people that get cancer and they take the leaves from the male plants and they just juice it and mix it with like mango juice? And it's got like
Hadn't heard of that. I wonder what it tastes like.
mangoes.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
It's the CBD oil and it's got no THC in it. So it's beneficial without you getting stoned.
So in other words, you could probably take male plants and juice them. It's less than 3% THC, and you could probably drink as much as you want without getting stoned.
That's cool. Sounds interesting.
And it's medicinal.
Keep in mind, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it may be the case that THC is a cofactor for CBD, and I'm not going to say that as a fact, but if that is the case, then avoiding THC wouldn't do you any good if you're trying to help yourself with CBD. Combining them together would do more good, if that's the case. I'm not even going to say it's the case, but I'm just saying it might be the case.
More fun too.
Yeah, chemicals are complicated. So, we have a very complicated physiology, so all those things could be factors. Hey, it's getting near my bedtime, so I'm going to take off, but it was nice chatting with you guys in a relatively calm fashion today compared to other times.
Well, thanks for having Dragon Skin, Matthew, and we do appreciate you coming back and giving us something to bounce off of.
Yeah, it's fun. I like hanging out with you guys. All right, good night for now.
Peace. Earth's flat. Water too.
Yo.
Yo, what's up?
Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2, man. Anybody? 10-4. Over and out. Over and out. 10-4. No, I got nothing, man. It's like CB radio. Damn. What are you guys on about? Nothing? Damn. Has everybody figured out the radius? Who cares? Who measured that thing? I'm just looking for the guy who measured the radius. That'd be cool. Simple observation, simple measurement. Who nailed that one down, man? Anybody? You guys gotta help me out, man. Oh, it was a calculation, Mr. Matthew Learns? It was a calculation. Okay, cool. Thank you for confirming that for me, man. Thanks a lot. The calculation confirmed. Not the measurement. The calculation. Not the measurement. The measurement. Ain't that a bitch? The measurement is a bitch. So who did it? How'd they do it? No, we don't do calculations for measurements, bro. I mean, it's cool, but what's the actual measurement? The dead balls nuts accurate measurement. Huh? Who's got that? Who did that? Talk to me. Please, somebody come forward and say, hey, man, I measured the earth. 39.59. Nailed it. I got it. Here we go. 100%. It's the actual measurement of the earth. Oh, thank you, brother. What's your name? Yeah, fuck all. That's your name? Fuck all. Wait, fuck all? Didn't measure. He calculated his fucking radius. Yeah, come on. No. Gotta measure first, man. Then you can calculate. What's the first measurement, though? No. We did the whole thing on calculations. Oh, no. That's not how it works, Captain. You have to measure first, and then you punch in those numbers. Then you can calculate. We measured some shadows. No. That doesn't count for a measurement, man. You have to go out and actually measure the distance, Yeah, if I'm building a guitar, I don't go, hey, man, I think it's this long. No, I don't get to think, my guitar needs to be this long today. No, it's got to be precise, man. I got to measure first. They say measure twice, cut once. Have you guys ever heard that term? Measure twice, cut once. Welcome to construction. Yeah, man. And building things. Building things is cool. I don't know if you guys know that. Building things is a really good thing. I appreciate all the builders that came before me. Built some cool stuff, man. Unfortunately, the rulers of this place we live, man, had different intentions for all these really cool inventions. Damn. The cocks. I call them cocks. Cocks. Yeah, the cocks got in there and destroyed the reality, man. Or they manipulated the reality. They can't destroy our reality, man. I don't give a fuck how hard they try. They cannot destroy the reality of knowing you live on a flat, stationary plane that's not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Millions of miles an hour. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah. Piss off. Fuck off. That's all I gotta tell you guys. And that's all I can, man. I can't tell you these cocks. Yeah, Matthew, bro, man. He knows we're not shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Fuck off. I know he knows this, man. I know you guys give him shit. But he's the Glober that's trying to help us. I'm pretty sure he's got to take that stance. That's his. It's his livelihood, man. Take that stance. Dude, I've been through it. Very fascinating observation of reality that we can all experience, man. I'm not going to go out and take you to the ocean and say, hey, man, this thing's not spinning around upside down, bro. I promise you, bro. It's not. It's not spinning around upside down. We're on a boat in the ocean. No, you're not spinning around upside down. That's not how it works. In physics, that's not how it works. It doesn't work like that. Get that through your skull. It's not the reality of physics. They come up with all kinds of kooky fucking terms and gravity and things like that. Just like, whoa, nah. It's not going to help my perception of reality. It's just not, man. Go out to the beach, sit there, park your ass on the beach. I don't give a fuck where it is, man. Just park your ass on the beach, look out, tell me you're living on a spinning ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Cool, man. Tell me that. Come out, bring that to the table and say, hey, man, I know for a fact we're shooting through space at millions of miles an hour. Not, 100 miles an hour or 200.
I'm sorry, who is talking you to?
Who's talking?
Yeah, I mean, who is talking with you? I'm sorry.
Nobody's talking, man. I'm piffing. I'm having a moment of just I'm able to speak my mind. I don't know what you want to call it. I don't care what you call it, man. I was just here open and I was just going off. I was kind of freestyling it, man. Have you guys ever heard of that? Freestyling?
No.
Freestyling. I'm done freestyling. That was good. It was good enough.
I have a question. Maybe can I talk with you? Maybe you can tell me your opinion about. Maybe if you have a topic here, maybe I'm sorry if I interrupt you.
No, you're good.
The
The topic here is flat Earth, man. That's the topic. If you got something for flat Earth or globe Earth, this is the best place in the world to talk about that shit, man. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can you tell me your opinion? Because I want to I want to create my page on my Facebook. But I think about title of this page. Can you tell me your opinion? How is it sounding for you as a native English speaker? For example, if you see this title, and this title is Virtual Game Party of Heaven, the Party of Heaven. I mean, what does it mean for you? Party of Heaven. Virtual Game Party of Heaven.
Well, the first thing I have a problem with is Facebook. If you want to post,
actually, maybe it's not about Facebook. Maybe it's about book. For example, if I will give you the book named Virtual Game Party of Heaven, what do you think? What does this book about? What is this book about? Virtual Game Party of Heaven.
Dude, I don't know. Wrong person.
Is it about political party or is it about party of holiday? I mean, actually, this book is about an ideal society, because I dream and I want to build an ideal society on Earth as it is in heaven.
Okay.
You know, John. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Yep. Go ahead.
And for example, and if I want to create my political party as a virtual game, I mean, it's not like real political party, but it's about game of imagination, because we can visualize in our minds this politic party, and
like NASA, right? Like NASA in your mind.
Yeah, because you know, my goal is to change the world, to make the world better,
Me too,
to build an ideal society on Earth. Because, for example, John Lennon sang his famous song named "Imagination." Maybe you remember this song. It's about perfect and ideal society. He sang. Imagine no possession. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say that I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you will join us, and the world will live as one. Have you heard this song?
Dude, that's the dream, man. That's the man, that's the perfect dream, to want to be in that place, man. And I think you guys can be there, man. I think all of us can be there. We can be there already, man. And it's a weird place to be, man. When you're in that zone, man. You're in the zone. My friend used to call it, you're in the zone. And to be amongst people that know certainly helps. It can't hurt, man. It doesn't hurt, believe me. So
I'm asking you, can you help me with title of my book? For example, should I, if I want to create this party, should I say the Party of Heaven or Party of Heaven without title, without article? I mean, without article. Should I use article? The Party of Heaven, virtual, and should I say the virtual game, the Party of Heaven, or can I say the virtual game Party of Heaven, or virtual game Party of Heaven? can you help me, please, with it? Maybe because English is not my first language, and I want to understand how this my book sounds for English-speaking people. It's about article. The. You understand what I mean? For
Well,
example, if I want to create my politic party, party of heaven, should I use article the or a? The
there,
party of heaven in title, yeah, or
there,
not?
there,
Should I use the
there.
party of heaven, or can I say party of heaven without article?
Dude, you're barking up the wrong tree for this. But there's people around here that can help you, man. I can't personally because, in a lot of ways, man, illiterate. I actually am, man. That's not, that's a scientific standardization of communication that doesn't portray in reality. It's a deficiency of their system that I have become, whether it's there or them or there. Yeah, man, that's not my wheelhouse, man. My wheelhouse is reality, man. Reality dictates that if you cut the tree, you can cut some wood. Yeah, okay, that's the reality, man. It's not easy to quarter cut a wood log. How do you quarter cut a wood log? Anybody? Yeah, it's tough, but I understand how it works. It's not easy, man. Cutting wood, damn, it's a bitch. But cutting metal's harder. Fuck, these metal cutter motherfuckers, man, are amazing. They cut metal like I cut wood. It's like, what? That's next level. It's the next level of amazing. Cutting metal. Are you kidding me? Wow. What a skill, bro. What a skill. Thank you. Thank you for guys that cut metal for a living. Thank you. Some reality presents ourselves in reality, and we have to deal with it. And that's facts, man. We have to comprehend it. We have to go out and, compartmentalize it. We have to comprehend it. We have to understand it. We have to get out there and get in the weeds of reality. And it's not easy, man. It's not. It sucks to say those motherfuckers fooled me, man. Those motherfuckers fooled me. It's a shitty place to be, man. You don't want to be there, man. Sucks, but most of us went through the reality of, hey, man, they're lying to us. No shit, Sherlock. Okay,
but we can change the world, yeah, through our political acting, yeah. For example, we can change the world.
First of all, you ain't going to change shit through any political action, man. You are not going to change fuck all, nothing, zip, nada, capiche. You're not going to change shit through the political system, man. You're not going to do it, man. You have to do it with, the only way I see we can do it is to stand up and say, no, man, no. But everybody has to still go to work, man, and produce the food and water and travel, gasoline, whatever it is, man. We have to go to work and produce our goods. And the will and integrity that it takes to produce the world's goods, man, is absolutely incredible. It's incredible the amount of shit that they can produce in China, man. It's absolutely fucked my head up, man. Fuck Tartaria. These guys built cities that nobody lives in. China built cities. They're called ghost cities, and nobody lives there. What? Holy shit. Yeah. Giant cities like the city of Los Angeles, Chicago, London. Yeah. They built giant cities, ghost cities, man. Ghost cities. Yeah, crazy, man. Crazy world we're living in. Crazy deep fake world. Do you guys know about deep fake? Anybody? Like the deep fake screwed me up, man, forever. Once you see a deep fake, if you have any inclination whatsoever to think that anything that you see on your television screen is real, you are delusional. Okay? Unless you were there, like a soccer event, football. If you were there, yeah, it did happen, man. It really did happen. No question. But take it to the next level, man. You've never seen Earth from space, man. You have never. And if you haven't seen Earth from space, man, you're not living on a globe, man, as far as you can tell. Get out there and measure it. Get out there and check it out. You're not living on it. You're not living on a globe of 24,901 miles circumference. Yeah. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? Yeah, once you got that, man, you're good. The rest is easy. But you got to get the flat earth first, man. Because that's what you live on. If you ain't got flat earth, man, it's going to take a minute for you to come around. But that's why they fought us so hard on the flat earth, man. They fought us. They're still fighting us. How dare you question our science? How dare you? Thanks, Greta. You're a great inspiration to the flat earth, man. How dare you question the globe? How dare? That's what we get, man. That's what we get. You're going to go ahead, discriminate, and humiliate flat earthers. They spent mega millions of dollars trying to make us look ridiculous and stupid, man. That sucks. And even Matthew Learns will admit that they've crossed the line on trying to make us look ridiculous, man. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here because he knows we're smart motherfuckers, man. This place is loaded with smart motherfuckers. And that's why he keeps coming back, because shit, what's he going to go hang out with a bunch of retards? No, he ain't going to do that. He's going to come in here and talk to the real people that know what's up. And he's going to help us figure out our arguments better, man. That's all. Simple, man. Fucking Mongo is going to help us. And I think he has, man. I think he's helped us sharpen our arguments, even though he'll just hug and kiss the ball all the way to the fucking gravity ground. He's going down with the he's going down with the globe. He's going down with the floaty, spacey globe. Well, I appreciate you guys. It's a good fight, my boys and girls. It's a good fight. It's not an easy one, though, man. It's not easy. But tomorrow you can go out and affect 15 people's lives, man, by just saying, hey, man, the earth is flat and stationary, period. Prove me wrong. You can change lives by just saying that. Satellites are fake. There's no real pictures of satellites in space. Prove me wrong, please. So yeah, you can go out tomorrow, man, and just say that to 10 people, 5, 20 people, if you're ambitious. Yeah, go out and do it. See what happens. You don't know. Just tell them the earth you stand on is flat and stationary. Please, if you have any evidence to the contrary, I'd love to talk to you. Yeah. I would love to have a chit chat. If you can prove without a doubt that we're shooting through space, spinning, rotating. If you got that measurement for the radius, man, that'd be cool. Who nailed the radius, man? That actually measured it. Went out with a tape measure and said, hey, man, this is it, bro. Check it out. No, it didn't happen. Ain't that a bitch? It didn't happen. What? We calculated the radius. We calculated the curvature. We calculated all this shit. Well, who measured what the fuck all? No. We don't have that measurement. No, we just calculated it, bro. It's good, man. We're good. We're solid. Everything's good. 100%. We got this. Because we calculated it, bro. What? What do you didn't measure fuck all. No, sure the fuck didn't. Didn't measure shit. But I got your calculations, bro. I got the calculations. And the calculations say that you're on a spinning ball shooting through space at millions of miles an hour, guaranteed. You're in it. Enjoy. Hope you guys enjoyed the spinny space ball monkey fucking fuck all. That's it. That's all we got, man. The spinny space monkey ball. Thanks. Bendy water? Anyone? Bendy water. Yeah. Bend the water of the space-time bendy. I'm going to bend everything until it's fucking bent so far you'll never figure it out because it's so bendy. Yeah. Thanks. Give me that 39.59, man, and I will wreck your world, man. I will wreck it. And that's just the way it is, man. And you Mongos have to face up and say, hey, man, at some point, man, you have to stand on your 39.59 at some point. And you're going to have to stand on your you're going to have to stand on your radiation belt. And you're going to have to stand on your atmosphere, man. You're going to stand on your atmosphere, bro. Show me that one. No, you ain't got... You don't have it. You don't have your fucking spinny ball, man. You just don't have it. You can cuck it up all you want. I know for a fact you don't got it. That sucks, man. It sucks for you. If you want to stand on that spinny ball. Yep. Stand on the spinny ball, man. It's not going to help. It's not going to help you. Stand on your balls. Tough to do that, Captain. I can't do that, Captain. I got a mutiny. Oh shit. We got a mutiny. Flat Earth is a mutiny, bro. It's a fucking textbook. You can look it up, mutiny. And that's what we're going through. We've gone through a mutiny. A globe or spinny ball shouldn't do. Yeah, okay. What do you got for that, man? I got Mickelson Morley, but that's discredited because it's not in the Oxford English School of Science. If it doesn't go through there, it's not true. It's not true, man. If it doesn't go through the mainstream academia schooling, then it's not the real thing, man. It's not. Over here, we've discovered gravitational waves and light waves. We did a lot of science that guarantees that we understand the cosmos and the earth better than anyone. Yeah, exactly. We know it better than anyone in the world. And that's the facts. And because we have the accredited systems that produce the documents that says that we're the greatest is absolutely, how can you go against it? How could you possibly go against the greatest institutions that ever produced the people that know everything about everything uh, potentially, maybe, possibly have been to every potential experiment in all of scientific human history. We know everything that's been done. Yeah, you just have to believe us. You just have to believe us. Because we figured it all out. We got it all worked out. The math, the science, the geometry. You flat earthers are just ridiculous. You guys are ridiculous. Come on. Don't be ridiculous. You guys are the worst at not understanding the reality of your indoctrination. Yeah, you guys need to go back to school and learn the basic physics. Basic physics, man. Basic. Yeah, man, I'm here, man. All I want is you to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. It's a real simple thing, man. I'm not asking for a whole lot. I've got all day. If you can just step up, show me the gas pressure without a container. That would be cool, man. That'd be cool. Yep. I'll be here all week. Anybody got that? Anybody got a little love for the dude, man? Give me some love, man. Give me some love. Gonna gas pressure this bitch without the container. And we'll close down the server, man. We'll close it down. We'll be done. We'll go into a UFO or something cool, something fun. We'll turn into the 24/7 UFO globe Discord. UFO 24/7 UFO globe Discord. I'm sure there's already one of those. I'm sure. Ah, shit. Do we have it all figured out? No, we don't. I'm pretty sure. Are we digging into the truth? Yeah, no doubt about it. We're digging, we're chipping. And it's a great place to be, man. Chipping away at the truth. What is real? Can I go outside and go surfing? Yeah, okay. Yep, that's real. But can I go to the moon? No, outer space. No, I'm not. None of us cucks are going there. None of the cucks that have ever been on 24/7 flyer have ever been to space and seen the globe from outer space, man. Nobody here has seen it, man. And that's the beautiful thing, that you kind of got to put your shoes in the sand on that one, because damn, the fact of the reality is that none of us, nobody that's ever been on Discord and come in here and said, hey, man, I've seen the earth from outer space, bro. I've seen it. I saw it with my own two eyes. Yeah, none of those cucks have ever come in here and said that, man. And that's a shitty reality, man. But it is what it is, man. It's a reality that can shift your consciousness and say, hey, man, The facts are the facts. If you can't deal with facts, man, good luck. The facts are the facts, man. And if you ever have to deal with measurements, if you measure shit right, it's hard to cheat it, man. It's hard to cheat it. You might fuck it up, cut it too short, man. You might. I've done it. Damn, it's a bitch. Damn. I cut a guitar neck too short one time, man. I was like, damn. What the fuck happened? Ah, shit. I gotta start over, man. You gotta start over. But the Globies, man, they have to start over, man. And they've started over, and they changed the goalpost along the way. Once we started saying, hey, man, it's not working out, man. We have a problem. We have a problem here, Captain. These Mongos, hey, man, calculate the sun distance to the horizon. No, man. Oh, shit. Oh. Navigate on a flat earth is not possible because of Polaris, okay? You cannot navigate on a flat earth because of Polaris. I heard a Globie tell me that, man. Like, whoa, that's it. That's good. Okay, good one, man. That's a good one. Ah, it's a good one. All right. Well, somebody else jump in, hit your heart, pump your chest. Be authentic, man. Jump in. Tell me what you're sensing, feeling, loving, hating. It's all good. Please jump in. Give us some epiphany. Give us an epiphany. If you got one. Anybody got an epiphany laying around? That'd be cool. I like epiphs. I like a good piff. If anybody has a piff, piff it out, man. I'm done piffing. Keep it real. Keep it honest. Keep it to what you can verify for yourself. Simple, man. It's not complicated. But some people like to make it complicated. Don't complicate it.
What's going on? Because I was sleeping.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Welcome to the collector's edition exposition of the #1 ball killer, bar none. I've given everyone the afternoon off, so it's just you and me. Let's call it quality cowbell time. Pay close attention, then send this gargantuan death blow to everyone you know. There was a textual error in one of the photos in the last presentation. I'll identify that here in a few minutes. It has no material impact on the argument whatsoever. And a phenomenon that's happened quite recently, some knucklehead flat earthers have decided to wield this simple argument like a 3-month-old wields a Husqvarna chainsaw. So, I'll be going through this baller chimera each week for the foreseeable future. It's so utterly devastating, folks. I'm going to kill it with such ferocity it's going to make the $6 million man crash and burn look like a fender bender. What's really cool, besides Steve Austin blushing, the ease in which the calamity befalleth it. Many thanks to Ben, Taboo Conspiracy, for bringing it to my attention, and BMLSB69 for the boots on the ground. Before I pummel this disheveled monkey, allow me to lay the foundation of the entire argument. And it's really simple. The horizon. I've got 3 definitions here. One from their alma mater wiki, Merriam-Webster, and Oxford dictionaries. The horizon. It's the apparent line that separates Earth from sky. The line where the Earth seems to meet the sky, the apparent junction of the Earth and sky sailing toward the horizon. And finally, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. It's just that simple. Why is it apparent? That is, not actually? Well, one is well, duh, right? The sky never actually meets the ground. That's a big one. And number two, it's conditional on weather, atmospheric conditions, waves, tides, etc. However, on the ball-tarred ball, the geometric horizon can be no more than, this is very important, critical, the geometric horizon can be no more than what its geometric constraints allow. It's based on the observer's height and the radius. Let's confirm that with the subject matter expert in the area, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. If h is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's it, folks. Now, it can be closer, the horizon can be closer than this, but under no circumstances, under any conditions, can it be any more than 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. Hopefully, everyone understands that. Without further ado, the death of the ball-tarred, spinning space monkey religion. Again, listen closely. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than, that's a very important statement right there, must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. Go to any curve calculator. That's the formula they use. What do we have right here? It's called the kill shot. We can clearly see the horizon behind platform habitat at 9.4 miles. It's over right here, folks. The rest is barely palpable background noise, but let's have some fun. So, the observer's height in this particular photo was 1 foot. Distance to the horizon, according to our formula, greater than 9.41 miles. Distance to the horizon maximum for a sphere with an R radius of 3959 miles, according to that formula, is 1.22 miles. You have some big problems right here. Now, one of the rebuttals, one of the objections was that BMLSB 69 was greater than 1 foot. Now, we're going to hammer that into the incoherent oblivion here in 1 second. However, even if he was 5 feet, his observer height was 5 feet, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon should be 2.73 miles. That means it should be before Platform Hill House, right? Even if he was standing on the shore with his camera almost in the water, At 35 feet, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon would be 7.24 miles. That is, it would be in between Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. So that's debunked. Now for the next kill shot. Modus Tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q. Why? Because the horizon distance was greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community. Please allow me to introduce to you the one you've known for all these years, your Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Black Plague, your Black Swan. Here is the final kill shot. This photo is impossible on their sphere. Let me say that again. This photo with the horizon behind the platform habitat is impossible under any conditions on their sphere. That's it. You can all go home. It's over. Now they're going to attempt, quite feebly I might add, to escape and evade, tap dance, and clumsily attempt to obfuscate using all manner of Mr. Magoo's sophistry. But I'm going to stamp them out with belly-laughing ease and extreme prejudice. So, let's take a look at some pedigree information. We're going to take a look at the original video from BLMSB 69. Now, don't worry about the no sound in the beginning. Just take it all in. I'm going to stop the video a couple times to emphasize a few points. Here we go. Platform Hill House. Going to identify it for you on the map. Next, platform habitat. Platform habitat there. He's going to orient you. Platform habitat. Platform Hill House. Observer's location. Let's get some distances, because that's all we need. That's all we're using these platforms for. Demarcating distances. So, Platform Hill House, the closest platform, 6.21 miles. Platform habitat, 9.41 miles. Pedigree information. This is the photo. This was the problem photo. He just mislabeled it. This says 1 foot elevation. This is incorrect. It's 30 feet elevation. It doesn't matter anyway, but I wanted to keep everything wired tight, so I took this photo out of the presentation. As you can see, it's the same photo. Let's get real. Couple things here. Obviously, he's pretty close to sea level. Don't you think? I also want to get your attention over here to this land mass, right? Because we're going to pummel another rebuttal, quite feeble one, I might add, here in a couple minutes. This is Santa Cruz Island, and it's off to the right because the platforms are right here. It's going to be off to the right of these platforms. Let's continue. shock, folks. DED. Dead. Curve calculator. One foot eye height, 1.22 miles to the horizon. Now, focus your attention to the right of the photo, please. Over by the boom. Here you go. This is the end of Santa Cruz Island. It abruptly stops. Quite a distance away from that right platform, correct? Focus your attention over here. Uh-oh, what's that? That's another landmass over here. That's Anacapa Island. There is about 4 3/4 mile distance between the end of Santa Cruz Island and Anacapa. What I'm trying to say is he is looking out into open water. And I'm going to show you that here in 1 second. Pretty close to 1 foot, don't you think? I mean, come on, people. All right. Let me orient you again. We're going to take a look at those 2 islands. We're going to take a look at the line of sight down the lane of the platforms and the 2 islands. Like I said, the one to his right is Santa Cruz Island. What do you see over here? Right? His line of sight, it was real close, right? But no cigar. And the island to the left, like I said, was Anacapa Island. And there's 4 3/4 miles between here. His line of sight from his position through these platforms is out to open ocean. So there is no land behind those platforms. Y'all tracking me? All right? Take a closer look in here. Platform habitat. In the lane, 5 by 5. Platform hill house. In the lane, 5 by 5. His position. Right? It's pretty close. I'm pretty close in there. We're going to take a closer look here. I don't want to go down the street view, so I'm being real careful for you. That should be just about good enough, right? Let's take a look on where he's at, and we'll come back here. Because he's going to get up and turn around. As you can see, this is the stairwell. He is just right to the stairwell, and as he walks up here, about 18 paces, he's going to shimmy to the left a little bit to align with his stairwell. Let's take a look. Right, there he goes. He's shimmying to the left a little bit. Align himself to those stairs. Right? Quite interesting. And what do we got here? Right? We got those same stairs right here. I got them just over to the right of the stairwell. This is 1 foot elevation. He's going to start walking up 7 or 18 paces. He's going to shimmy to the left and align himself with these stairs. Let me tell you something. If BMLSB 69 would go back to that same spot that he took these photos from, and I put a firecracker right at the end of this red line, I'd blow his toe jams out. Anyone willing to make that bet? I didn't think so. So, potential debunks. We already took 2 to the woodshed. The first one was BMLSB 69 isn't 1 foot elevation. Well, kind of is. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 1 to 3 feet. no problem. It doesn't matter anyway, because I took this to the woodshed in the beginning. He could have been 5 foot. He could have been at 35 feet at that same position. It matters not. Number 2, there is land or islands behind the platforms. Clearly, I showed you when we were keeping it real and with Google Earth that that's not the case. Number 3, you can't see the horizon. One of two things is happening here. Number 1, you need to remove the baked on cognitive dissonance mud from your eyes. And or number 2, make an ASAP appointment with the ophthalmologist because you're dead blind. Everyone can see, just to let you know, if you look at this photo and you say you can't see the horizon, you're a horse's ass. Because I don't care. If you're legally blind, I still think you can see this horizon. You tell me. This is the kill shot. This is the black swan. Oh, number 4, the white swans. This photo was taken 2 months, same position, same observer height, same camera, same everything. This was taken in December, so 2 months after the black swan, right? No problem here, right? The sea was angry that day, my friends. It doesn't matter, though. Remember the argument. The horizon cannot be greater than that ratio of the observer height on a radius of 3959 miles. So this is before. It's fine. It's before the second platform. There's atmospheric shenanigans going on here. That's okay. No problem. This photo was taken 4 days after. This white swan was taken 4 days after the black swan. Again, no problem. Now, I watched this video. It doesn't seem that he was 1 foot. It seemed like he stood up and took this picture. It matters not, right? This is what they call a white swan. Does this observation debunk the number 1 globe killer? But this is a white swan. Does it debunk the black swan? No. It has nothing to do with it. You can show me 5 billion pictures or photos with the horizon before these platforms. Doesn't matter. All I need is this one. That's it. You follow? Probably not. You don't get the argument, ballers. That's the tear-jerking belly laugher. Right? It's going to be about 9 months until you can actually restate the argument. Right? That's my first mission, to get you guys to actually restate it word for word correctly. It's only a sentence. I'm thinking 9 months. All right, so the white swans are dead. And number 5, we all know it. Refraction, right? Refraction saves the day. Gravity, refraction, right? Yeah? That's what you got, eh? You guys don't even know what refraction is. You don't. We all know you don't. Been out here 5 years. One of the first words I heard was refraction. You guys don't know what it is? Just yesterday, from a prominent baller, he was put to task with providing the 5 effects of refraction, right? Because people have been listening to the flat earth debate. You know what he said? There are no 5 effects of refraction. Oh, really? Your alma mater, atmospheric refraction. Let's read it together. Near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, stretch or shorten the images of distant objects without involving mirages. So we'll go by the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get it yet? Let's try it again. This time, Wiki's going to parrot the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy. Let's go through it. While mirages are best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Here we go. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways. Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. Let's count them together. The 5 effects of refraction. We ready? 1, mirages. 2, looming. 3, towering. 4, stooping. 5, sinking. You get it? Now, let's take your feeble refraction and go through each one in the context of the black swan and see if it fits. Why don't we? So there are 5 effects of refraction. So is the horizon miraged? Remember what mirages are. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. So is there an extra horizon in the black swan photo? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in this black swan photo? No? Then it's not a mirage. Get it? 1 down. Let's take towering and stooping together. From Wiki, however, this is also from Andrew Thomas Young, the subject matter expert. Towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself. With towering, objects appear stretched. With stooping, objects seem to be shortened. Is the horizon stretched or shortened in the black swan photo? Is the horizon stretched or shortened? This is non sequitur. Okay? So there's 3 down, 2 to go. Sinking. From William Humphreys, Physics of the Air. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered, or may even disappear below the horizon. In looming, the curvature of the rays is increasing, while sinking produces the opposite effect. Is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the black swan photo? Does the horizon disappear below it, or is lowered below the horizon? Non sequitur fallacy again, isn't it? You only got 1 left. Looming. From their alma mater wiki. Looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these refraction phenomena. It is abnormally large refraction of the object that increases the apparent elevation of the distant objects and sometimes allows an observer to see the objects that are refracted or that are located below the horizon under normal conditions. Let's take it from the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. Looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. We'll get to the rest of it here in a minute. All we need is this. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the black swan photo? Is there a horizon appearing above the horizon in this photo? No? Then your silly appeal to refraction is clobbered to death. You don't know what you're talking about. You understand that? My word, people. So we're going to take this further to the woodshed. Just let me remind you, the frigging horizon doesn't ever loom. Ever, ever, ever. Now, let's deal with the second half of this, because this definition, even in their fallacious definition, they're wrong. But this is an incorrect definition. I'm going to show you this step by step. Here's the first step. For looming, this effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction. Usually due to a thermal inversion, looming is the opposite of sinking. Both are refraction phenomena, but not mirages. See the table of refraction phenomena, la, la, la. I really don't care. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction. You got a problem, folks, because it's a fallacy. This is a stone cold, this little game right here is a stone cold begging the question fallacy. How so? Does light refract? Answer, yeah. Is that the same that can be accounted for by terrestrial refraction? Answer, nope. Why? Keyword terrestrial. You see, terrestrial refraction already assumes a sphere. That is, the calculations assume the radius of the Earth curvature, right? He even says it. The subject matter expert even says it. What are you going to do? Let's listen to Andrew Thomas Young again. Here he goes. The atmosphere is also curved. Yeah, right. As it follows the shape of the Earth. Gases don't form curves permanently. Just to let you know. Let's start out. The atmosphere is also curved, as it follows the shape of the Earth. In the calculations below, we'll adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. To make the calculation simple, you can't do that. You see this, Professor? You're assuming the premise, the atmosphere is curved. You're snorting some pretty good shrooms. Then by proxy, the Earth curvature. To prove the conclusion true. That is terrestrial refraction or looming. It's a textbook begging the question fallacy. It's a circular banjo-do-si-do. The entire argument is dead right here. It's void. Yeah, but we're not going to stop there. Where's the fun in that, right? Let's take a look at this. So, we have Andrew Thomas Young's definition of looming, and then we have quantum eraser, Andrew Thomas Young's huckleberry. Let's see which one's correct, with examples. So, from Andrew Thomas Young, looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Keep that in mind. From quantum eraser, looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving you the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. Let's see which one of these two have some cowbell to it. All right? We'll stop here quick at Wiki. This is Wiki looming. This is nothing. This is just a blurred photo of ships. All right? Clowns. This is the quintessential example of looming. Right? And I showed this during the last presentation with a little trick. In the military, they taught us for night operations to use off-center vision. You can see better. I knew that long before the military because I did a lot of night operations before I got in there, but I digress. So what I want you to do here is I want you to look right up here, follow this along, focus on here, and you can see the horizon in your off-center vision, right? I can see it clearly, right here, right near the bow, right? Everyone see this? Right? So we got a false horizon right here. We have the sky being inferior mirage down here, right? And it produces looming. Whose definition is more correct? I wonder who. So we have Mick West to the rescue, right? Mick always comes to the rescue if we find ourselves in trouble. So, but Mick had a legitimate complaint here because the media was calling this same photo, right? This same photo, he took it right here. They were calling this a Fata Morgana. Now, he was right for calling them out because there is no inversion here. This is not a mirage. He's correct. He also identifies the real horizon here for you. He uses contrast. So you don't have to use your off-center vision. It's right where I said it was. Right? He also identifies the false horizon. Don't pay any attention to his shroom-induced reason because he said it was due to fog. Now let me ask you something out there. If this was a fog bank, could you see the boat? My word, people. All right, this photo was taken, another example of looming. This photo was taken in 2014. It was the Scottish Open. Now, don't look at this photo over here to the right. Don't worry about this one. You don't even have to use off-center vision with this photo, right? You can see the horizon. I can see it clearly, right? But they go ahead and color correct over here, which makes it very clear. Whose definition is correct of looming? You got the sky being inferior miraged beneath this boat, which is giving you a false horizon. right? Whose definition is correct? Andrew Thomas Young or QE? This is probably the best example of looming I've seen. Betty called it, as soon as she seen this, she said the boats were being raptured, which I thought was hilarious. It looks like it too. However, even in this photo, I can still see the true horizon. It's real easy. You don't even have to use off-center vision here, right? Don't have to use it. I can see it. It's right there. This is a great photo, right? Now, whose definition is correct? Because we have the sky being inferior mirage beneath an object, which makes it appear to be lifted up or floating, right? You can see that the sky's being reflected here. You can see the clouds here, right? It's a collage, but you can still see them in here being reflected down, right? This is a no-brainer, man. There's the false horizon right here. Whose definition is correct? Andrew Thomas Young's or QE, his Huckleberry? Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, this is a joke, folks. A joke. Now, let's go back up. I want to go through the argument one more time. It's going to be quick. Now, if you see this argument, let's go to this. If you see this argument presented by anyone in any other form than what I am going to lay out and did lay out before, that is word for word, including this modus tollens, with the exact same photo, it is not the argument. Is this clear? Is this clear? Let's go with the argument. Modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. It's their black swan. It's the kill shot. It's over. Now, like I said, if this argument is presented and doesn't go over each thing I said, it's not the argument. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm not signing off on it. Is this clear to everyone? Hopefully so. Now, can I please have everyone stand? For you soldiers out there, on your feet. Please remove any headgear. Do not rest in peace, spinning water ball, but in tortuous agony forever and ever you so richly deserve.
Good morning, world of flatties.
Wow, Neil Armstrong. Hey, wait a minute. You're supposed to be on the moon. I just saw it on TV.
Oh, there's a tape delay and with all solar winds.
Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
You don't see the curvature of the earth. That stuff is flat.
Blowbusters taking over. Bye bye moonlight and rubber. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Blowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Get the shovel for the spice hubble. Piecing up the puzzle. Need a burst your bubble. Evil gonna crumble, yeah? Sit down, be humble. Got the ball, you bout to fumble. You'll get mad, cause at this fight I'm Bob's your uncle.
And then they call me the liar. I mean, it's absolutely unbelievable the pathetic techniques that they have to use to prove their heliocentric model.
Bob shut the president, Jaren got the evidence. It was slaying Jesuits and Zach Sharkham is evident. Dead to earth electric and it's residential residence. It's heavens and I hope to settle in like some sediment. If we so wrong, why they lying to discredit it? That's not too intelligent. That's a guy, not an in court, but we ain't really in the settlement. It's time to awaken from the pseudoscience sedatives.
Blowbusters taking over. Bye bye moonlight and rubber. NASA so mediocre. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is. Blowbusters taking over. Gotta ride this roller coaster. But the truth is getting closer. Sorry, but your ball is dead. But your ball is.
Inner World Productions.
We accept the reality of the world with we're presented. It's as simple as that.
All right, and welcome to Globebusters. Yikes. Demystifying magnetic declination. What a start for the day. Holy cow. I am your host, Bob, Xanadude60, and we are back. Hopefully everybody can hear us. Hope you can hear me. We'll introduce the panel in just a minute. But, well, I'll tell you, every time either Windows does a major feature update or OBS does, it completely just zeroes out everything on my machine, and then it just doesn't want to work anymore. So, Jaren's much faster at programming it than I am, so fortunately I have him around to do it, and here we are. Awesome sauce. All right, so let's go ahead and introduce the panel. First up, we have Zach. Good times for all. How you doing today, Zach? And is everything going okay there?
Yep, everything's coming in nice and clear, Bobo. Yeah, I can't wait for this. This is right up Karen B and Cammy's alley, and they've got this nailed down pretty well. So this is something that everybody needs to see. Really, this is one of those 101 things that this is part of our world.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's really confusing, and honestly, I've taken several different positions on the magnetic declination. One, not the least of which, one of them is that, it's part of the, cover up that they have to do for the sphere, but actually there's much more to it than that. And something actually is happening with the magnetic field. Of course, the mainstream will tell you they have no clue why the poles are wandering all over the place, but I have a pretty good idea that it's part of the natural cycle of the plane that the creator built into it. But it is interesting to watch it. We have some interesting footage. It is interesting to watch it speed up. And I mean, man, over the past couple of years, it has really, really gotten a lot faster. It's like, what the heck is going on? So the North Pole is jumping everywhere. Huh?
1998, I think, was the year that all of a sudden the pole just started moving. At least we're told it was moving just crazy, racing straight towards Russia from northern Canada. I mean, it's been moving since 1998, more than it ever has since we've been measuring it, they tell us.
Yeah, and it's increasing exponentially. Wait till you see this one video we have showing how fast it goes. I'm like, whoa. Absolutely unreal. So anyway, all right, let's go ahead and move on to our next panel member. We have with us today Miss Karen B. How you doing today, Karen?
I'm doing fantastic, Bob. Thank you for having me.
You're very welcome. I love to have you always. You know that. You do so many shows. I feel like, wow, how do you not get burned out on it?
Yeah, sometimes I do.
Yeah, I hear that. I know it's all I can do to pull off 2 a week, but and I'm actually thinking about doing occasional, just kind of pop-up shows to cover specific, topics for like 30 minutes and stuff like that. But I'll get there.
Yep.
Cool. So, all right. Next up, we have Miss Cami Nodell, my wife. How you doing today, sweetheart?
Oh, doing pretty good after the crazy. I'm not sure if the chat room got to hear what we got to hear in the background, but while you guys were having no audio, we were getting feeds back looping of about 10 different audios, everything overlaying each other. So while you guys were screaming no sound, we were in our headsets getting completely bombarded with every kind of noise you can think of. So it started a little bit crazy. In the chat, I want to say welcome to the chat and welcome Flat Earth OG, who asks, I love that song. I wish I knew where I could find it. The song on the video, Globebusters intro, is on the Globebusters channel that you can get it as just the Globebusters intro and a standalone song. So definitely enjoy. That's Kai and Austin singing. And it doesn't get much better than that. Yep. Oh, you guys did hear it, and it was torture. Yes, it was. And formerly Hip is saying that they got some of this stuff, too, that we were dealing with. So, yeah, I'm glad we got it all straightened out, and it's good to be here.
Yep, excellent. So, yeah, it's called the Globebusters 2022 Show Intro, and it is on our channel. Feel free to download it. Like I said, I had Kai and Austin write that for me. They wrote it, performed it, arranged it, and Flatman X put the video together on it, and yeah, it was awesome. So I thank everybody that was involved in it. I really like it too. Of course, I really liked all of our intros. They've all been really cool. Jaren did the first few, and then of course we had the girls singing the rap ones, Amber Plaster and her husband, and then it was remade by what was her name? Drawing a blank.
Jennifer, but
Jennifer, yeah.
Yeah, but no, I know her last name is clever. Why can't I do this? I love her. She stayed at our house. This is really embarrassing. I hate it when this happens.
I know.
And it was right there. It was right there before you said, "Oh, Spangler, Jen Spangler."
Jen Spangler. That's right. Yeah. So yeah, she did a really good job on the makeup, and she sang it a little more jazzy version, and that's awesome. Of course, Jaren's getting lots of people to do different music for him, but not the least of which is Conspiracy Music Guru, and Alex always does a really good job of that. So that's pretty cool. So there you have it. All right, and last but certainly not least, Mr. Kyle Adams from the Flat Earth Institute of Science. How are you doing today, Kyle?
Doing very well, thank you.
Awesome.
Very happy to be here.
Glad to hear it. So, yeah, have you done anything much in the area of magnetic declination? Get a lot of questions on that, or is that something that people pretty much leave alone?
It gets brought up sometimes with compasses, but about outside of that, not really a whole lot.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's understandable. They do so many other things to trick us. It's unbelievable. And I still think the most unbelievable trick that they've ever pulled is, when we showed you the Google Earth and what, when you put in a heading of 090 or 270, it doesn't go straight east or straight west. It arcs to the equator, and then they say, "Oh, that's the Great Circle route." That's just nonsense. And of course, the reason they do that is because the sun and the moon are local and they're small, and the sun, because it's small, is right over those tropics, right? Or right in as it goes right over and in between the tropics. And because it's small, it has to point at the sun, right? So that's the reason that they do that. And then they just cover it up with a really, an excuse that, oh, well, yeah, that's the reason why it's the Great Circle Route. Nonsense.
Yeah.
Yep. Pretty crazy. All right. So, all right, guys. So this is a very interesting subject. Of course, you guys know that Cami has done a lot of work with magnetics in general. I've been kind of following her lead, and I listen to a lot of Ken Wheeler, and I also do a lot of watching of Fractal Woman. If you guys are familiar with her, she really breaks things down really well. She kind of breaks down Ken Wheeler. She's like a kind of an intermediate step in between you and Ken Wheeler, and she has a way of even simplifying much more really what Ken Wheeler is saying. And one of the things that we're going to start out with here in a few minutes is playing this video, which basically defines magnetism and what it's really all about. Because when you think about it, magnetism is pretty strange, right? There's really not much like it. I mean, magnetism and electricity are both kind of in and of themselves, both very strange. They're absolutely directly related to each other. But, the question is where do they come from? How do they work? How does this pressure mediation work and all this other stuff? And that's a really difficult subject to tackle, especially since the mainstream has no clue. I mean, what's really interesting about this particular video, the entire first part of this video is them asking Richard Feynman, right? Which is the baller's, God, heliocentric God, how magnetism works. And he's so uncomfortable, he squirms and he starts making up a bunch of nonsense. And it's clear he has no idea even what magnetism is. And I think a lot of that is because maybe he is restricted from working in the confines of the alleged elimination of the ether. Now, as flat earthers, and if you're not a flat earther or anything before the flat earth movement came about, the luminiferous ether was something that was acknowledged to be there by all of science, including Albert Einstein. Of course, we covered a lot of those quotes on Sunday with Austin, and it's something that every Nobel laureate that has ever won a prize basically says, yeah, absolutely, the ether is real. Well, what is the ether? And it's kind of hard to define because it's something that we can't necessarily put our fingers on, but we can see the manifestations of what it does when it manifests in the form of magnetics or when it manifests in the form of electricity. But how does it do that? So basically the theory is that the ether is this background type of material because you can't have space that's empty, right? You have to have something that's in space, even if it's a perfect vacuum. Because of the fact that magnetic waves will propagate through a perfect vacuum, that means that tells you there has to be something in that vacuum. And what that is the luminiferous ether. And of course, if any of you are aware of the movie Behind the Curve, you know that I was on there saying, yeah, we measured a 15 degree per hour drift. And of course, what that was the ether itself spiraling down at about 15 degrees per hour. And it's really hard to kind of differentiate between the solar day and the what's the other day? Talking about the shorter day. Anyway, the 23-hour 40.
The sidereal day.
The sidereal day. God, having a brain cramp. So yeah, it's hard to really tell on instruments between the difference of a solar and a sidereal day because there's only a few minutes difference, especially when you're taking readings on an hour. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. And because of the fact that the sky is rotating over the top of us and the Earth is absolutely stationary, we know that one of the things that the ether does is rotate. It rotates in a vortexual toroidal type of pattern. Well, it also acts very much like a liquid. Okay, and we're going to find that out here in just a little bit. But before I play that, I want to kick it over to Cammie and have you address some of the things that we're going to cover today on that. And, tell us what you think.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because I was kind of going in a different direction, but we'll pick it back. I think I'm going to just start with the magnetic declination, and it being what I would say one of the most misunderstood things on the globe and the flat earth, because I've been playing with now the magnets for a lot of years and going into the science in all different areas on it. And it's very interesting when you go into it. If you go into the magnetic declination, most sites that you go to are going to tell you, they're going to, again, make it as convoluted and complicated as possible. They're going to explain that we have a geographic north that is underneath the pole star. They're going to say that we have a floating magnetic north pole that's the end of a bar magnet that our magnets point to, that's on a different axis and it floats around then that. And the one thing I'm going to agree with is declination is simply the amount that you turn, in reality, the amount that you turn between what direction your compass will point you as north and that pole star position. If you were to insert a pole and have it land on the ground, where would it land on the ground? Under the North Star. And say, how much do you turn your body to get to that? They needed to come up with this in navigation, and it was very important. So I think the best way to learn declination is instead of like unlearning so much, why don't we go back to the beginning? Is it okay if I take this a little bit ahead of you, because you went way, way, way?
Oh, sure. I was just giving an overhead.
With the ether going in that, I mean, you jumped so far ahead of the game that I wasn't quite. It was like you're starting at the end.
Sure. No, go ahead and start it wherever you want. I'm sorry. We can put this in anywhere because it's just really informative. Real quick? Sure.
Okay, so when I think of magnetic declination, I think back to orienteering back when I was in the Army, and it's how far your compass drifts from true north, and that you'd always call that magnetic declination.
Correct.
Right? Okay. All right, cool. So just want to make sure we're all on the same page here.
So that explained it perfectly. So if you got that from him, that's exactly what I thought I said, and if I didn't say it like that, I didn't. I definitely was aiming for that. Let me get this page down here. I'm sorry, I'm setting up my two screens and they're being weird. I'm doing it to try to share. I just lost my Glowbuster speed. Hold on.
Oh, no.
Well, no, what I did was I went to the screen time. I must need a third. Where did it go? I lost where it says I can share the screen. Okay, I see it.
Uh-oh, well.
Laugh at me.
Good thing you just had your birthday, because I told Cam I'm going to get her a big screen so we can watch movies in her office on a big screen out there. That should give her a third screen too. That'll be really nice.
So yeah, for everybody that thinks it's nice right now, I'm jumping between the two monitors. I don't know, in a way it might be easier to be able to spread them instead of getting things stuck behind it. But in a way, it makes it more complicated to just decide on what to put on both screens. So I think I'm sharing the screen right now.
You are? Hang on a second. I am not sharing you, though.
Yes, okay. I see north written up at the top.
Okay, so let's start in the very beginning.
Wait.
It's okay. Go ahead and bring me up there.
Okay. Everybody's watching your screen now.
Okay. Let's start at the beginning of time a little bit, and we're going to take it way back and take it back to where our directions came from, north, south, east, and west, and what they meant. It's very interesting. Takes you back to it. Originally, when we did our directions, it had nothing to do with magnets. And the way that the directions originated were pretty much east meant towards the sun dawn, meaning it, especially of dawn. Let's see how we say here. East, literally towards the sunrise.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Also, source of the Old Frisian East, Easter, Eastward, Dutch Oost. We should almost have Karen with her beautiful voice read. Old Saxon Aust, Old High German Osten. So it's going to give you Old Norse Astra from the east, like Australia from the east. This will come into play, Astra and Australia from the east, when you start looking at the ordinals of the directions on the flat Earth map, and you find out that Australia actually is from the east, because there is on the circle of our Earth magnetically, there is, we'll get to that, a definite way to orientate the map and read it with old literature. So if you're reading from a story about the Titans and reading, again, old history, and it said that Atlas stood on the westernmost tip of the world, of the realm, and you say, how can he be on the westernmost tip? Directionals and things like this come into play all of the time in it that would not make sense unless you actually had an ordinal or a reason for the way you name things. So we're going to get into that in this show. But Austral came one of my favorite from the east. So as one of the 4 cardinal points. Okay,
let me ask you something really quick. So remember a long time ago when we were first, looking at the map and thinking about breaking it down, and when we were looking at Australia, and you've got the 2 mountain ranges, right? The east and west Antarctic range. And, I determined at that point that if you rotated the prime meridian 30 degrees, basically 33 degrees, not only would it bisect those mountains, it would split Antarctica in 2, and it would also, set Giza as the prime meridian. Right. And a long time ago, Giza used to be the prime meridian before they changed it to Greenwich. Right. So do these directions come from back when Giza was the prime meridian? Is that where the names came from?
They most certainly did. And with that, let's go in and do this, because let's go into, these are our cardinal directions. And I think it's important to know what you're saying is right. What is important to know is cardinal, you might recognize from the Catholic religion also, and from doing your directions and your ordinals and your cardinal directions. Let's read about the origin of cardinal.
Before you go on, I just want to say that when Jack and I were doing the anti-religious scripture studies and looking in the scriptures, like the word for east in Hebrew does mean towards the direction of the sun as well.
Correct. And it through all of time. Thank you, Karen. Everybody point through on here. So let's go to cardinal and see what it means and where it came from. Taking you to the beginning of time, because it actually means to hinge or to turn. Pertaining to a hinge from cardo, that on which something turns or depends, like the pole of the sky, originally the door hinge, which is the unknown origin, related cardinally. From that, which to turn or to hinge or to crook something, came the cardinal directions. They crooked our directions, and cardinals in the Catholic religion, again, I think that they turned and crooked things a little bit. So your cardinal points are north, south, east, and west. The cardinal sins, going to do this, but the name cardinal came from cardinus, that on which something turns or depends. And also in a lot of the other older ones, it would say to crook or to turn, like to like skew the meaning of something. And when you got, I'm pulling up this one a site on it, but I read this from a lot of sites when when you go into the etymologies, at the time you go into as many things as you can. And when I did this years ago, it pretty much came to crook something, to like hinge, to turn it and to skew it in a way. So it wasn't necessarily a good thing. So let's go to, now we know what east means, let's go to what north means. North originally
I think it's interesting how it's, sorry, I just wanted to say that I think it's interesting how it's automatically turning it into a circle. It's describing the
right.
The directions as circular.
Exactly.
They're totally acknowledging the flat earth, and they're just kind of covering it up. So go ahead.
North gets interesting. North, out of all of the directions, comes with my favorite. Old English Nord in compounds, northern, lying to the north, northwards, to the north, in the north, from Proto-Germanic Northa, also Old Norse word Norda, Old Saxon North, Old Frisian North, Middle Dutch Nord, which is probably an IE word, but of uncertain origin. Trying to read this. It might be ultimately from, and this is what came up to it, nur, left, also below, from hell, this Sanskrit word nanakal, hell.
From hell. That's interesting.
From
Isn't it
hell.
interesting when countries get invaded, they always get invaded from the north?
Okay, so they're getting Greek Neratoa, deeper, lower down, from beneath. Left Umbrian word Newark, left, as in north is to the left. So in other words, to the left, when one faces the rising sun, the only way to figure out, we're going to get to this in the beginning and taking it. In the beginning, the only way to get to the north, or what they said towards hell, was looking at where the sun rises and turning left. So the word north means turning left. Now, if you go into south, it's going to be what you would expect it to mean. It's going to mean sun. The south is going to come directly from Sawal or sun, meaning that at midday, the direction that the sun, the English sun, is in. So south is another word coming from the English sun. English sun would be another thing. So when you look south and you're on there, you see the sun at midday. So keep in mind, at dawn, you see Easter. Midday, you see the sun, which is south. And then, of course, in the evening, what do you think west will mean? West, of course, will mean sunset, and where it goes. So these directions where the sun goes to die, it used to go west to die was common during the Great War. So to going west, these directions literally meant evening. So in the German dialect, west meant literally evening. So your directionals are all based on the sun except for north, which again, we base everything that we look at north and the compass. And so we're going to get into, again, the compass, the words on the compass and what they mean on it. But it's important to know that where our directions came from. When we first came up with our directions on our map, they had to do everything with where the sun was. And it was interesting that north actually meant to like turn to the left, and it meant hell in a way. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, I think that's super interesting, especially since that's almost like a theme in literature. You know, whenever there's war or anything like that, you always hear about the invasions coming from the north, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which I think is super interesting. And of course, it doesn't surprise me that the elite have corrupted this also. But I think getting back in touch with a lot of these root words is probably going to help us as we come across different material that references to this, because you'll kind of touch back on it and go, oh, this also has this other meaning, you know?
This is what happened to me is I'm reading all of these and all these pieces start falling into place on it. And it literally, it does. It reaches back and it touches forward, and it's this like aha moment. And I think there's a song, what I think is the ultimate flat earth song by Collective Soul, that talks about, you know, all the books that I've been reading, everything I've been hearing bleeding into one. And that's kind of what this does, is it all bleeds into one little thing. So you have your cardinal directions. Then you have the Chinese in the area of, most people will agree, around 400 BC, that came up with floating, for navigation, floating this piece of magnet in liquid, making a needle of magnet or a thin needle of magnet and getting it to point towards the north. Now, this was remarkable because, as we all know, like when you're depending on where the sun goes up and midday and goes down, if you're traveling or at sea or in the middle of a forest or something, you can get fogged in entirely and you cannot see these things. So what you have is you have a tool that is not bound by your visual conditions around you that can help you say where, and especially out at sea, again, in unmarked territory, if you can't see where the sun is, if you can't get a good bearing of this, if you're lost and confused, and we've all been there, in a cloud bank, and you have a way to hold this little piece of rock floating in water, and it will point your way to north.
Yeah.
And that got a lot of attention. And I mean, it took a lot of years to turn on, but then it started being that everything was based around north, because people, instead of looking around outside, all of a sudden we had a piece of equipment to look at, and which is a very, very human thing. As soon as we have that little piece of equipment to look at, what do? We look at the little piece of equipment, and we stop looking at the skies in a way we really do.
Right.
But this was used, of course, in tandems, and it was used on ships, and you can get into a whole history of that. And then with the magnets on it, what they found out is that it pointed north, but if you looked at the night sky and where Polaris was, it didn't point to true north. But they found that these areas were pretty stable, that there was a certain amount you could turn from where that compass was pointed to where under a night sky Polaris, because remember, your Polaris, for doing your north in the center, that you turn left to originally, but then people noticed again it's hard when you do star trails and that you have your center pole there, right? And it's long been known, the star trails and them tracking them going around it. So you'd say what point? So you would say from there, how much do I have to turn from where this compass points me to where this is? And all of a sudden you have a way of mapping things and scaling in one area against another, that you have this little piece of contrast that says that, well, on this tool here, if I turn this much, I now have the North Pole as a tool to use all of the time. Once I know the declination for a specific spot, I have that tool of reusing it, so I don't need the North Star at night. If I write down this number on how many angles, what degree do I need to turn? So that became magnetic declination, and they started plotting it at very, very early times in a lot of areas, especially in these seaports, so that people gathered this information that you would say, wow, that's really hard, but it's not really hard to gather. You look what your compass points to, and then at nighttime, you take a reading with your sextant against Polaris, and you figure out for that location what the difference is.
Yes,
so then
and isn't it ironic that the sextant these days is a very hot item of debate, and it is painfully obviously clear that the sextant cannot work on a globe. And
on a globe?
Nope, there's no way it can work on a globe. You can't get 3 angles on a globe because one of them's curved. So they have to come up with all this rigmarole and just come up with all these crazy excuses. And then, of course, the ballers will simply deny reality. When, in fact, I mean, you can use the sextant over a Gleason's map, and it's amazing how well that works. I was watching a couple videos on that. But anyway, I digress. Continue on.
Okay, so now you have this, and you have people before even, I would even say, I don't know at what point, because they were writing down the declinations for a long, long time, probably before, again, there was any thought of it being a spinning ball, and people were denoting how much do you have to turn between where that little needle spins and where that North Star spins at night. And they shared this information, and they shared it for hundreds of years, and it was especially well known and well shared in communities that traveled a lot by ship. So your areas that had the coastlines and did a lot of sailing, and that depended on it the most, from going to port, it was considered it was something that you gathered as a traveler. You kept a journal of, and the more declinations you had, the more information, it was really a big deal. It was, again, a data set that the bigger data set you had, you could, feel proud, and you could probably even share and sell that information to friends in that. You can imagine what a valuable tool it would be.
Yeah, it's like an ephemeris.
So it's
you
like
said
an
something about the
ephemeris.
word node a little back. It's like a central point. This is kind of like the North Pole kind of a thing for like magnetic. Is that right?
Yes, but let's get on to this. I'm just saying that if you put a pole underneath it and drew a line, the amount that you would have to determine between where your compass would be and the pole. I did not use the word node yet. And I am going to say that one of the biggest things that needs to be unlearned, and that's in most of the videos, but not all of them, and it was hard to find ones that it wasn't in. So if you do videos, YouTube video after YouTube video on YouTube about declination, it will tell you that when your compass is going to point, they're going to screw you up. I'm going to tell you what they're going to do to you. They're going to screw you up because they're going to talk about the geomagnetic pole, then they're going to talk about the magnetic north, and then they're going to talk about the grid, which, okay, this is the stupidest thing ever. The grid north they're saying because we put it out in a Mercator format, this is them twisting and really using things. You know how in the Mercator it runs north to south like that, right? And they make the grid lines straight. So what happens is Greenland and everything gets stretched in order to keep the continuity. Well, guess what? They lose that continuity in declination because they say in declination, part of the problem is that you're working on a flat map, and that because the grid is not really coming together, it's not really pointing true north. It's pointing like your latitude lines would be going. They're saying that the map is sliced up that way, but that's really not how they're slicing the map. They're using their longitude lines differently. The reason that they say that the land has to be so stretched out is so that they can keep the integrity of these lines straight. But then when it comes to magnetics, they said the integrity of the lines is not straight and that you would have to now grid them back in. Do you follow what I'm saying? They use the deception in both ways.
Absolutely.
You see that visual on it, because on the grid they're saying now that you can't just look at it and line it up and do the math and get to where you're going, because you should on a ball be able to just do the math and get to where you're going without doing what I'm saying about lining it up. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work as far as a clean field, that if you're at a certain point you can point it there, because the problem is, and it's not a problem, it's a reality, when they talk about compasses and that they completely mislead you. Do you realize that, like, when they talk about your end of a compass attracting the north end of a south end of this compass attracts the north end of this compass, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all see that? They're talking about two separate and equal, or even a bigger and a smaller magnet. What you're talking about with the Earth is you're talking about the Earth is one gigantic magnet, and your compass just being a little magnet that's picking up the internal field. It's not outside of the field. It can't be pointing to the North Pole outside of the field, like when you hold two magnets and you click them together. Do you see how absurd that thought is?
Yeah.
So therefore your little compass cannot be pointing to the north end of that magnet, because it's internal inside of the field. You're not holding a separate magnet next to the Earth magnet side by side and seeing how they act within each other. You're dropping a little bitty nothing in this huge field and saying, how are you doing? So you're going to get into where we're going to be talking about iron filings and the ferrocell, and what happens when you drop little pieces of iron in a magnetic field. What happens is they go with the magnetic field alignment. So when you were following, what your compass is pointing to is it is pointing to when you are following the magnetic field line. Meaning that you would not, if you follow that line, you would not in a straight line get to the North Pole or get to magnetic north. You would have to literally follow the looping declination line around. It's just telling you where you are in the line. And we almost need to bring up a map. That was really
I was
bad.
going to say, why don't you bring up some visual.
Yeah, let's do a visual on this.
That's weird. I'm looking for the Ken Wheeler link. I thought Jaron had it, and I thought DITRH had it. I'm looking on both their channels, and they don't have it. There's somebody that wanted the Ken Wheeler interview link. I'm looking for it, though. I'll find it. Unless somebody beats me to it.
Okay, and you still see my screen up here, right?
Yeah. No, it's not on our channel. Believe it or not.
Oh, that's funny.
We're still seeing your desktop cam.
Okay, I'm working on it.
Okay. Give
Okay,
Ricky some
sorry.
time here.
All right. Okay, so you give the Ricky some time. So what we're looking at, and maybe I should have brought up first, let's do this first. Let's have a little bit of fun with this because this is really the truth of the matter. You're following my screen, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm not doing anything fancy, nothing. Magnetic declination, we're hitting images. And these are what they're saying. So a lot of the times they'll show you the United States, which is really, really convenient, saying that as we live in the States here, if you're looking at where we are, you'll notice that these lines that you're at it following, they lead pretty much north. The green line is going to go to straight north, and you'll notice that they leave the pole off of the map. When they do the declination maps, when I started doing this 6 years ago or 7 years ago and putting them together, you'll notice that they cut off the map in a very funny place. They cut it off mid-Greenland, and they leave off a lot of the bottom. So you couldn't just take one of these and circumpollate it. Ask what happened, Karen, when you did that. We're going to put Karen on. Because Karen was given this and a project to work on, but it took her three pieces and putting together and getting information from a pilot in order to complete the declination map. Is that correct, Karen?
Wait, information from a pilot?
We had one pilot provided somebody named Pilot, a YouTuber named Pilot provided the center portion of the.
Oh, maybe I just don't remember that. But yeah, but you can get that center pole map, that magnetic declination pole map.
You can know. It was really hard to find on the internet 6 years ago, and now you can find it really easy. Once we put it out there, it started getting easier.
Yeah.
So something magical happened from
where we got that.
Yeah. So originally we got the three pieces. This piece here, right here, you can even see it right in the middle pieced in. That was from Pilot. This was from Diva Dante. She had it somewhat on there. Karen is who pulled it all like together on it because there were gaps in that. Karen, this might be a good time for you to read what, do you want to go over and read from what you said, like what these lines mean, the isogonic, the agonic right here, and the different lines on it, or do you want me to keep going? Because you actually have, you sent good information on exactly what these lines mean, or I can keep going.
Okay. Well, I don't have that page pulled up. I'd have to pull it up, but yeah.
So anyway, what happened is what these lines are is people started making a contour map of what way you needed to turn in order to what your compass pointed to compared to what north was. So if you're sitting in Denver, like Karen said, and she sent specific numbers, you're in Denver, I had to turn very little between, you just had to go over to the east. Over here, you switch over to the west. Each one of these is telling you which direction that you need to turn your body. And it came out as a contour map. Well, so this contour map in reality from people taking declinations and how much they have to turn. So look at some of these areas here. In America, it's nice to show because you have all of these straight lines going here and teaching. But what about like down here in Russia when you're on here and you have to actually turn sideways? Because again, your compass is going to follow the line. If you traveled by compass here and you left here, you would go this way, this way, this way to end up here. You would go this way, this way, this way. So what your declination is telling you is where you are on this line, how much do you have to turn your body to see right under the North Pole? Does that make sense to everybody? Now on a globe, this is, everybody will agree with it and they're part of the fields. These are called the agonic lines, the green ones. If you were along these lines here, your compass will align perfectly with the North pole. So they're saying if you're here, you do not need to where your compass points. That's exactly where you're going to be winding up looking at it. It's going to point accurately. Now this makes, on a ball, this makes absolutely no sense at all.
What a surprise.
What a surprise.
Yes.
But what does come into being, and why you would know that they would never, ever in a million years ever project it this way and project it the way that they do, is the way that they had it on that square map. If you guys can go back and remember, it was completely nonsensical. And so they said that like, because of the land masses and that things didn't follow a perfect dipole pattern and all, and there were anomalies, but the way that they had it laid out, you just see wavy lines, and there was no organization to it at all, right? When you put it here, you do see organization here. Not only do you see organization here, but you see what's in magnetics, a very, very common pattern, something called a quadrupole in the center, not a dipole, but a quadrupole magnetic pattern. And you start a dipole pattern over here. All of a sudden, you're getting a very, very coherent pattern that you can recreate easily by taking magnets, scaling them down, and putting metal filings and sprinkling them all. Do you all remember being in science class and doing, Bob? I know I sent you I'm going to let you take over on the screen. I know I sent you some iron filings.
Yep, you did.
An iron filing video. This would be a good time for it.
Alrighty, let me bring it up. Hang on a second. And I'm going to share my screen with you guys. Hang on a second. Okay, I'm sharing it with those guys. And share screen. Bada bing. There we go. Okay, so got to get over to it. Oh, wait. Oh, it's not the iron filings isn't in here. Did you send that to me earlier?
Yeah, I did. I sent on Skype and I said iron filings. You can even pick, you know what would be a really good one to do right now is the one I sent you, the very first one that was Action Lab, unless there's a reason you do not want to play Action Lab.
No, I can play the Action Lab.
That was the first one I sent you, because I'm just trying to get orientated and find my screens again, to tell you the truth, because I have things buried behind things, and until I organize, I won't be able to present again. And I apologize, you guys, for being such a newbie and scattered.
That's okay. You'd think after being married for 22 years, I would have been able to see that. But okay, this one right here, magnetic field bending light pass.
Yes.
All right. Let me know if you want me to stop it at any point.
I think this is a good one to play through it, and then we can do some other ones.
Okay, sounds good. Here we go, guys.
And I am.
Oh. And you are what?
No, that's fine. I am finding my screens, and it's going good. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No worries.
The nice thing about magnetic fields is iron tends to align with the magnetic field lines. That's because in the presence of a magnetic field, iron becomes its own magnet as well. And so the north pole of the iron magnet wants to point to the south pole of the regular magnet. For example, I have here a handful of steel pennies and a neodymium magnet. If I stick them to the magnet, you can see that they just kind of hang off it like this. So each of these pennies on here has now become a magnet, and I can even stick more stuff to it. If you use a much bigger magnet, you can even hang weights off it like this. So each of these iron weights becomes its own magnet. So I have my giant magnet up here on this ladder. Stick a 10-pound weight to it. Oh. Another 10-pound weight.
Man,
Even this far away from it.
I'd be afraid of breaking my fingers, man. Those magnets, you have no idea how powerful they are. They're godly.
That's a big magnet.
Oh, yeah.
They are scary. I'll tell you, they will hurt you in a big way. Okay, let's continue.
Take your finger off. They get you in the right spot.
Yep. They can hurt you.
It's still very magnetic. You can see I can still stick all these coins on it. In order to make the iron become its own magnet, the iron doesn't even have to be touching the magnet. For example, I have here my giant neodymium magnet above, And I can actually just stack the steel pennies up on my finger because they align to the magnetic field, so they stay pointing towards the magnetic field, but they're also magnetic themselves, so they stick to each other.
Yep, and when they're aligned like that, they form a coherent magnetic field because they line up north, south, north, south, north, south. And then isn't it interesting the way they jumped up there and kind of went around in a circle?
Yep, I was just thinking that.
Yeah, very interesting.
I rolled up there.
Well, and there's a lot to this. And I think, when we get to the part where we explain, the fluid dynamics of magnets, then it'll make it a little easier to understand why they behave the way that they do. But let's continue on.
You can see even more clearly that in the presence of a magnetic field, iron becomes its own magnet when you have a wider surface area for the magnet. And when I drop the steel pennies on here, you can see that they actually avoid each other. That's because the tips of each penny are the same pole, and so they want to repel each other slightly. But you can see that if I keep stacking these pennies up, eventually they'll get too tall and any instability will make them collapse down on each other. That means there's some sweet spot in the amount that they'll clump up and point upwards, and that they'll also fall back down. So they actually make spikes. That's the same reason why when you pour iron filings on a magnet, the iron filings pile up on each other in spike formations. And this is also the same reason why ferrofluid forms spikes as well. This cool characteristic of iron being ferromagnetic and following the magnetic field lines of a magnet becomes really useful if you want to visualize a magnetic field. I'm sure you've seen it done before with iron filings. If you put them on a paper and then pull a magnet underneath, you can see how it changes the iron filing layout according to how you move the magnet below it. So what I'm going to do is sandwich some ferrofluid in between.
Okay, and I just wanted to break in here and comment that this is being used under fair use. For educational and critique purposes. So we have to break in every so on to make that stupid announcement. Hopefully he won't strike us, but he's done it before, so you never know. But we are definitely using this under fair use. Let's continue.
Two pieces of glass. What I'm using for my ferrofluid here is 1 part WD-40, 1 part ferrofluid. This just dilutes the ferrofluid a little bit and it's a little bit easier to view. Even though these pieces of glass are sandwiched together really tight, the ferrofluid particles in there are so small that they actually have...
Yeah, that's way too much ferrofluid.
Yeah,
it
it
should be
is.
like 5 parts oil to 1 part ferrofluid.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's a lot. That's really thick.
It's like a tar sandwich.
Yeah. I used WD-40. I got that mouse milk stuff that Ken Wheeler suggests. That's what I used.
Mouse milk?
Yeah, I use 3-in-1 oil. Same thing, just about.
Yeah,
But
Zach's
he
made
says-
several of these, so
Yeah, mouse milk is just a really thin airplane engine lubricant.
Oh, nice.
all
How
right.
do they, like,
Hold
extract
it,
the
before we
milk
do
from the
this.
mice? They've got like such small udders.
There's even a
So-
little mouse on the bottle. It's funny.
Yep. Go ahead, Cami.
This is important to see because what is going on here is micro. This is micro going on. So what he is showing is that if you suspend little pieces of micro pieces of iron, they're going to align. And this is what is happening in a ferrocell. I don't think people think it's bending light and doing things like that. More than bending light, what it's doing is it's making the little pieces, the particles of iron, align with the magnet, and then that's where the light catches the iron filings. So I think it's really important that people know what's going on, and the reason you get more lines as you add more lights is just again the factor of where the lights are catching the field, so you can get a more complete field with more lights you have shining on them. But all you're doing is making a way of looking at holographically what you're doing in 2D by sprinkling iron on top of the surface, and I have other videos that are pulled for that too, Bob, if we wanted to show it. This is just showing in 3D when you float microscopic particles of iron and let them do this. Now, why is that relevant to what we're talking about here on Earth? Because when you're holding a compass up, that's what that compass really is it's like a nanoparticle of iron in the magnetic field, and it is aligning itself. It is becoming part of the magnetic field.
Yep.
So, And then when you get into this is also going to get into where they talk about all of the pole shifts in past years. And they say that this is because of the fact that there is a section in the ocean where they can read it that it's north, south, that they can tell the alignment of the iron particles in here shifted and then shifted, and they shifted in these little increments, making like a little slice pattern. So they're calling these pole shifts. But another way of looking at these would be is I want you to think of your quantum locking track that you build and how you alternate things in order to get things to rotate above and quantum lock above, like the moon and sun might be doing. In other words, you would probably build that alternating track somewhat into it. It does not necessarily, in my humble opinion, it might not necessarily point to prior pole shifts as much as a function of the design, if that makes sense. I'm just throwing that out there while we're looking at it. But the Ferrocell is going to give you a little micro look of, again, taking things and scaling it down. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and yeah, I'm definitely convinced that the pole shift is part of the design, and this, of course, I have a feeling that the mainstream knows very well why the pole shifts, but that's just information they don't want us being privy to. It could be disasters. It may not be. It's hard to say, but it definitely, if it has anything to do with the way people are acting, my God, they seem to be right in sync. If you take the movement of the magnetic pole and put it up against people's psyche and behavior, and then kind of look at it on a twilight zone graph, they're right in sync with each other. So let's continue.
Plenty of room to spin around and move in there under the presence of a magnetic field. So once you have your pieces of glass sandwiched together, it doesn't look very nice, and when you bring a magnet to it, you can't really see anything happening. In order to see the ferrofluid moving around, we need to be able to see when they kind of chain together in there and form some lines. So what I have here is just a circle of LED lights. Now each of these LED lights is going to act as a source where we can see a glare coming off of it. So you can see the glare coming off of each of those LED lights. Well, the glare is only coming off in that direction because that's the way the particles are stacked right now. But I can change the alignment of the iron particles just by bringing a magnet near it. Now what's hard about this setup is you have to get a very thin layer of ferrofluid in between, and it's kind of hard to do. You have to use smaller pieces of glass and it makes it a little bit easier, but even then, if there's anything that gets on your glass, it'll make the gap not exactly right, so it won't be even throughout your whole glass. But a really easy way to do this is you don't even need 2 pieces of glass. All you need is 1 piece of glass and just white ferrofluid on one side. And then it makes it really visible because you get an extremely thin layer.
You'd think you would have done that the first place, man. Look how much more resolute that is. But yeah.
That is genius.
Yeah.
I know. If you do try to play with ferrofluid, do it outside, folks. Don't do it.
It is really messy.
It is really...
And
it doesn't even stain. I have to tell you, the bonding it does with carpeting, it quantum locks it. I don't even know the locking term that it does with fabric and carpeting, that it becomes one with it. It doesn't stain it. It becomes one with the carpet. It will not cut. It's not a possibility. It changes the entire texture, the entire being of it. Anything it's spilled on, kiss it goodbye. We know.
Yeah, we know. Zach had a little explosion of ferrofluid in his room. Unfortunately, it was right before we replaced the carpets in the house.
And we had a planned carpet replacement coming. It was great. It was like right before they're going to come and take it all out anyway, so it was perfect. But it was like, wow, it's a good thing this was before and not after, because we learned exactly how destructive it is when it applies and touches things. So yeah, it's outside stuff.
Okay, let's finish the other minute and a half of this. So, that's so much better. Wow, look at the resolution.
Look how clear this is.
That's cool.
I'm going to fire up that.
What I love about just doing the one-sided glass is it...
Yeah.
During the day. Yeah, I bought it's just a vase, a circular vase though.
Mm-hmm.
And I put some LED lights at the end with the base, and then put black tape all over it so you can't see the LED lights. And then I'm just going to wipe ferrofluid on the inside and then stick that magnet up there. And it should, I mean, that worked really well for him. I'm hoping I get something.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. It's resolute. You can see it without having to have the lights out. It's awesome. So, yeah, and ferrocells are a lot of fun to play with for sure. All right, let's finish this out.
Makes it so you can control the layer extremely well. The only downside to this is the ferrofluid is slightly volatile, and so after a while it kind of dries up in the back and it doesn't look as good. But it's not that hard to correct it. You just put a few more drops on and smear it around and you can see it again right away. This magnetic paper has very tiny pieces of iron sandwiched between two layers, and you can see the pieces of iron when they align. So if I grab a magnet, it's really easy to see it behind it. Even if you put the magnet behind a box or something, it can go through it just fine. Because as we know, in the presence of a magnetic...
What?
I said he's got ferrofluid all over his hands. His hands, he's filthy.
I know. Yeah, that's messy stuff.
Be there for a while too. The stuff's stained.
On special note, not the ferrocell because it's too messy for us to have at Flattoberfest, but I will have some of this magnetic film that he's having. The filings, I have a very neat contraption that I have a little acrylic box that's got a line of little metal filings that are locked in between, in water between two pieces of acrylic that you can shake. And so at Flattoberfest, we will be doing magnetic patterns and people can actually do this themselves and see it happening. And again, why we show you these on video and it's neat to look at the pictures, there's nothing like feeling it hands-on and again, feeling as you hold one or more magnets in your hand and you can feel the field lines along with seeing them. It's hard to say how much more intuitive and how much more understanding I feel that I have from touching as opposed to just watching and hearing. The doing is really what gets it for me. Without the doing, I don't understand. I could just be dumber than most people, but until I really have the hands-on, it's not the same. It's just not the same.
Okay.
Field iron becomes a magnet itself. I can find the iron nails in my wall if I just have another big magnet near it. So you can see right there, there's a nail. Hey everyone, thanks for watching another episode of the Action Lab. If you haven't subscribed yet, consider subscribing if you enjoyed this video. And also you can check out the Action
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, well, thank you very much.
Blah, blah, blah. So that was, again, just to really get a demonstration, like showing you from somebody outside of even what they would say flat Earth, just to get a practical, well-known what a ferrocell does, what filings do, what magnets do, and how they're part of the field. So it was a nice little understanding video, I think.
Yep, very cool. You guys, when I turned that off, you had to see the headline of the one of the NASA videos, but I won't show it again yet till later. But if you were paying attention, you caught it and went, huh?
Oh, there has, God, as a side note, there has been all kinds of, go back to that.
Seriously? Okay.
Yeah,
why
just
not?
for a
What the
second,
hell?
just for-
Okay.
What the hell, off topic.
There we go.
Oh, look at that picture.
I know, right?
So awful.
That is one of multiple studies in their investigation. Can astronauts masturbate? Yes, they can, or whatever. But now they've decided that astronauts should not masturbate in space because they can get as many as 3 people pregnant or something absurd like that. The little sperm could escape, and yes, comedians joking over pregnancy. They're talking about if they masturbate, it could escape and live for, I don't know if it was 3 months or whatever, but get people pregnant. It could be, just a phantom sperm in no gravity living forever until it can find its
floats around and it floats into an astronaut vagina.
Yes, until it can get into the other astronaut. But I know, through the spacesuit and through the, yes.
I know the crap they feed us, man. It's unbelievable, and you just got to shake your head.
Now that we have these gender issues, they have to worry about the men getting pregnant too. So it's really a worry.
That's right. Okay, well, enough of that.
Okay, let's go back from the. I'm sorry, just decide masturbation in space.
Yeah, we'll leave that topic alone now. All right. So what are we going to next? Where am I? I lost my place.
Okay, where are we? And we lost the place on there. Let's see. Let me bring up the. Oh, I can't look at Skype because we're in the show. My show notes are in the Skype. How do I look at Skype without going out of the show, baby? I sent you a thing.
You just go up in the upper left-hand corner, and where it says Globebusters Live, and click that.
Okay, I see it. And then I can just go into the other one. Interesting. Okay.
Yep.
Let's go over to live a minute.
Yeah, in order to share your screen, that's where you have to be.
Yeah. This is why Camera Joe doesn't post the shows like Bob does, because I don't keep them going like this. I have the information, but this is really hard to keep it going and organized and that, and I give him kudos on it.
Okay.
I am driving right now. Okay. So I had the magnetic line tutorial line that I thought was good. It's right at the end of the last one I sent you. It says magnetic fields tutorial.
Oh yeah, I think I have that.
And then after that one, it would be really good to go to the Ken Wheeler one that is above that. And then we can like take it to the maps and put it into reality if people want to, unless they feel like they're ready for it now. I think, audience, how in the chat room, how much are you following this? How much sense does it make? Do you get the fact that our declination pattern, when you hold a compass, is a ferromagnetic pattern, or should I cover this better? I'm looking.
Say type 1 if you think you understand magnetic declination.
Type 1 if you think you understand magnetic declination and want to see how it applies to a flat Earth. Type
and tag Globebusters if you have a question.
and tag that. And Karen, Bob just had up the magnetic declination frequently asked questions. Why don't we cover that right now while we're doing it?
Okay, I pulled it up.
Okay.
I did?
Yeah, I see it. I keep on seeing it flash over on the screen, Bob. Right before the screen you had it. Said Karen sent it to you and it said FAQ.
It's like 2 tabs to the right from the tab you have open.
No, that's that one.
That one. That's
No, but it'll look like writing all over it. You just had it open. I keep on watching you pass through.
No, keep going to the right. I see it.
All right.
Keep going.
Yeah, you just
keep going.
No, one more to you were one past it.
You keep on tapping on it and going right past it like you know it's not it, Bob. It's the writing that says magnetic declination FAQ.
Next to this one. I can see it.
Okay, magnetic. Am I sharing screen? Yeah, I am. You guys see magnetic declination. This is not it?
The next one over.
Okay.
No, the way.
The other way?
That one.
That
There
one.
it is.
Okay. I had no idea which one it was. Sorry about that.
It's kind of nondescript up there. It's hard to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of text there, guys.
Okay, one. I see a lot of ones in chat, and I see a 3 and a 5, but those weren't options, so I don't know what that means.
3 would mean they kind of get it. 5 is no clue is my thing. Is that about right? So blow that up and let's see what some of these frequently asked questions are and see if we can answer them.
Okay.
Which one do you want to start with?
I don't know. You dropped this one in here. I thought you wanted to cover it, so I was waiting for you to talk.
Sorry. Oh my God, sorry.
I can go past it if you didn't want to. I'm sorry.
So it says, what is magnetic declination? But I feel like we covered that.
Yeah, we did.
Do compasses point to the North Magnetic Pole? Most people incorrectly believe that a compass needle points to the North Magnetic Pole, but we just went over that it doesn't. It actually follows the lines of flux. How do I compensate for declination and inclination? Declination adjustment. Did you talk about that? Yeah, you did, basically, because you're talking about how which direction how far you are. It depends on your location, right?
Exactly.
So
Yeah, you would need charts or maps or something like that. They have them too, for hikers and things like that. Along all the different trails, they'll have the magnetic declination because they actually use their maps, with their compasses and the sun and all that kind of stuff while they're out there. So they really need to know, if there's a city 20 miles in that direction, they want to walk in that direction. They don't want to go 5 degrees off this way and, completely miss it.
then there's a list here of anomalies in the declination. So they make special note of certain places where they have magnetic anomalies and they don't follow the pattern exactly. So there is that.
Are these the things that they refer to as nodes?
No, they just call them anomalies or magnetic anomalies.
Yeah, I think about we were talking a little bit about nodes earlier, but I keep hearing that term all over the place, node, and looking into eclipses, they talk about lunar nodes, and then looking into tides, they talk about tidal nodes. So I think it's interesting how they're talking about these magnetic nodes as well. So it's like, okay, well, yeah, trying to find the connection here.
We will. I don't know if we're going to find it right here. I'd like to do a whole node show with you, Kyle. I'm going to grab screen again.
Okay.
I had a few drinks, and I'm going to try to reel us back in. So you should have the declination map back up there. I don't see it anywhere, but I just shared screen.
Okay, yeah, I've got the other map up. Your screen is
The
there.
interesting thing about this map is how they've got the South Pole and the North Pole on here. And so that's like the number one question I hear people ask a lot of Earthers is, yeah, well, how does the South Pole work? And so I normally would just show them a battery and just say, hey, just look at this flat battery, and it's got a North Pole on it and a South Pole, and the South Pole on the other side of the battery. And this one was an interesting one because it's got a North Pole and a South Pole both on the same side of the disc.
This is okay. It is interesting on it. It's interesting to what this map shows us in our declination when you put it all together is it shows us that it's not a bar magnet going through a sphere is what it shows us. What happens when you put this magnet together coherently is you see a very, very coherent pattern that in when looking at magnetics like everywhere, you'll see a quadrupole. Again, when you draw your field lines like you're doing this is an octopole. This is a dipole. This is well known throughout every type of civilization. So it's not here's a quadrupole.
So
and this is showing.
This kind of, I'm trying to orient myself. This is looking at like a bar magnet vertically, right?
Which one is? This one here.
You looked at the quadrupole just barely. It was black and white.
Your quadrupole, it's doing the black and white one here. This one, or I'll do this one in the color.
Yeah,
this one
This
here?
one looks like it's kind of it's not looking down at a magnet. It's looking like just at the full bar magnet, so you can see the whole thing vertically.
What you have going on here is you actually have two magnets, north, south, north, south. Or I'm sorry, north, south, south, north, going one lane this way and one lane this way, and you're picking up, here's one pole at one end of the magnet, here's another pole at the other, here's one end at the end of the magnet, here's another end at the other. Another way you could get this configuration, Kyle, is you could take 4 magnets and set them up vertically, Do you see how you could do 4 vertical magnets? You could take
Yeah,
those
yeah.
and you can stack those pillars, make them little pillars or make them needles, and run 4 of them up and down and look at them from a top view, and then you'll also get that quadrupole pattern. Another way you could get this pattern, people with electronics are familiar with, is you could run it in what's called a Helmholtz coil, and this is called the anti-Helmholtz configuration. And it's very well known. It's very well used at CERN. It has remarkable properties in that quadrupole when you do it because of the fact that with the quadrupole magnetic field, it takes on a lot of properties like a field equalizer and a field stabilizer and a field extender. And so it's very extremely well used at CERN and through all magnetic applications on the quadrupole is probably, again, the most utilized configuration used in high technology or CERN in that for what it does and the properties you get by doing it as opposed to, just a dipole. You get a lot more by having a quadrupole configuration than even your octupoles or that. There's something very magical that comes together with the quadrupole, and that is again.
But this isn't a top-down view, is it?
This is a top-down view. This is like if you
okay.
dropped little metal filings down on it. This top-down view, you're looking at 2 magnets that are laying across, but you could create the same pattern in many ways. I'm going to show you how we created the pattern without any magnets at all in the center. And we created the same pattern by using a magnet here and a magnet here, like on the map, if you remember looking at it, the dipole and the dipole. You see where I'm pointing my things? Your dipole here and your dipole here.
Yeah.
Your dipole here and your dipole here. This is a dipole pattern. This is a dipole pattern. This is a dipole pattern. This is a quadrupole pattern. This one caught me as interesting, this configuration, because it goes a lot with a lot of the mythology that if you place the pillars correctly, the stairway comes down the middle or the vortex comes in the middle. You'll also deal with Ken Wheeler and talking about this is a counter space. It is an actual pole created and it's counter space, but it's created by 2 pillars or 2 dipoles. I'm going to use pillar and dipole interchangeably because, again, your north and your south with your magnetics, I think that they understood, again, a lot in the old maps and that about the magnetics. And your quadrupole, what happens with your quadrupole too is you change. We'll go back to this one. Where'd you go? You change, again, your direction. Do you turn to the left or the right? It changes left, right, left, right. These are 4 different poles, like a left, right pole. They are different directional. Now, what's interesting is, again, look at these green lines that, again, you can imagine if you fold them out on a bowl, they are trying to tell you that these lines on a bowl, and remember how crazy they looked when we showed them to you and nonsensical in the Mercator projection cutoff. They're trying to tell you that all of those ways that you have to turn is just to make an adjustment between here and supposedly here by Canada where their North Pole is. But if you look, again, this is your declination mark. Your magnetics are still staying very much in the middle. I think, again, your magnetic poles and your lines and your fields on hitting it, that's going to be right here in Canada that it is right now, a pressure mediation point, and we'll watch how they'll take it. But again, you're coming right down to the middle. Your difference on your green lines, where your green lines, keep in mind, on your green lines, you do not need to adjust your compass at all. Why would that be? And again, straight through there, how could that be on this position at all, that when my compass points north, it's going to do that? You'll notice that these are where they're changing over. You're not going to be in it. It's going to be your null space on the pattern that you're not jumping into the red or the blue. So on these areas here, your magnet is going to go to the center directly. It's not going to try to follow any of your lines of force because you're right in between where they're changing over. These are your agonic lines. And these are, if you're on these lines and you have a compass, you have to make no adjustments whatsoever. Again, if you put this pattern on a ball, this makes no sense at all on a ball. But if you look at it as a magnetic pattern and say that, of course, your compass is going to follow these lines because it's becoming one of those little metal filings in it, and it's just laying out on the pattern. Will it take you all the way to here? No. If you follow this line, it's going to take you to here. If you follow this line, it's going to take you around to here until you readjust. If you're on here, your magnet's going to go here. Now, another reason a dipole could not possibly make sense as far as on a globe and a dipole is if you had a globe and a dipole, you know how none of our compasses work around this southern hemisphere, and the closer you get to the South Pole, they don't work. Do you understand that they don't work around the perimeter on there?
Right.
Okay,
that's another big question that I hear a lot is why do they have to make different compasses for different parts of the world? And I think this is kind of explaining a little bit about that.
I can explain a lot on this, on it, and the different parts of the world on it. They would have to. You're going to follow your magnetic pattern here, but you're not going to get your magnet to point to the counter space here. It's not going to do anything. You cannot get, if it was really a dipole, you should be able to, your compass, you should just be able to turn your needle point, magnetize your needle opposite.
Let me make it a little simple. Let me simplify it. The reason that they make different compasses for different parts of the world is because the compasses, first of all, because we are on a flat plane and not on a ball, the compasses align themselves with the field, okay, the field itself. But when you are far away from the North Pole, then what they have to do is they have to change the compass weighting on the needle to be heavier. Let's see, is it on the backside? I think it's on the backside, to keep the needle where it can actually not scrape on the compass mechanism itself. Because it's actually pulling it down, right? Because down when you get out towards the outer edges, instead of being above and parallel or within that field, the field is starting to return down to the earth, and it's pushing the front end of that magnet down, front end of the compass down, right? So they have to
weigh the needle differently in different locations because the magnetic field lines are pointing at different directions vertically at different locations.
Exactly. And that's why that has to be done.
Also, if our magnetic point was in the center and at a lower elevation than we are on a plane, which I have every reason to, when you work out this grid and take it further, I have every reason to believe that that vortex, that there's a magnetic point. It's actually altitude direction south, you would go down that and hit a magnetic point there. So again, as you're there, you're going to point south down, and as you get further away, it's going to angle like you're talking about too, which when you're talking about nautical compasses and them changing their angle and pointing down, that would work extremely, they say you would need a ball for it to work. No, you wouldn't need it to, but you would need to place a magnetic point at a lower point, which would be your south magnetic flow going. But the other thing is you can't get a compass to point anywhere to this direction. You should be able to flip it around and get a compass to point to what we call the south, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
In a dipole world, that does not make sense at all. In this world, it does make sense because of the fact that you have a quadrupolar counter space in the middle, and all you would need to do really around this ring is to gauge if there's electrical ring around it. It's going to make everything go towards the counter space, like a monopole. In other words, all you have to do is ring this like your Ouroboros, ring it with electricity, and compasses would have no choice but to point in this direction, would not be able to point in the other direction, and it would also make them go more erratic the closer you got to the edge. It's a very so if you're talking about an electromagnetic grid, it's not outside of the realm to say that you would have the electro part out on the outside edge on it. Now, how this fits into, if you look into ancients again in directions, this is a map that a lot of people make fun of. It's from the 1800s. Everybody remember this map, and how could this be real? Maybe they knew something we didn't know when talking about, you remember how you have to decline to the east and the west? And east and the west, just like we change our declination east, west, east, west. Now let's look at this map on it. Again, it looks like they knew exactly, to me, what was going on with it. That if we took this and said, oh, look, here's Alaska, here's Russia, taking over here. Africa, they have more in here with the Cape colonies probably being this group right here. In Africa, your West, your Europe right here.
Yep.
West, again, they're going to change it. West, take your equator, follow your, again, here's your Alaska, follow it to, hooked on to North America, and down into South America, It might be that.
Yeah, Cammy, can we kind of wrap this up here shortly? Because we've got at least this part of it, because we've been on this for an awfully long time, and we still have.
I just thought that this. Okay.
Okay, well, I understand, but if you have more that's pertinent, by all means. But I mean, we've just spent an awfully long time on this, and we are, we still have other videos to watch and stuff like that. So, if you have any other pertinent points, go ahead and throw them out there. Other than that, I need to make a couple announcements. So do you wanted to talk about this then, or?
Okay, just while you were talking, I was throwing some old maps, and again, you're showing you like your electricity almost. This is a Navajo, your four corners, and your rim on it. Again, it was very, very well that I did documented with the older maps. Also, this is an interesting way of, that's an old magnetic map. We'll just bring some of these up. Here is like taking a tarot card and just dropping the magnetics in with the way that they line up the card and the four corners. Again, giving you a sense that you have four corners, you have east, you have west. Just again, a different way of looking at the maps and putting it into the old historical, that again, the magnetics seem to be very, very well represented, the pole configurations and the way that you stand. But go ahead and take it, Bob. Go ahead and do your next video. And I'll stop sharing then.
All right, that sounds good. Let me, let's just kind of take a little bit of a break here. Share screen. Do that one. Okay. So first thing I want to do is just want to do a quick break and promo the Flat Earth Festival, since we have Karen B with us here today, and play this video for you guys. But that is coming up soon. And Zach and Cammy will be having a lot of demonstrations that you can actually put your hands on, and feel some of these things. And Zach, is one of the demonstrations, are you going to actually take the opposed magnets and the weights and stuff that you made? Are you going to have those there so people can feel that weirdness going on with that?
Yeah, I've brought those to all of them. That's one of those that, I'm just going to, until we find a place to do it or someone to do it. I've been asking anybody that knows a natural drop, just to avoid, the iron in the thing, or there's just so many variables, that if you just make it a nice natural overhang and you get a good 110-foot drop minimum, man, that'd be perfect. But yeah, I'll definitely be bringing them.
Yeah, because that's something that's amazing. And of course, we're still looking for a place that's suitable where we can drop these from. But it's interesting because you can hold these two things that Zach made in the balls with the opposing magnets, and you let them go, and you can feel that they have a resistance to dropping. And it's just the weirdest thing to actually describe. And I think it's really cool if people actually get to feel it. And this is why we feel that when we take these things and drop them, we're going to find that these particular balls with the opposing magnets in them will drop slower than the ones that just have the exact same amount of material and counterweight. So anyway, we're still looking for that. And God, I hope we can find a place to do that at some point, but that would be cool. But let me go ahead and play this for Karen B. And if you haven't gotten your tickets, you might want to think about signing up, because it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's see.
It's back. Greenville, South Carolina, October 22nd to 23rd. With with the grand return of Mark Sargent. And live music from Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. Austin Whitsitt of Whitsitt Gets It. Benjamin Balderson of Olden's Alchemy. Jason Lindgren of Secrets of Saturn and Crow 777 Radio. Marty Leeds of GnosticAcademy.org. One big love. How the World Works with Cammy and Zach. And new music by Austin and Kai Whitsitt. Reserve your tickets at flatearthfestivals.com.
I want to be with people that have functioning brains who aren't afraid to show their beautiful faces.
I love Rose. That's so awesome. Very cool. So yeah, that's we're looking forward to that. That's getting really close. October's on its way.
3 months away. Yeah. So, and I have e-tickets this time. So if you buy a ticket on the website, you get an e-ticket. So I just send a bunch of people's e-tickets out because it wasn't working, and I had to go fix it and redo everybody's ticket, and it was a big pain.
Yeah, sometimes technology can be more of a pain in the butt than it's worth.
Right? Like the start of the show today, which I had the same trouble yesterday with Strange World. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we noticed. I think a lot of it was from the storms, because the storms were just whacking everything out around here. But I don't know. Maybe your internet was working okay, but it just seemed like your internet kept going offline.
Yeah, my internet wasn't going offline though. It was. I think it was the streaming software.
Oh, okay. Well, it was acting like it. So, so whatever. All right. So got that out of the way. Also, I want to let you guys know, and thank you very much for. We did 2 fundraisers in the last week, and they both funded almost immediately. Austin Whitsitt is going to get his new PC, and I told Jaron that this really probably wasn't a good idea to call it a gaming PC, because he's not going to be using it for gaming. In fact, I don't even think he plays games.
Maybe should have said streaming PC.
Yeah, streaming or video performance PC, same thing. But this one, and also the other one, which was this one, for Sean Hibbler, we got that financed as well. And what started this was we had a gentleman in the community that donated 2 really super high-end video cards, which were they were unbelievably expensive. They're more than the rest of the computer, but
yeah, video card alone can be like $5,000.
Yeah. Well, these video cards were almost $2,000. So we put together a system that matched it, so that you would get really good video performance out of it, because we figured that Sean Hibbler and Austin would be 2 people that would really utilize that. And they funded beautifully, and I want to say thank you to everybody. And I'm sure we're going to see a bunch of good stuff from Austin and Sean. So good job, everybody. It's totally awesome that we got that. And let's see what else. So I guess the other things I wanted to say was, now I would kind of like to play this little tutorial, Cammy, if it's okay with you, because it kind of goes back to the beginning and actually explains what magnetism is. Because here we are, we're talking about, declination and all these things that it does, and also the ether and all that stuff. But a lot of people, I don't think, really understand that. And this is one of the best videos I think I've ever seen as far as explaining magnetism and how it manifests out of the ether. So is that okay with you if I go ahead and play this now, and then we can look at the Ken Wheeler video that actually basically reinforces this, and I can explain that a whole lot better.
Whoops, I'm
Oh.
not trying to be rude. No, I'm sorry. I didn't have my mute unmuted. I was doing tech stupid on my part. Not only do I think it's a great idea, I have not seen this video, but I am very, very familiar with Fractal Woman, and she is so competent and so hands-on, and I have learned so much from her. So I cannot imagine doing anything but loving this video because, again, I have so much respect for her work.
Is she a flat earther?
She's not.
No,
she's
but
not openly a flat
okay.
earther, but she has some good. I learned again. I don't try to.
she has some good insight. She might be at some
She
point.
might be. I don't. Yeah. She
I
might
just wonder
be.
if I needed to add her to my list or not because I hadn't quite heard of her yet.
Oh, no.
I kind of felt that out, and I don't think she is.
I don't think so either. I don't think that. I think she would be probably very condescending. So again, I take the pieces that apply to what we're doing because she has some very good information out in very specific areas that again,
I
just
hear you there. I hear
because
you.
just because
get
they're
it.
brainwashing in the system does not mean that every bit of work they produce is bad. And in her case, I certainly will say that I've learned more than one thing. She's a great teacher, but yeah, I'll let you take this on, Bob.
Okay, that sounds good. So basically it starts out this video, and I'm not going to play this part of it because that'll be just way too long on that. And I think I should probably speed it up. I already did to 1.25. All right, and she starts out talking to Richard Feynman, and he basically has no damn idea what magnetism is. And he deflects and makes up a bunch of BS, and it's ludicrous, all the things that he does because he simply doesn't know, and it's really embarrassing. And you can tell he's, jumping around and itching his face, and he's just completely clueless. So she, kind of covers that, and then she says, basically, was it Einstein that said, if you really understand something, you should be able to explain it to a child, right? Oh, here we go. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. And, I tend to agree with that because if you can't really simplify things and break it down to a child, then you really don't know. Well, I think she does this very well, and she's even going to put it in a Q&A form, like she was talking to a little girl asking a question about magnetism. And we will take it from there. Here we go.
When I take two magnets and bring them close together, sometimes they stick together and sometimes they push apart. Why do they do that?
Thank you, KK. That is a very good question.
You might need to turn this up just a little bit. The audio is a little low on it, guys, but I can't do much about that.
I know that children love to play with magnets, and I'm sure they're always wondering, why do they stick together? Why do they push apart? I know that almost everyone that's ever played with a magnet has asked the same question. So I'm going to try and answer that question, and I'm going to try and answer it in terms that you can understand. So first I'm going to give you a bit of a clue. It has to do with water. Now everyone has personal experience with water. Children play in the bathtub. They know about water. Everyone has seen water go down a drain. Everyone knows that water likes to spin. Anyone that has been near a lake or an ocean knows that water forms waves. And so this is all, so if you understand water, if you have personal experience with water, you can totally understand why magnets attract and why magnets repel. So I'm going to start with this experiment. This experiment was done by an independent researcher, Lionel Deneuve, which I have been researching for many years. So in this experiment, what he did was he put two cylinders. He took two cylinders and attached them to motors, which are up here, and he placed them in a pool of water, and he's spinning them. Now in this experiment, the two motors are spinning the cylinders in opposite directions. Now it's going to be hard to see in the video, but they are spinning in opposite directions. So they're spinning and spinning up the water, and now they are attracting to each other and sticking to each other. And now
Okay, now one thing I want to point out about this is they really aren't attracting to each other. What's happening is when the two cylinders are down in the water, and they are spinning in opposite directions, what they're doing is they are creating a kind of a void in the middle of it. And remember, the universe is all about pressure mediation, right? So what happens is when that void gets...
It doesn't like vacuums.
Yeah, it doesn't like vacuum, but it will create voids. And, you know, it's a little bit different context here. But so it creates a void in between those two spinning cylinders. And then both of the cylinders propagate towards that void. And of course, it makes it look like it is they're spinning towards each other, just like magnets supposedly are looking like they're attracting each other, when what is really happening is when you have the presence of a magnetic field, it creates a void. And, you know, we'll let Ken talk about that here in a little bit. But that's actually what's going on here. And let's continue.
He's pulling them apart. Okay, they come apart. But then they quickly come back together and they stick together. They attract to each other and they stick together. Just like two magnets that are side by side. Okay, just like two magnets that are side by side attract each other. Now, the idea here is that the two magnets spinning in opposite direction, or the two cylinders spinning in opposite directions, are analogous to a north and a south and a north beside each other. Now, when the cylinder spinning counterclockwise, north would be up, and the cylinder spinning clockwise is analogous to south being up. And I'll explain that again in a minute. So let's watch this again. Okay, so he turned the motors off, and now they're just hanging there. So he's going to spin them opposite again. Okay, oh, now they're stuck together. They're sticking to each other just like magnets. So in this experiment,
this really helped me a lot.
Yeah,
the whole pressure mediation and all that kind of stuff. This really solidified everything. It's like, oh, okay, that's simple.
Yeah, it really is. Well, because we have a tendency to try and make things more difficult. And of course, the explanations that we've gotten since, you know, elementary school are not explanations, you know. And Ken Wheeler says that all the time. It's like nobody's ever really talking about how this works or anything like that. And there are definitions out there, and other physicists, you know, from a couple hundred years back, know very well how this fluidic medium called the ether works, right? But unfortunately, you know, one day Michelson Morley came along and got in the way of the spinning ball earth agenda, and they had to completely eliminate it, which was one of the biggest mistakes they ever made, because, you know, relativity is a joke, let's face it. So let's continue.
There's in opposite directions.
What exactly is spinning like when it comes to like holding up two bar magnets next to each other?
Well, what's happening is, remember the 15 degrees per hour, you know, that I was picking up on the fiber optic gyro. So basically the ether itself is spinning, it's in motion. It has both centripetal and centrifugal lines of force, and they change velocities from top to bottom in opposite directions. So depending on where you are in those things, you will get different readings in the ether itself. So that is what's actually spinning, is the ether itself. That's why it's kind of like the background construct for everything. And, you know,
So here we have two things in the water that are spinning in opposite directions. And so with electromagnetism, you're saying that the ether is spinning in opposite directions in bar magnets?
It's within the toroid itself. Remember, down the outside of a toroid is you know, this big donut, and the inside of a toroid is kind of an hourglass type of thing. It goes to a zero counterspatial type of area.
And a toroid is what?
Well, a toroid is well, let me pull up a picture of it. That'll probably be a good thing to do. Okay, so basically you have the toroid, which is the outer, basically the outer donut part, and the field that it emanates is you have the magnetic field that goes around it. You've got the big donut, right, that goes around it, and then inside you have the centripetal lines of force, which make up the other part of the field. So,
Okay, kind of like a Tesla coil going on here.
yeah. So there we go. So if we look at that, that's basically, what's going on. You've got centripetal, and this isn't a ferrocell is actually the best way to see this, and we will see it in Ken Wheeler's. But God, what is it I'm looking for that'll show me exactly what I need? Anyway, there are several graphics which I am not pulling up right this minute.
Karen will be able to pull up graphics for you, just like that. Her emblem and everything has got the toroid in it. Ask Karen to rescue on this one because she can really put it in motion for you.
Okay, Karen, can you pull up a toroid from somewhere? Magnetic field.
You get like a disc magnet. I'm also thinking of, Tesla coils.
Magnetic field torus. Oh, we're
There's
getting
your disc
closer.
magnet right there.
Huh? Yeah, but it's not.
There's your disc magnet. Yep.
It's not showing. It's still not the picture I'm looking for. This is closer. But the one has got the entire. There's animated ones that show the entire. Here it is, right here. Basically, there's that, and so you've got the centripetal lines of force out here, and this is the centrifugal. I'm sorry, centrifugal is out here, and centripetal is through the center. Okay, so this is this is how the ether manifests. It also is how magnetic fields manifest, right? So that's what I'm talking about and she's talking about when she's talking about it's rotating. That's the medium that we're looking at. Okay. All right. So let's go back to that and continue on.
The cylinders in the same direction. So let's have a look at that. So it looks like they're both spinning clockwise. And now they seem to be repelling each other. The distance between the cylinders is increasing. So he's trying to push them together, but they're not coming together. You can't make them stick together. See, as he pushes one, the other one pushes away.
And now, right, and it's not because that they're pushing away from each other. Again, what's happening is since they're spinning in the same direction, they are building up an energy in between the two of them, which is kind of a dense ether buildup, okay, which is holding them apart. So there's still, when the more the spin goes, the more they will repel each other, right? And this goes to like the Gauss of the magnet, the field strength of the magnet. But yeah, so that's what's actually happening. They're being repulsed away from that center point that is being created in between them. And again, Ken Wheeler will explain this better on a different video that we've got. So let's continue.
This is exactly analogous to repulsion of two magnets. Okay, so if both cylinders are spinning clockwise, this is analogous to two magnets side by side, where south is up and north is down for both magnets. Now, if you put two magnets together with south up and north down next to each other, you will find that the magnets repel each other. So this water analogy is quite good at replicating the behaviors of magnetism, of attraction and repulsion of two magnets. So I'm going to show you another experiment using spinning cylinders that Yonel did. This time he has a slightly different setup, and what I want to show you is the north-south analogy. So what he's showing here is, here's a cylinder, which you can see sideways here. So this time he's spinning the cylinders horizontal instead of vertical, and he's showing right here that if you curl your hand, whatever direction your fingers curl in, that is the way the motor is spinning. So if the rotor, the spinning cylinder, is spinning in the direction of your curled fingers of your right hand, then your thumb is going to point to the North Pole, okay, of the magnet. It's going to point to north of the magnet. Okay, so he shows two views of it here. And so in this experiment, okay, then he's showing it again here. So in this experiment, the light one is the North Pole and the dark one is the South Pole. So he's always going to spin it in such a way that this is north and this is south. So let's see what else is in here. Okay, and so this is, he's showing a picture of it here. The top, he calls it the top, but the left of the rotor is the North Pole of a magnet, is analogous to the North Pole of a magnet, and the darker yellow here is the South Pole of a magnet, or analogous to the South Pole of a magnet. So I'm going to show you a couple of experiments where he uses this setup. So here he's saying that the two rotators, so he's going to have two of these in his experiment. The two rotators produce water vortices. Now what are water vortices? Water vortices are just spinning water. So when you spin
Guys, I'm going to step away for like 1 minute and I'm going to let this play and I'll be right back.
water, it's called a water vortex. There are many ways to spin water. When water goes down the drain, it forms a vortex. There are many other ways you can make water vortices. So when you spin cylinders underwater, you're creating water vortices, and that is that creates a pressure difference between the magnets, between the cylinders, the pseudo magnets, I guess you could call them, and you will see that they attract and repel depending on how you place these rotational cylinders. So let me skip to the experiment. Okay, so here in this experiment, he's spinning the two rotators, the two cylinders. They produce vortices in water, and these vortices cause the cylinders to spin relative to each other, similar to what happens between two magnets. So when you hang two magnets from a string and place them near each other, they kind of spin around and they're attracting and repelling, just like these two cylinders. So this analogy is quite good. Okay. So in this experiment, he rotates the cylinders and places them right next to each other in this configuration, which is analogous to the south-north, south-north configuration of a magnet. And you can see that the two cylinders are sticking together, just like the north sticks to south. The light one here, this is north. The dark one here, this is south. And you can see, let's watch that again, that the two rotators are sticking together, just like the magnets are sticking together. So in this experiment, he's spinning the two cylinders in, placing them head to head, but spinning them in opposite directions. And this is analogous to placing the two north poles together, and the light part here is analogous to the two north poles. So let's have a look at this and see what happens. Okay, so he is placing them together, and then in the case of the real magnet, they fly apart, and then they end up, let's watch this again. He does it again. Okay, he's trying to place the two north poles together, and then when he lets go of the magnets, they come together in this configuration. Okay, we can kind of do it in slow motion here. Okay, see what the magnets do. Okay, these cylinders, rotating cylinders, are doing exactly the same thing. They are now in the side-by-side configuration, spinning in opposite directions, and they are now attracted to each other. So it seems that this analogy is quite good at explaining attraction and repulsion of magnetism. At the very least, it is a very good analogy. So in this experiment, he's placing two north poles together and two south poles together side by side, and watching the behavior of the cylinders as they are spinning in the same direction parallel to each other. Okay, I'm going to play that again. So here he's got the two north poles together, which is like here, which means the two south poles are together on the back end here. So two north poles here, two south poles here. And you will see, so the magnets, what they do is they fly apart because they're now in repulsion, and then they turn around so that they're now in attraction, because nature favors attraction. Nature actually, I think I made another video on that. Nature favors attraction. So they fly apart and then they come back together in attraction, and you will see that these cylinders do the same thing. So watch the cylinders on top, and you'll see it's a little more in slow motion, but they turn around, and so that they are now in attraction. they now stick together. So let's find that spot where they stick together. So now they're sticking together. So this is analogous to, so what happens is these two magnets, when they're in this configuration on the right, they are in repulsion, but one magnet, if they're hung on strings next to each other, obviously, as you can see here, they fly apart, and then they turn around, and then they come together in attraction, and the cylinders do exactly the same thing. So again, the cylinder example, the cylinder experiment that Yonel did many years ago is a really good analogy to what we're seeing in magnetism. So I'm just going to do a little review here with some diagrams that are maybe a little simpler and easier to understand and easier to see. If you take a bunch of cylinders and spin them in water, okay, what happens is you're creating water vortices around the cylinders, and if the water is spinning, if the cylinders are spinning counterclockwise, then the top is the North Pole and the bottom is analogous to the South Pole. But if you're spinning the cylinder clockwise, as seen from above, okay, in the opposite direction,
What's to do?
then the top is going to be analogous to the South Pole.
Whoa, your mic's open. What's what deal?
Sorry, I didn't know I had a hot mic. My son just came in. Never mind.
Okay, no worries.
And the bottom is going to be analogous to the North Pole. And so, as I said before, when you spin the cylinders in water, they create water vortices that are spinning in the direction of the cylinder spinning. So it's less about the cylinders and it's more about the water. It is the water vortices that are creating the sensation of attraction and repulsion. Now,
so your big claim is that the water here represents the ether and the magnet is the object here, which is being rotated by a motor. Is that right?
Yeah, the cylinder that is being spun so that it creates a vortexual motion. And that's
I get the ether part, and I get the movement of the ether is what causes the magnets to come closer together. But I'm kind of a little bit, my mystery here that I'm trying to solve is the motor that's causing the rotation of something.
Well, the motor's just part of what's turning the cylinder. I mean, you could do it with your hand too. I'm not following you.
I'm just kind of curious about the powering of it all. So we've got the ether that's moving, and that's causing the magnets to come together.
Oh, so you're saying what's causing the ether to move?
This rotational force.
The ether is.
So that's kind of like saying the water is powering the magnets to move in the water. The water is powering the magnets to rotate.
Not really. The water is just an analog. That's all. I mean, it's, to try and define what the ether actually is it's kind of like one of those things. It's kind of elusive, like gravity. It's one of those things, but at least the ether we know is absolutely there. We can measure it. We can detect it.
Yeah.
Unlike gravity.
I get that. And I think this water example is fantastic. I love the example. And so I'm just putting the puzzle pieces together in this analogy, and I'm trying to find out kind of what the magnet, like the connection between the magnet and the motor, I guess you could say. They're kind of trying to find that connection and the power source here. And maybe I'm looking too far into the analogy. I don't know, but I really like these observations and how they are exactly like they're parallel examples.
Yeah. And like I said, there's definitely analogies because we can't explain all of what's happening. But like I said, unlike gravity, we can actually measure this, whatever it is, because of what's going on around it. And
this is getting a lot closer to understanding what's going on than I've seen anyone else do. So I think this is fantastic.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and we impose more and more on God's secrets, and we probably aren't meant to know all of it. But when you get it down to basic analogies of the physics of how it works, it makes it a lot easier. Hang on just a second.
Yeah, it's like we're trying to reverse engineer it. And so just because we don't understand all of the puzzle pieces yet, that doesn't mean we don't understand some of the puzzle pieces here. And so it's one step at a time. okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was talking to Cami. Cami said she wanted to jump in so bad and say, what powers it? The grid powers it. And, that's probably true. I mean, in fact, that, that's what's happening when we jig it up on a couple of Gaussian surfaces. The propagation always seems to take form of a rotational propagation. It seems like everything, propagates while it is rotating or spinning. It's bizarre, right? But it's the way it works. Why it works that way? I think it has something to do with, kind of creating a perpetual type of energy. Like, I don't know if you ever saw the Victor Schauberger video or Victor Berenikov or one of the two, where they have an interesting plant. It's like a stick, right? And it's a spiral stick. And the weird thing about the spiral stick is you can throw it in water, like in a river, and it will start spinning and it will propagate upstream, right? Or you can put it in a waterfall and it will start spinning and it will propagate up to the top of the waterfall, right?
Wow,
So
that'd be something to see right there.
yeah, well, and of course, gyros do something very, very similar to that. So, the secret to anti-gravity and the secret to all of this, many, many things, it comes right back down to spin, right? There were several experiments done with little ball bearings, where it's interesting. You can pop a ball bearing up, you can plot it, how long it takes to go up, how long it takes to come down. And then if you spin that ball bearing at 30,000 RPM and do the exact same thing, you'll find that it pops up a lot faster and then comes down way, way slower. So something in that rotational thing, just like, when they're playing with gyros, it trades this spin motion for a nullifying of gravity, if you will, right? So, and I think it's fascinating. I really do. And this is something, like I said, because it literally is the secret to how this place works. That's why nobody's ever taught about it. They don't want anybody to know about this.
That makes sense.
Yep. So there you have it. Okay, let's finish this out. We're almost there.
To repel. They are going to repel. But if you take the same two cylinders and place them in this orientation, they are going to attract. They are going to attract. So this is exactly analogous to repulsion and attraction. Similarly, if you take two cylinders and spin them in the opposite direction to each other and place them next to each other, they are going to attract. They are going to attract. But if you place them in this configuration, when they're spinning in opposite directions in this configuration, they are going to repel. If you try to place them together, they're going to repel. So the cylinder spinning in water is something that anyone could understand. Anyone could do this experiment and see for themselves that this is a very good way of explaining attraction and repulsion. Now, in the case of magnets, there is no water. In the case of magnets, there is no water. So something must be spinning. When you create a magnet, okay, what I believe, when you create a magnet, what you are doing is you are spinning up something called the ether. And the ether is it's a fluid. Okay, this is getting to an alternate way of thinking about the universe, because historically the ether has been denied. Mainstream physics denies the existence of the ether. But if there is an ether and it is a fluid, then that would explain magnetism quite nicely, because when you create a magnet, you are spinning up the ether. And so there is an ether which is very subtle. It is very hard to feel. Just like when you wave your hand in the air is very hard to feel. Well, the ether is much more subtle than even the air. But it exists, I believe. And if it exists, let's put it this way. If the ether exists and it is a fluid and charging up a magnet, the creation of a magnet is spinning up the ether, much like spinning the cylinder spins up the water, then we have a very good explanation for magnetism in terms of attraction and repulsion. And so, and that is something that you can easily explain to a child because they understand water. You know, humans understand water. We're, you know, practically made of water. And so the water analogy is a beautiful analogy and a great way of explaining the mechanism, the mechanics of attraction and repulsion of magnets. So I hope that I explained this well. I hope Kay.
Okay, so there you have it. Really, I think a very simplified way of explaining it. And, you know, just cogitate on it for a while, run it through your mind and see what's going on there. But again, whatever the big mystery it is, whatever the mystery is, I guarantee you it has everything to do with spin. And that's one of the most amazing things. In fact, what I would like to see is I would like to see an experiment inside of a big vacuum chamber like Sandusky or something like that, where they took 4 objects, right? Or 2 objects, and 2 balls, for example. Yeah, it could even be 2 balls. Spin one ball up to, I don't know, 20,000 RPM, have the other ball not spinning at all, and then drop them both from the top down to the bottom. I will just about guarantee you and bet the farm that the ball that's spinning at 20,000 RPM will arrive to the ground considerably later than the one that's not spinning at all. Anybody want to take any bets on that? But that's something that I think...
I've seen that video.
Have you seen a video like that?
Yeah. So no, I'm not taking that bet.
Yeah.
I think you showed it to me. The little tiny balls, like ball bearings.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the guy's name that did it. I keep wanting to say Cleve Baxter, but he was the plant guy. God, who was the guy that did the spinning ball experiment? Somebody in chat has to know. Because I'm drawing a complete blank on it right now. But anyway, yeah, he did all these experiments. And of course, the Globers come back and the skeptics come back and say, whoa, yeah, what's happening is because it's a round surface and it's spinning so fast aerodynamically, it's holding itself up there. Well, I suppose... I'm
thinking of the guys who drop things off of the giant dam. They go really high and they drop random stuff from really high altitudes. And
well, like Pete and Peter?
I don't know.
No,
it is.
No, this is another guy. This experiments somebody's spinning ball, De Palma spinning ball experiment, right? Bruce De Palma. If you look that up, in fact, let's bring that up right here. I think I'm sharing with everybody. DEPALMA experiment. Okay. And I'm just kind of looking for this right off the cuff. I don't know, maybe images might be better. But basically what he did was he did just that. He spun up ball bearings and a whole host of other things, and they would rise faster and drop slower. And, you know, like I said, the people that were opposing this were saying that, well, what you're doing is you're just causing an aerodynamic effect, which is absurd because the ball is obviously symmetrical, right? So you'd have just as much downforce as you would upforce. So I don't think it was that at all, but the only way to really prove that would be to do it inside of a vacuum chamber, excuse me. So, but yeah, De Palma spinning ball experiment. And we've also seen the 70s physicists that, did all the gyroscope experiments, right?
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, spin has everything to do with it. And that's one thing I know for a fact. And I think if we start pursuing that down the line, that we're going to find all kinds of things really start obeying to that. Isn't it interesting also that, some of the early prototypes when they tried to make UFOs, they had a separate, like the bottom of the UFO craft itself was spinning, right? The top wasn't moving, bottom was spinning. And this all had to do with a spinning magnetic field, and they said that they got it to actually rotate and defy gravity. And I don't doubt that. I seriously do not doubt it. And I just think, like I said, it's just been being withheld from us because gravity is not what they say it is. In fact, gravity is completely made up, and it is an electrical phenomenon. And that electrical phenomenon, between that and the ether, is definitely responding to this rotational stimulus.
What is it possible at all that it's so easy? The answer would be so easy as, when I hear your electrostatic force and everything writing on the right hand rule at 90 degrees. What if spinning an object, and the faster you spin it makes it that your field cannot align and pull it down? So that's why and it can only get it if you think of a rotation at certain intervals, lock into it. So by rotating and spinning something, it can't.
It's
again,
very
the force
possible.
that's going down. To me, that would explain so much on why, like the rotating. Again, when things are rotating, the little boy lifting the weights, and that how you can take the weight out of it by spinning it, because you can with the gyroscope and that. But what if the answer is just that simple, that spinning it messes up the alignment?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let me show you something here. Because this is really good, and this goes directly into that. I'm going to kind of take a left turn here.
Racebusters, it's never a bad turn.
Never a bad turn, right? And then what was I looking for? I'm looking for the one that has something to do with airplanes, jet fuel. Let's see. Oopsie.
And you thought I was off topic, talking magnetic field lines with declination.
Well, it's funny how, this all seems to come back,
It all does. All of it is part of the same puzzle, and so it all clicks in together. In fact, that's where I feel like we're onto things, is when pieces come and click together like that. And if you guys can hear that thunder in the background, we have a storm on top of us here in South Carolina this evening. Coming your way, Karen.
Okay. I'm looking for the video that they're talking about Victor, the two
Victor
Victors.
Schauberg?
Yeah, Schauber and Victors, the two Victors. And I can't remember the title name of it, but it had something to do with the jet fuel thing, right? About whether or not they're actually burning all that jet fuel.
They may be too prolific for you to just jump in and find it right now without Steve on the show with us giving us a little bit of guidance.
Yeah, it's actually Ross that did it. I will recognize it the second I see it. So give me a break here. You guys want to talk about anything while I'm using my brain to look at this? Let's see.
Karen might have found a spot to drop the magnetic balls up in North Carolina.
Did she?
Really?
Every time I found a tower, it was metal, Zach.
This isn't a tower. This is a cliff. With
That would be
100
ideal.
and 102 of them. One's 100 and the other one's about 150 foot drops. That would be ideal.
That would be excellent. Yes.
Both are sheer rock cliffs. We'll have to check them out to see if there's, sheer is kind of a vague term. I got to see them. Because if the bottom sticks out like 5 feet from the top, then that's a no-go. But if it's, straight down or even comes in
Undercut.
a little bit, yeah, undercut would be perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much, Karen.
Yes, sorry, I was muted. I was talking, but yeah, it's actually right near my house too. It's not far from where I live, and I have hiked to the top of one of those, and it is a pretty sheer drop. Like there's been people who have actually died falling off the top of those things. Like, well, I think one girl was taking a selfie and she fell off and died.
I've got Angel's Landing that's not far from me in Zion National Park.
I found it.
Absolutely beautiful. All right.
I find it here real quick.
Yeah, Lake Powell is also where they did the crossover, what's it called? Hole in the Rock. Hole in the Rock. There's a ledge that you can go out over Lake Powell, and it's an incline type of drop off that you go out there and you're on like a 2.5 to 3 foot shelf. So it's not that narrow, but there's something about it that when it inclines underneath it, it feels like it's pulling you in. And I have never had such a vertigo in my life. But I'll be quiet now that he's got the video back up.
Okay. Yeah. This is it. Yeah. Hallelujah. Okay. This is called part 2. Important info for all air travelers. Jet fuel hooks. Nobody knows air. Now this is amazing. So I'm going to just play this because this is really, really cool. Let's see.
Relativity theories, everyone, including all of the scientists, knew the existence of the ether. In one fell swoop, Einstein got rid of the ether and everybody else followed suit. The age-old technologies used in the design of these aircraft and engines also utilize the properties of the ether. That's the bit they're not telling us. To do so would fly in the face of contemporary scientific thinking, and they would be forced to recognize the existence of this hugely important element. I said at the end of part 1 that I would be mentioning our little friends, the bumblebees. Well, to do that, I first have to bring you up to speed with Victor and Victor. If you visit Victor Schauberger's Ripley's Believe It or Not page, you will find it sadly lacking in important information. This man was a master at decoding the secrets of nature, a prolific writer and far ahead of his time, yet the mainstream scientists chose to ignore his work and label him a nutcase. Just this fact should throw up a plethora of red flags with people. This man dedicated his whole life to the study of nature, and he came up with some truly fascinating stuff. Levitation, propulsion through the ether, and implosion technology, to name just a few. Let's start with implosion technology to show you that he wasn't just making this stuff up.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's another thing also that factors into this heavily is implosion technology. And if you guys are familiar with a guy named Dan Winter, he has done some amazing work with implosion technology and phase conjugate combinations type of stuff. But all of this stuff just hovers around this, free energy, ether manipulation type of stuff. It's absolutely astounding. So let's continue.
One more thing Nikola Tesla and he have in common is this whole free energy concept.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, the two Victors they're going to blow your mind when you see this. I've never seen such crazy stuff as this.
You will see in this clip, the gas that she's holding would normally be enough to blow a gaping great hole in her hand, but it doesn't. That's because it implodes rather than explodes. The force goes inwards rather than outwards. Implosion technology.
In 3, 2, 1. Okay?
You could judge by the loudness of the implosion that there was a great deal of energy created. Enough to seriously injure her, but apart from being slightly shaken up, she seems fine. Victor's main body of work was with water, but he postulated and demonstrated that this technology works just as well in other mediums, one of them being air, or the ether. Air is our medium, water is for the fish, but the two are intrinsically locked together because both mediums behave the same way when coerced. I highly recommend watching the links for Victor's work in the show notes. These patterns and properties are used throughout nature, in the environment, in trees and shrubs, in flowers, and in animals. Basically, the whole of nature conforms to these rules, and Victor figured it out. As I showed earlier, Victor confirms that using the vortex idea on an aircraft, it will literally suck its way through the ether rather than thrusting against the air molecules.
Schauberger's central approach here was the principle of matter transformation. The elements of the air, particulate matter and gases are converted in this repulsator, One part escapes through the ring rotator, and the radiation energy, Schauberger talks about synthesis electricity, is emitted through the central axis. The repulsion creates a biological vacuum along the axis in front of it, into which the aeroplane is sucked.
So they're creating a vortex in front of it and letting nature just pull, creating a vacuum temporarily, and then letting that vacuum just pull the plane through the air. Astounding.
The relatively small amount of fuel on board is used for takeoff, landing and taxiing. It's also used for the APU. The APU is the auxiliary power unit that's situated at the back end of most commercial aircraft. This is a small jet engine configured as a compressed air generator to feed the main engines at startup and during cruise mode, amongst other functions. I must just add something that I didn't address in part 1. Military aircraft like fighter jets use a lot more fuel than commercial aircraft. They need the extra power and thrust that combustible fuel gives. In cruise mode, a commercial airliner does not need the extra power as its forward motion is sufficient to suck enough air into the engine. Just a little observation here. The engines are designed to sit forward of the wings on pylons. From an engineering standpoint, it would be much easier to place them directly under the wings. As most people think, the jet engine spews out masses of superheated exhaust gas. If this was the case, then why would they put the exhaust directly under the wing where all the supposed fuel is stored? Next time you look at an aircraft, try and find the scorch marks under the wings from all of the super hot gases. You won't find any. The small amount of hot gas being ejected from the combustion chamber is surrounded by cooler, compressed air. Don't you think that these people should be in hospital with nasty burns from the super hot gases?
Ouch.
Before we leave Victor number 1, let's look at his vortex principles at work in real time. If you think his principles are just theories, then feast your eyes on this. Like the jet engine, the Garuda San Giovanni route needs a small force to start it, but then impels itself infinitely using the medium around it. In this case, water.
That is incredible.
That is crazy, yeah.
And it'll go straight up a river.
Despite the downward force of this water, the route impels itself even vertically, just as the jet engine does through the medium of ether.
That is astounding.
There is much, much more to talk about with Victor Schauberger's vortex principles and how the aircraft manufacturers utilize the natural forces of nature to assist flight, but I don't want this video to be too long. Again, check out Victor's work for yourselves and you'll see the connections.
Does anyone know how I can find the video?
Victor number 2.
Say what?
It's just awesome how it's able to self-propelling.
I know. It absolutely blew my mind the first time I saw that. And, like I've been saying since the day we started Globebusters, that a lot rotates around this, pardon the pun, rotates around the spin factor. Because spin is everywhere. It's all over the place. And, wow, I hope we don't lose power. We just had a little glitch. So
it's raining over here. Our power was flickering too. So it's just kind of hope I don't lose you here.
Yeah, I heard some thunder outside. But anyway, let's play a couple more minutes of this and then call it good.
Viktor Grebennikov is lesser known than Schauberger, but his research and experimentation is just as extensive and important. It also derives its reasoning from nature.
It's a man named Grebennikov from Russia. Grebennikov was kind of a non-conventional scientist. He was an entomologist, did a lot of work with bugs, entomology. And his favorite thing was to go out into the steppes of Russia and into the various outer hinterlands and camp out in the summers and study his favorite subject.
This might look like a radio-controlled bee, but it's actually a bee with a little radar transponder on it, which means that we can track this bee as it flies around the field.
And these little guys can carry 90% of their body weight in pollen, so it won't affect the way it flies.
First of all, the bees are flying much faster than predicted, an incredible 30 miles an hour, even when fully laden. The next surprise is where the bees go. They almost always overfly potentially decent food. And once they've found their patch, they then repeatedly shuttle to and from it. And this is the really clever bit. In spite of 30-mile-an-hour crosswinds, whether out or back, they all fly in dead straight lines.
A bumblebee can't fly aerodynamically. Yeah, and he's right. And I said, well, what did bumblebees do? And they said, well, they levitate. And I said, well, how's that? And he says, come on, I'll show you. And he showed me, he wrote a book, incidentally. I don't know if it's still in print. It's in the Library of Congress. The book is called Tomorrow's Energy Need Not Be Fuel. And in that book, he gave reference to what I'm talking about, that that of levitation, that the bumblebee, when he starts to beat his wings, when he starts to flap his wings, there's a little cavity, a hollow cavity next to the larynx inside his system that's hollow. And when he beats his wings, he starts to resonate this energy, and it goes back and forth, just similar to a guitar strumming on one side of the room and hitting the same chord on the other side of the room, or somebody hitting a high C and breaking a crystal. It's the same thing, it's resonance. And he said, what they do, they resonate. And when they resonate, they eventually reach the resonance of the field around them. And he explained it this way to me, that the Earth was, of course, spinning, but it was operating on a frequency of 8.5 hertz per second or so forth.
So
And
there's
says,
something
once
about the
this
sound of
bumblebee hits that
a bee
resonant
makes the
frequency, that's-
buzzing sound that it actually uses to fly. It's not just there coincidental. It's
Exactly.
like
There-
essential
there's-
in its flight.
There's a
And
chamber.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking also about when I go out and water my garden in the mornings. I flip on the water, and all of a sudden all the bees get wet when they're in the flowers, and so they have to wait until the wings dry. And there's a reason why they have to do that. It's not just a coincidental thing. Oh, my wings are wet, I can't fly. But lots of animals can fly with wet wings. Like birds can fly with wet wings, but bees can't. And I think it has to do with the electromagnetic properties of their system.
Yeah, because they're levitating. Because what's happening is their method of propulsion is not aerodynamic, so much so as it is propulsion through resonance, right? Resonant energy, and their buzzing sound that they make, literally, is resonant to the chambers that I think are up near their neck or something like that, and it allows them literally to levitate. And we've all heard from day one that, physics tells us that, bumblebees should not be able to fly. And by our rules of physics, they shouldn't be able to, which tells you that either the physics are wrong or they're not telling us something. And of course, the answer to that is they're simply not telling us the rest of the story. What a surprise.
Surroundings, it becomes a free agent. It creates a magnetic bubble around itself, and it can go anywhere it wants. And I said, well, that's not in any of the science books. He said, I know. You probably never see it there either, but that's what happens. They'll discover it someday and bring it out, but it's just we have a conventional way of doing things, and then we have a natural way of doing things, and they're totally different. They're diametrically opposed.
The important point here is the bees. As you've heard, the bumblebee shouldn't really be able to fly. Those wings are way too small to lift that chubby little body off the ground. In fact, it's a bit of a conundrum also for the mainstream scientists. They can travel in perfectly straight lines for long distances without any deviation, even during a howling crosswind. Because of the resonant frequencies produced by the vibration of their wings, they create a bubble in the ether, protecting them from any outside interference. So levitation by sound waves is a real-world effect. Do you want more proof?
That the bug wings themselves were creating an anti-gravity phenomena under certain conditions.
These technologies are known and used in modern-day aircraft manufacture. The vortexes being produced are helping the lift properties of the aircraft. This is why the engines are forward of the wings. If they were underneath the wings, then the vortex wouldn't do its job. It has to flow over and not under the wing. Next time.
Just as a side note, guys, I'm one of those people that, remember, or at least I thought I remembered, the configuration of the jet engines underneath the wings, and I always thought I remembered them as being tucked underneath the wings. And apparently that's a Mandela effect these days, that they've always been way out in front like that. And, to my memory, way back in the day, they were always tucked deep underneath, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of evidence of that. So, whether or not the Mandela effect has anything to do with that or not, I don't know. But it's just interesting that, that's one of the prerequisites for this to actually work, is to have those engines mounted so far forward like that. Interesting stuff.
Time you fly, try to listen to the hum of the engines. It changes pitch when going into and out of cruise mode. Just pure speculation here, but there are large cavities in the wings, which are tested with compressed air and not liquids, by the way, and the engines produce a distinct hum, just like the bees do.
Flat facts?
So the tale of two victors comes to an end. I highly recommend watching all the video links in the description box, as you will gain a much better understanding of the natural forces at work here. As always, this is just my own musings, and they are by no means definitive, but the scientific evidence and the observable effects definitely backs up the theory.
Yeah, he builds up one hell of a preponderance of evidence, and the rest of the information that's in here does as well, all these links. So I would recommend checking it out. And sorry about deviating so far off magnetism, but I felt that it was really pertinent to this. And I just think it's absolutely amazing, where this whole science that we are so heavily trolled on, and they want to stick so badly to their gravity and say it's the only thing that works. They even have flat earthers that are doing this, right, and trolling us, but I'm not going to back down, not for 1 minute, because there's something to this.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is this resonance, and resonance is about like vibration. We talked about the tuning forks, right? And so I was just barely asking, what is the power source? What is causing this ether to be stirred up? And maybe this has to do with the vibration. The vibration is causing this stirring effect. That's just one speculation I've got going on right here, just based off of kind of what they're talking about here. And maybe there's kind of a connection here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. All right. So anyway, guys, we're coming up on 3 hours again already. So I'm kind of inclined to cut it off now, because I am feeling kind of crappy, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's the weather or what, but do you guys have anything that you think we should cover before we go on, or before we close it down? Or Cammie, did you have any more that you want to cover, or should we save part of it for another show?
I think we should probably save more of it for another show, because of the fact the weather is moving in pretty dark, and that is my office. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to talk shortly, because that storm is moving right overhead. So it is probably a good time to stop right now and continue on. We weren't done though, so I definitely love to continue on with this topic.
Yeah, and I'm definitely
That is
feeling
great
it.
stuff. It's very much worth investigating further and kind of laying the puzzle pieces out and putting them together.
Absolutely. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and just hand it around one last time for anything that coming up. And Karen, we'll start with you because you got Plateauberfest, and what else you got going on?
Well, right now, just mostly Flattoberfest because it's coming up so close. So that's pretty much what I have going on. And then my regular streams, I'm still doing Strange World, of course, every Tuesday with Mark Sargent. And I do Coffee Talk every Monday and anti-religious scripture study on Saturday.
Beautiful. Sounds good. Okay. And Zach, what do you got coming up, sir?
Just the normal Iron Realm media stuff, and I got so many different videos on my brain. I'm not sure where I'm going next with the videos.
I hear you. Okay. Well, that sounds good. And Kyle, what do you got coming up, sir?
Tomorrow I've got Flat Earth meet and greet going on out in St. George, and I'm really looking forward to that. And video-wise, I'm really trying to steamroll this Epic Moments with Orphan Red. I'm just really trying to make that happen. I'm already like halfway done with the video, and I was really hoping to get it done this week, but it might end up rolling over into next week and being next week's video. We'll see. So I'm just trying my best with that.
Okay, sounds good. And last but not least, what do you got coming up, Cammie?
Well, tomorrow night on Iron Realm Media, we do have a very special guest coming back, Stellium 777, Mike Wilkerson, one of my favorite people
It's
in
just
the
a
world.
single 7. Just
Oh,
one
just
7.
a single, just 1-7, okay, and I'm 717. I get confused with Crow, and again, we put in Rose and everybody, but Stellium, that Mike Wilkerson, I know him as Mike, fabulous person. For those who are not familiar with his work or his channel, he's unveiling the Titans and doing what I think is incredible work. And so if you want to join us tomorrow night on Iron Realm Media with Mike Wilkerson, Stellium 7, that would be really awesome. And other than that, playing with my magnets, getting ready for Flattoberfest, and thinking the storm is going to move in. But yeah, all is going really good, trying to keep busy.
All right.
And making it through.
All right, sounds good. Okay, guys. Well, thanks for joining us, and we will, continue on with this tech stuff next week, and we'll be back on Sunday as well. And hopefully, we don't get flooded out here because it definitely looks like we're gonna get hit by a storm. So, there you have it. So we will see you next time we are live on the air. Until then, be good to each other. Don't lie to each other. Open your mind. There's truth inside. Peace out, everybody.
Peace.
Welcome to the collector's edition exposition of the #1 ball killer, bar none. I've given everyone the afternoon off, so it's just you and me. Let's call it quality cowbell time. Pay close attention, then send this gargantuan death blow to everyone you know. There was a textual error in one of the photos in the last presentation. I'll identify that here in a few minutes. It has no material impact on the argument whatsoever. And a phenomenon that's happened quite recently, some knucklehead flat earthers have decided to wield this simple argument like a 3-month-old wields a Husqvarna chainsaw. So, I'll be going through this baller chimera each week for the foreseeable future. It's so utterly devastating, folks. I'm going to kill it with such ferocity it's going to make the $6 million man crash and burn look like a fender bender. What's really cool, besides Steve Austin blushing, the ease in which the calamity befalleth it. Many thanks to Ben, Taboo Conspiracy, for bringing it to my attention, and BMLSB69 for the boots on the ground. Before I pummel this disheveled monkey, allow me to lay the foundation of the entire argument. And it's really simple. The horizon. I've got 3 definitions here. One from their Alma Mater Wiki, Merriam-Webster, and Oxford dictionaries. The horizon. It's the apparent line that separates Earth from sky. The line where the Earth seems to meet the sky, the apparent junction of the Earth and sky sailing toward the horizon. And finally, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. It's just that simple. Why is it apparent? That is, not actually? Well, one is well duh, right? The sky never actually meets the ground. That's a big one. And number 2, it's conditional on weather, atmospheric conditions, waves, tides, etc. However, on the ball-tarred ball, the geometric horizon can be no more than, this is very important, critical, the geometric horizon can be no more than what its geometric constraints allow. It's based on the observer's height and the radius. Let's confirm that with the subject matter expert in the area, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department. If h is in meters, that makes the distance to the geometric horizon 3.57 kilometers times the square root of the height of the eye in meters, or about 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. That's it, folks. Now, it can be closer, the horizon can be closer than this, but under no circumstances, under any conditions, can it be any more than 1.23 miles times the square root of the eye height in feet. Hopefully, everyone understands that. Without further ado, the death of the ball-tarred spinning space monkey religion again. Listen closely. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than, that's a very important statement right there, must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric horizon. Go to any curve calculator, that's the formula they use. What do we have right here? It's called the kill shot. We can clearly see the horizon behind platform habitat at 9.4 miles. It's over right here, folks. The rest is barely palpable background noise, but let's have some fun. So, the observer's height in this particular photo was 1 foot. Distance to the horizon, according to our formula, greater than 9.41 miles. Distance to the horizon maximum for a sphere with an R radius of 3959 miles, according to that formula, is 1.22 miles. You have some big problems right here. Now, one of the rebuttals, one of the objections was that BMLSB 69 was greater than 1 foot. Now, we're going to hammer that into the incoherent oblivion here in 1 second. However, even if he was 5 feet, his observer height was 5 feet, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon should be 2.73 miles. That means it should be before Platform Hill House, right? Even if he was standing on the shore with his camera almost in the water, at 35 feet, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon would be 7.24 miles. That is, it would be in between Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. So that's debunked. Now for the next kill shot. Modus tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q. Why? Because the horizon distance was greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere. The ball-tard spinning space monkey community, please allow me to introduce to you the one you've known for all these years, your Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Black Plague, your Black Swan. Here is the final kill shot. This photo is impossible on their sphere. Let me say that again. This photo with the horizon behind the platform habitat is impossible under any conditions on their sphere. That's it. You can all go home. It's over. Now they're going to attempt, quite feebly I might add, to escape and evade, tap dance, and clumsily attempt to obfuscate using all manner of Mr. Magoo's sophistry. But I'm going to stamp them out with belly-laughing ease and extreme prejudice. So, let's take a look at some pedigree information. We're going to take a look at the original video from BLMSB 69. Now, don't worry about the no sound in the beginning. Just take it all in. I'm going to stop the video a couple times to emphasize a few points. Here we go. Platform Hill House. Going to identify it for you on the map. Next, platform habitat. Platform habitat there. He's going to orient you Platform habitat, platform hill house, observer's location. Let's get some distances, because that's all we need. That's all we're using these platforms for. Demarcating distances. So, platform hill house, the closest platform, 6.21 miles. Platform habitat, 9.41 miles. Pedigree information. This is the photo. Was the problem photo. He just mislabeled it. This says 1 foot elevation. This is incorrect. It's 30 feet elevation. It doesn't matter anyway, but I wanted to keep everything wired tight, so I took this photo out of the presentation. As you can see, it's the same photo. Let's get real. Couple things here. Obviously, he's pretty close to sea level, don't you think? I also want to get your attention over here to this landmass, right? Because we're going to pummel another rebuttal, quite feeble one, I might add, here in a couple minutes. This is Santa Cruz Island, and it's off to the right because the platforms are right here. It's going to be off to the right of these platforms. Let's continue. Kill shot, folks. DED. Dead. Curve calculator, one foot eye height, 1.22 miles to the horizon. Now, focus your attention to the right of the photo, please. Over by the boom. Here you go. This is the end of Santa Cruz Island. It abruptly stops quite a distance away from that right platform, correct? Focus your attention over here. Uh-oh, what's that? That's another landmass over here. That's Anacapa Island. There is about 4 3/4 mile distance between the end of Santa Cruz Island and Anacapa. What I'm trying to say is he is looking out into open water. And I'm going to show you that here in 1 second. Pretty close to 1 foot, don't you think? I mean, come on, people. All right. Let me orient you again. We're going to take a look at those two islands. We're going to take a look at the line of sight down the lane of the platforms and the two islands. Like I said, the one to his right is Santa Cruz Island. What do you see over here? Right? His line of sight, it was real close, right? But no cigar. And the island to the left, like I said, was Anacapa Island. And there's 4 3/4 miles between here. His line of sight from his position through these platforms is out to open ocean. So there is no land behind those platforms. Y'all tracking me? All right? Take a closer look in here. Platform habitat. In the lane, 5 by 5. Platform hill house. In the lane, 5 by 5. His position. right? It's pretty close. I'm pretty close in there. We're going to take a closer look here. I don't want to go down the street view, so I'm being real careful for you. That should be just about good enough, right? Let's take a look on where he's at, and we'll come back here. Because he's going to get up and turn around. As you can see, this is the stairwell. He is just right to the stairwell, and as he walks up here, about 18 paces, he's going to shimmy to the left a little bit to align with his stairwell. Let's. Right, there he goes. He's shimmying to the left a little bit. Align himself to those stairs. Right? Quite interesting. And what do we got here? Right? We got those same stairs right here. I got him just over to the right of the stairwell. This is 1 foot elevation. He's going to start walking up 7 or 18 paces. He's going to shimmy to the left and align himself with these stairs. Let me tell you something. If BMLSB 69 would go back to that same spot that he took these photos from, and I put a firecracker right at the end of this red line, I'd blow his toe jams out. Anyone willing to make that bet? I didn't think so. So, potential debunks. We already took 2 to the woodshed. The first one was BMLSB 69 isn't 1 foot elevation. Well, kind of is. I'll tell you what. I'll give you 1 to 3 feet. No problem. It doesn't matter anyway, because I took this to the woodshed in the beginning. He could have been 5 foot. He could have been at 35 feet at that same position. It matters not. Number 2, there is land or islands behind the platforms. Clearly, I showed you when we were keeping it real and with Google Earth that that's not the case. Number 3, you can't see the horizon. One of 2 things is happening here. Number 1, you need to remove the baked-on cognitive dissonance mud from your eyes. Or number 2, make an ASAP appointment with the ophthalmologist, because you're dead blind. Everyone can see, just to let you know, if you look at this photo and you say you can't see the horizon, you're a horse's ass. Because I don't care. If you're legally blind, I still think you can see this horizon. You tell me. This is the kill shot. This is the black swan. Oh, number 4, the white swans. This photo was taken 2 months, same position, same observer height, same camera, same everything. This was taken in December, so 2 months after the black swan, right? No problem here, right? The sea was angry that day, my friends. It doesn't matter, though. Remember the argument. The horizon cannot be greater than that ratio of the observer height on a radius of 3959 miles. So this is before. It's fine. It's before the second platform. There's atmospheric shenanigans going on here. That's okay. No problem. This photo was taken 4 days after. This white swan was taken 4 days after the black swan. Again, no problem. Now, I watched this video. It doesn't seem that he was 1 foot. It seemed like he stood up and took this picture. It matters not, right? This is what they call a white swan. Does this observation debunk the number 1 globe killer? Look, this is a white swan. Does it debunk the black swan? No. It has nothing to do with it. You can show me 5 billion pictures or photos with the horizon before these platforms. Doesn't matter. All I need is this one. That's it. You follow? Probably not. You don't get the argument, ballers. That's the tear-jerking belly laugher. Right? It's going to be about 9 months until you can actually restate the argument. right? That's my first mission, to get you guys to actually restate it word for word correctly. It's only a sentence. I'm thinking 9 months. All right, so the white swans are dead. And number 5, we all know it. Refraction, right? Refraction saves the day. Gravity, refraction, right? Yeah? That's what you got, eh? You guys don't even know what refraction is. You don't. We all know you don't. Been out here 5 years. One of the first words I heard was refraction. You guys don't know what it is. Just yesterday, from a prominent baller, he was put to task with providing the 5 effects of refraction, right? Because people have been listening to the flat earth debate. You know what he said? There are no 5 effects of refraction. Oh, really? Your alma mater, atmospheric refraction. Let's read it together. Near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, stretch or shorten the images of distant objects without involving mirages. So we'll go by the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You get it yet? Let's try it again. This time, Wiki's going to parrot the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, our favorite guy. Let's go through it. While mirages are best known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Here we go. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur together, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways. Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. Let's count them together. The 5 effects of refraction. You ready? 1, mirages. 2, looming. 3, towering. 4, stooping. 5, sinking. You get it? Now, let's take your feeble refraction and go through each one in the context of the black swan and see if it fits. Why don't we? So there are 5 effects of refraction. So is the horizon miraged? Remember what mirages are. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. So, is there an extra horizon in the black swan photo? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in this black swan photo? No? Then it's not a mirage. Get it? 1 down. Let's take towering and stooping together. From Wiki, however, this is also from Andrew Thomas Young, the subject matter expert. Towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself. With towering, objects appear stretched. With stooping, objects seem to be shortened. Is the horizon stretched or shortened in the black swan photo? Is the horizon stretched or shortened? This is non sequitur. Okay? So there's 3 down, 2 to go. Sinking. From William Humphreys, Physics of the Air. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered, or may even disappear below the horizon. In looming, the curvature of the rays is increasing, while sinking produces the opposite effect. Is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the black swan photo? Does the horizon disappear below it, or is lowered below the horizon? Non sequitur fallacy again, isn't it? You only got 1 left. Looming. From their alma mater Wiki. Looming is the most noticeable and most often observed of these refraction phenomena.
It is abnormally large refraction of the object that increases the apparent elevation of the distant objects and sometimes allows an observer to see the objects that are refracted or that are located below the horizon under normal conditions. Let's take it from the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University. Looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. We'll get to the rest of it here in a minute. All we need is this. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the black swan photo? Is there a horizon appearing above the horizon in this photo? No? Then your silly appeal to refraction is clobbered to death. You don't know what you're talking about. You understand that? My word, people. So we're going to take this further to the woodshed. Just let me remind you, the freaking horizon doesn't ever loom. Ever, ever, ever. Now, let's deal with the second half of this, because this definition, even in their fallacious definition, they're wrong. But this is an incorrect definition. I'm going to show you this step by step. Here's the first step. For looming, this effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction. Usually due to a thermal inversion, looming is the opposite of sinking. Both are refraction phenomena, but not mirages. See the table of refraction phenomena, la, la, la. I really don't care. This effect is caused by unusually large terrestrial refraction. You got a problem, folks, because it's a fallacy. This is a stone cold, this little game right here is a stone cold begging the question fallacy. How so? Does light refract? Answer, yeah. Is that the same that can be accounted for by terrestrial refraction? Answer, nope. Why? Keyword terrestrial. You see, terrestrial refraction already assumes a sphere. That is, the calculations assume the radius of the Earth curvature, right? He even says it. The subject matter expert even says it. What are you going to do? Let's listen to Andrew Thomas Young again. Here he goes. The atmosphere is also curved. Yeah, right. As it follows the shape of the Earth. Gases don't form curves permanently. Just to let you know. Let's start out. The atmosphere is also curved, as it follows the shape of the Earth. In the calculations below, we'll adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. To make the calculation simple, you can't do that. You see this, Professor? You're assuming the premise, the atmosphere is curved. You're snorting some pretty good shrooms. Then by proxy, the Earth curvature. To prove the conclusion true. That is terrestrial refraction or looming. It's a textbook begging the question fallacy. It's a circular banjo-do-si-do. The entire argument is dead right here. It's void. Yeah, but we're not going to stop there. Where's the fun in that, right? Let's take a look at this. So, we have Andrew Thomas Young's definition of looming, and then we have quantum eraser, Andrew Thomas Young's huckleberry. Let's see which one's correct, with examples. So, from Andrew Thomas Young, looming. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. Keep that in mind. From quantum eraser, looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving you the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. Let's see which one of these two have some cowbell to it. All right? We'll stop here quick at Wiki. This is Wiki looming. This is nothing. This is just a blurred photo of ships. All right? Clowns. This is the quintessential example of looming. Right? And I showed this during the last presentation with a little trick. In the military, they taught us for night operations to use off-center vision. You can see better. I knew that long before the military because I did a lot of night operations before I got in there, but I digress. So what I want you to do here is I want you to look right up here, follow this along, focus on here, and you can see the horizon in your off-center vision, right? I can see it clearly, right here, right near the bow. Everyone see this? Right? So we got a false horizon right here. We have the sky being inferior mirage down here, right? And it produces looming. Whose definition is more correct? I wonder who. So we have Mick West to the rescue, right? Mick always comes to the rescue if we find ourselves in trouble. So, but Mick had a legitimate complaint here because the media was calling this same photo, right? This same photo, he took it right here. They were calling this a Fata Morgana. Now, he was right for calling them out because there is no inversion here. This is not a mirage. He's correct. He also identifies the real horizon here for you. He uses contrast. So you don't have to use your off-center vision. It's right where I said it was. Right? He also identifies the false horizon. Don't pay any attention to his shroom-induced reason because he said it was due to fog. Now let me ask you something out there. If this was a fog bank, could you see the boat? My word, people. All right, this photo was taken, another example of looming. This photo was taken in 2014. It was the Scottish Open. Now, don't look at this photo over here to the right. Don't worry about this one. You don't even have to use off-center vision with this photo, right? You can see the horizon. I can see it clearly, right? But they go ahead and color correct over here, which makes it very clear. Whose definition is correct of looming? You got the sky being inferior miraged beneath this boat, which is giving you a false horizon, right? Whose definition is correct? Andrew Thomas Young or QE? This is probably the best example of looming I've seen. Betty called it, as soon as she seen this, she said the boats were being raptured, which I thought was hilarious. It looks like it too. However, even in this photo, I can still see the true horizon. It's real easy. You don't even have to use off-center vision here, right? Don't have to use it. I can see it. It's right there. This is a great photo, right? Now, whose definition is correct? Because we have the sky being inferior mirage beneath an object, which makes it appear to be lifted up or floating, right? You can see that the sky's being reflected here. You can see the clouds here, right? It's a collage, but you can still see them in here being reflected down, right? This is a no-brainer, man. There's the false horizon right here. Whose definition is correct? Andrew Thomas Young's or QE, his Huckleberry? Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, this is a joke, folks. A joke. Now, let's go back up. I want to go through the argument one more time. It's going to be quick. Now, if you see this argument, let's go to this. If you see this argument presented by anyone in any other form than what I am going to lay out and did lay out before, that is word for word, including the smallest modus tollens, with the exact same photo, it is not the argument. Is this clear? Is this clear? Let's go with the argument. Modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then any horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Not Q, because the horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. It's their black swan. It's the kill shot. It's over. Now, like I said, if this argument is presented and doesn't go over each thing I said, it's not the argument. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm not signing off on it. Is this clear to everyone? Hopefully so. Now, can I please have everyone stand? For you soldiers out there, on your feet. Please remove any headgear. Do not rest in peace. spinning water ball, but in tortuous agony forever and ever, you so richly deserve.
Oh, I had to laugh out loud. Taps for the globe. Thank you, QE, for that breakdown. I'm a little bit behind on my extracurricular QE information. But yeah, excellent. Love that. If you guys haven't checked out QE's YouTube channel, go look at that. Quantum Eraser. Excellent. Anyone have any questions about the Black Swan information that was just presented? Gladflobe, you got any questions about the Black Swan? Haha. How are you, man?
I don't know. Black Swan, let's see. Well, I don't have any questions, no. Not
Pretty
really.
straightforward. It's pretty
I
straightforward.
mean, the thing is, for me, I mean, the Black Swan and all that stuff, even, you know, the FE Core video and all that stuff, it's like, to me, it's supposed to, I need to join those people on their journey, right? FE Core video is a little more like, yeah, they really went and did that because it's just a huge production. But the Black Swan video and single frames, the shots that have been used a lot, I mean, man, honestly, for me to say, yes, that's happening right there, this, that, and the other, blah, 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 I'd have to do it myself, but that's just me because I'm super picky. What I like about the Black Swan is if it's 100%, right? If it's 100%, then it does. It shows that the horizon is in that picture, right? If it's a genuine photo, nothing done to it, the horizon is 10 times further at least than the visual globe math says. And then we've got all of our other stuff too. So the Black Swan helps support the rest of the, in my opinion, the rest of the research and tests and measurements that people have done, right? If all we had was the Black Swan, well, you know, people would be like, it's just a picture, oh, it's just a video, bye. And then they wouldn't give us attention. Or at least they shouldn't, in my opinion. But all the other stuff that we've done, plus the Black Swan observation, is pretty much nail in the coffin. And what I'd love to do is actually go out to that spot and perform similar observations and, you know, like do it on different days and different atmospheric conditions and such.
Exactly. Likewise, I agree with you on that. Yeah, totally. I think I like what you said about that. Because it's not like the Black Swan is the entire flat Earth argument doesn't rest on the Black Swan, but it's a good standard to go by. And I appreciate the groundwork that was done by BMLSB and Quantum Eraser.
Yeah.
For getting this in there because see, you and I, we talk about this measurement of, well, a lot of us do, this measurement of curvature. We need the measurement. So the Black Swan, in my opinion, if you look at it like this, if the Globers were to actually go out there like
lift a finger. Yeah.
Yeah, and done repeated shots of their geometric horizon. It should be repeatable. It should be over and over. Well, this is a great example of how that could be done for the Glovers. They can go out to the coast somewhere. They can start doing repeated observations and document the information in there, such as BMLSB always does. Really great. He's got the atmo conditions, got his height, got the wave height. All that's really important, and those are a lot of the things that the Glovers like to ignore. So I think it's a good standard.
It's a good start, and like you're right about it's accessible. A lot of people can do it. Shit, you could go to that location. If you bought a cell phone in the last 10 years, you've got a camera good enough to be able to pretty much see what you need to zoom in. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to be hard, especially with the right conditions. But even if there's a shitload of atmospheric conditions and you can't see the horizon 10 times past, you can only see it 3 or 4 times past. It's like, yeah, but then what does that tell you? No matter where we go, no matter what we do, the horizon doesn't stray from its base word horizontal.
Exactly. See,
there's another thing I wanted to say about so the thing I like most about the Black Swan is it gets people thinking about the mathematics and the geometry and the setup of how the globe math doesn't work. Because some people need to just have a picture they can stare at and be like, okay, how is it that this goes against the globe? How does this disprove the globe? And they could sit there and analyze it and this, that, and the other. But yeah, I think all of it, from FE Core to the Black Swan to all of it, gravity, gas pressure without a container, any of that, as long as it sparks critical thinking in someone, and the person says to themselves, not to anybody else, fuck everybody else. They say to themselves, I'm going to look into this. They may or may not have a point, but I'm curious. And that's it. Spark the critical thinking. And if that happens, I feel like anything like the Black Swan or anything that we provide for people has done its job.
Yeah. Yeah. San Diego's a great place. I need to get myself a camera next year, and I won't be able to afford it this year. Well, maybe later this year. I want to buy myself a P900 or something like that, and go out to start going out to the coast, man. I'm going to start spending more time out there and just doing my own observations and presenting that information. And yeah, I'm fortunate I can do that.
Yeah, man. Me too. I'm moving to Minnesota. And it's like, wow. I'm going to have so many.
I thought you were already in Minnesota.
I'm in my hometown right now, moving from here to Minnesota. So I'm packing up right now.
Oh, yeah, really? Okay.
Yep. I'm just taking a break because fucking A, my sinuses are killing me from all this dust, you know what I mean?
Well, I don't know where you were. I thought you were living in Minnesota, but anyway.
Nebraska, going from Nebraska to Minnesota.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I tried to keep the Nebraska thing quiet while I was living here and while I was making enemies on the internet. Now I don't care.
Interesting. Never been to Nebraska.
Because like if my most supposed to be feared enemy is someone like Gem Panda, I feel like I'm safe. I feel like I'm good.
Yeah, exactly. And there may be others out there monitoring us, but so what? What? Won't they stop being such pussies?
Oh, dude, if you're monitoring us, gosh, can we go have a coffee and talk about how sad your life is real quick? Oy vey. So yeah, nothing against the Black Swan at all. I think it's like such a good tool, and it's one of the only ones of its kind, because everybody has like picked that one as the one to keep showing people, and so it's completely legit. Like it's, to me, it's like, wow, you really think that this one could be faked after, for years and years and years, okay, 2-ish years, we've been defending the fact that not only is this genuine, this is observation here. Look, the horizon's 10 times, and there's atmospheric refraction. There's just a bunch of shit happening, and it's still 10 times, right? That's not a clear picture from all the way out there. And like I said, it all backs itself up. The black swan backs up all the other stuff, and all the other stuff backs up the black swan. So I think it's like it's icing on the cake. That's what I think the black swan is. It's definitely necessary. And it's on topic because it's curvature based. Ha! You know how much I like that. The only problem with all this stuff is that if it doesn't spark critical thinking and doesn't help people set aside their preconceived notions and judgments, the stigmas from society, then it doesn't matter what kind of information we have. It doesn't matter how well we present it, or how accessible it is to other people. It just starts with that willingness to say that there's something else to be learned that the experts haven't figured out yet. And if you want to go there, you might be being lied to as well. But that's the point, is not even whether or not I've been lied to. If I've been lied to, I'm not going to take it personally. I'm not going to be like, oh shit, well, what a dick, and get all butthurt. I'm going to say, okay, well, that sucks, what a dick. But I want to find out. I want to find out the real deal, like what's really going on with this stuff then. Because if it's not all the things that the cartoons and the movies and the priests and my teachers and everybody says, really, it's none of that stuff? Gosh. Well, even if I don't buy it right away, I'd at least like to hear the counter argument. A lot of people won't even get into saying to themselves, yeah, I'll listen to the counter argument. You know why? Because they fear that we're right. They are afraid of finding out that we might actually have something behind our statements and our findings. It scares the shit out of a lot of people. A lot of normies are like, you know what? I'm all set. I'm good without shattering a worldview that I've spent decades building, that all I've done is appeal to the smart man, and I've never had to take responsibility for my own research and knowledge, and I've never gone out and actually tested any of the things that I, vehemently believe because I was taught these things. How scary, right? How scary to say, well, I actually have to try to actually learn something myself, by myself, with nobody else's help, with nobody else telling me how to do it or what to do, just me. People are scared shitless. They feel like they're going naked into the woods at that point. God forbid I can't open up a textbook and find the answer for you. God forbid I have to go out and check for myself. That's the big problem, I think, the huge hurdle.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I was trying to say something. I had accidentally turned my mic off for a second, so I was trying to speak.
I was talking. I was like, damn, he's
glad
giving me the floor.
I'm glad you got to finish, though. So what I was going to say is, a lot of times they get stuck. The new people that come into this topic, well, I don't know who they are. It doesn't really matter if they're a troll or if they're really genuinely curious, but they're always stuck on this question of why someone lied about the information. And in my opinion, the what is way more important than the why. Would you agree with that?
Well, it is. And the reason I think that people want the why more than the fact, because, it's like the question, why am I here? Right? People, why? What's the meaning of life? Meaning of existence? Well, hold on first. Do you admit that you exist? Well, yeah, I want to know what's God's excuse, or what's the excuse for me being here? Yeah, of course I'm here. People always whistle past the fact that they're here first. And they want to say, yeah, but why? Yeah, but why? When in reality, the why, you were taught to question things like that. Yeah, but why? Instead of focusing on the fact, just using your own senses and capabilities and not listening to what somebody else told you to notice the thing in the first place. For example,
right.
I know that if I know that if I wasn't told and shown and had it forced down my throat, space and planets and globe and all that stuff, I would never have come to that conclusion on my own. I would never have gone out and been like, this motherfucker's spinning in all kinds of different directions. Holy fuck. And not only that, I can see for real far. Oh, but wait. So where it drops over, that must mean that it's a curved sphere. Like, no fucking way would I ever jump to those conclusions on my own. So I had to be taught that by someone else. I had to be told by a snake oil salesman, hey, this is actually not the way it is. You see that? Look out there. It's the complete opposite of what you see and feel. Yeah. No, you just have to take my word for it because I get a lot of money for this.
Right. And well, that brings up a good point, because if someone had probably just taken any of us out somewhere where there's water, like we are talking about, and just mentioned one time to us and said, now they tell us we're on a spinning ball of this size, blah, 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 blah. Now look at this horizon, right. And there's no curvature here. And you can zoom into boats that have disappeared. You can zoom into land that is out of your line, that is beyond your vision as well. If someone had just done that with most of us one time, that's probably all it would have taken.
Yep.
Which is pretty amazing to me, because, like, really, honestly, when I gave myself the chance to look at this and watch some flat Earth videos, it only took the one time. Once I digested that information a little bit, and then here's the key, and went out myself to look for myself to see, okay, they're saying this, let me check it out and let me compare my notes with what these flat earthers are saying. Okay, I'm going to go see if it's true. Now, it makes sense to me because I have kind of an engineering mind, mechanical like kind of mind. I'm like, geometry is perfect. Like, it is a geometric question. So you can go out and look for yourself that line of sight test. And I've done hundreds in 5 years. Like, they're not documented other than in my own mind. I know what I've observed. I know what I've experienced. And it just seems to layer on top of itself and becomes a monumental documentation of this flat Earth. So that's the thing. You have to be able to go out and do it yourself. Otherwise, you're just going to be in your own echo chamber in your head with your information that you've been given that you never checked on. So I suggest everyone listening, anyone in here that hasn't done so, do some of your own observations. Go to a lake if you don't have anything else around. But, there's other things we can do.
Yeah. Yep. I agree wholeheartedly. Get out there and get your hands dirty. And there's another hurdle, I think, and to me it's one of the biggest, is to get people to clear their mind of the indoctrination, clear their mind of everything they've been told. Is it possible for someone to get that globe picture out of their head when you say the entire world or something like that, the whole world, or this Earth? You say, what does the Earth look like? Immediately they're going to say, well, it's a globe, it's a sphere, it's a circle, it's this, that, and the other. And even me, right now I've got the Universal logo coming into my head. Right now I've got all that weird shit that I grew up with. I'm a staunch flat earther, right? I still see the cartoon globe in my head when I say Earth. It just happens. And it's not my fault. It's nobody's fault, by the way. Y'all listening, I've been a dickhead in the past, trying not to be as much, but the reason is because I know that you're better than just sitting there believing shit you've been told. I know you're better than that. So if someone's going to go out and take a look at the world, it really has to be that at least in that moment, you kind of do have to beg the question and say, okay. Let's say globe is bullshit. Let's say there's no curvature, right? Let's say this, that, and the other. And then you start looking at your world that way. All of a sudden, you're going to find out that that's vindicated. And you'll say, wait a sec, it's not matching up with what I was told. And then you have a decision. Either you live life from the moment that you realize that you've been lied to about all this stuff. You live life with that as a secret, and you lie and ignore it and just fit in, go along to get along the rest of your life in society. Or you do like we've done, find each other and talk about it and try to help other people out to understand it. So many people get ostracized, and a lot of people get ostracized in their minds before they even go out and maybe try to tell people about it or find out more about their flat earth. So many people are afraid because of the stigma. You say the two words flat earth and all of a sudden, I heard it last night, someone here said it, what's the best way to get someone to stop listening to you? Say the two words flat earth. Done. Mm-hmm. And it's true. And the reason is because it's the number one thing that if one can open their mind to the fact that their earth is what it appears to be and is not the stuff they're told it is, then they can start thinking about the rest of it. Like, oh man, and I don't care about all the conspiracies and the Federal Reserve and stuff anymore. I don't care about any of that stuff. But one can go out and physically verify the things on Earth that they have been lied to about. And there's a shitload of stuff, forget all the conspiracies. There's still things that the way the world is made up, you've been lied to about a lot. And if you just want to stick with quote unquote shape of the Earth, but really we're talking about an aspect because we don't know the shape yet. You could spend a lot of time on that and not get lost in the weeds about Federal Reserve and the bankers and the straw man and the You can focus on that later, but I don't know. A lot of people get lost in the conspiracy weeds, thinking that flat Earth is a conspiracy itself. No, the globe Earth is the conspiracy, but it doesn't matter. Stop with that word conspiracy. It makes you sound like shit. Makes me sound like shit. Stop with that. Flat Earth is our reality. It's out there. I'm looking at it. I don't have to try to research it. I can go fucking stand in it. I can swim in it. That's what I love about it. Anyway, I'll stop ranting. Thank you guys for listening to me. I got to keep packing up my life here to move. Love you, Sonny. Love you guys.
Good rant, Glad.
Love you too, Glad. Sorry.
You gentlemen
Thanks, Dave.
seem to be expressing doubt about our current heliocentric cosmology. Is it incorrect?
That is.
I don't know. I mean, every time I go and observe, listen, I'll leave it with this. I've witnessed, and I have no reason to lie about these things. No one's paying me to say this shit. I'm not trying to fit into any group. Nothing. I don't care about any of that shit. Here's my reality. Take it or leave it. I vacationed a lot in Snowmass, Colorado. Snowmass Mountain is almost 14,000 feet tall. I went to the top of the 14,000 foot tall mountain, and I looked all across and saw tons of cities. Golden, Colorado. I saw a little bit of Denver, which is a long ways away from Snowmass. And I was in the mountains. And we took a local map and went up there and just plotted out, okay, what's the distance from here to over there? Look, I can see that peak. That's hundreds of miles away. That's tens of miles away. This is over there. This is over there. Shouldn't be able to see most of that stuff. And from a mere 14,000 feet, right? Well, then I go up to 30,000 feet. I've taken a lot of flights, folks. Lots and lots of commercial flights and otherwise. Private planes, all kinds of deals. Never saw the curvature. And yesterday I was reminded that I did take the Concorde twice in the year 2000. And while I was up there, I was 19, I remember. no curvature, and that's around. I don't know if cruising altitude is 60,000, but they claim 60,000 is height that they get to. Zero curvature, none. And so you got 14 grand, 30 grand, 60 grand, and I don't see the curvature. Well, you got to go higher. And I'm not even going to mention NDT, Mr. Neal, because who cares what he says? I've done 3 different observations of my own, and I've been up half as high as what Homeboy claims. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. Like, okay, well then when do we see it? I've never seen it. I've been in the sky a lot. So anyway, there's that. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Have a good one, Glad. Guess we got
There's
no
some-
new people around here. Sunny day with them.
Yep, there's some serious doubts about this heliocentric model. It is just a model.
I heard that
Hey.
Flatty 2.0 went back to believing the globe. Did you hear about that?
Devastating.
Only for 2 minutes.
2
2
minutes. While he was sleeping.
I was, yeah. It was a bad dream.
He was in REM at the time.
I was just checking to see if he's at your mic because I knew you'd open it after that statement.
Yeah. So Glad, I know you're probably listening still. You don't have to answer. I just thought I'd say when you're driving Nebraska, well, that area in the Midwest is one of the flattest areas. Do some observations while you're driving because you're going to find some really super duper flat areas of highway and probably see the Rocky Mountains off in the distance. So I'd like to maybe see some pictures or short video of things you're seeing while you're driving if you get a chance. Anyway, just thought I'd add that.
Just a geographical thing. Going from Nebraska to Minnesota does not include the Rocky Mountains. I'm pretty sure.
It doesn't? It doesn't?
He's going east. He's going from Nebraska east toward Minnesota. Rockies are to the west. I've
he's more
driven up the Rockies a couple times, and I wish I had been in flat earther at the time because I could have shot those mountains coming up from the horizon from hundreds of miles away.
I forgot he was actually traveling east, my geography. So, yeah. Nebraska's west of Kansas, right? Northwest?
Directly
or
west.
Is it directly north? Oh, okay,
directly
gotcha.
west, pretty much, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, actually, Nebraska is slightly north of Kansas, I think. Because when I drive out toward Colorado, I go through Kansas, Missouri first, and Kansas, and then Colorado. Anyway.
And then at that point, Minnesota's directly east of Colorado, right?
Well, Minnesota's up there. Think about it as above Chicago, basically.
Yeah.
It's right there on the Great Lakes. The east coast of Minnesota is on the Great Lake.
Well, I probably ought to look at a map of the U.S. to get my. It's been a while.
And all those Great Lakes are just sitting there chilling on the outside of a spinning ball. Isn't that cool?
Amazing. Billions of tons of water.
And all the 10,000 plus lakes in Minnesota, they're all just chilling. The moon doesn't fuck with them, and that's one of the hilarious things. The moon causes the tides, but it doesn't fuck with lakes. Okay.
I see. I got the map now. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, you probably can still see some long distances, I would think.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be things to take pictures of it. Minnesota's got some terrain and stuff that he could spot.
I wonder if he's going to go through Kansas or through the corner of South Dakota to get there, because it's really more along the edge of South Dakota to the west, and to the south is Kansas there, right? What is that? Wait a minute, no.
All he's got to do is go to Google Maps. It'll plan a route for him to get over the curvature and everything.
Yeah, Iowa. So I wonder if he's going through Iowa or if he's going to go north first to South Dakota. And anyway, never mind. No big deal.
He'll plan the most expedient route with Google Maps, and he'll negotiate curvature on the way. Be cool. Because he's driving on the outside of a ball, right?
Yeah, you should have your mechanic check your suspension that it's free to move along an 8-inch per mile square curve.
Yeah.
Better have them check that out, because if you're going down a curve all the time, you probably need to upgrade in your brakes, everybody. I don't see how you could possibly stop.
I guess that would be a perspective. Is he going up a curve all the time or going down a curve? How does that work?
It's
Because
weird.
there's no fixed reference frame of space, right? So
it's Bob and Alice all over again. Like, how could everybody be on top of the ball at the same time? That makes no sense. But that's what they actually say, and all the aircraft too. Now think about that. If every aircraft is on top of the ball, that means the curvature is going down in every direction for every aircraft in flight right now.
Mm-hmm.
How does that look on a globe?
That
means everybody's got a top of the ball. So if you got 1,000 planes, every one of those 1,000 planes is at the top of the ball. What kind of ball is that? That sounds like it's a dimpled freaking surface with a bunch of tops of balls.
if you think about the God's eye view, you would literally see upside down planes and boats and even people if you could zoom in from God's eye.
It'd be nice to do like a class action request, if there is such a thing, to NASA to say, hey, man, could you just zoom in to Australia, to the airport there? I mean, that shouldn't be that hard. Looks like we have some new folks in here. Antoine, no rolls. Funkle Spees, no rolls. And there's someone named Genius, VC verified. Genius, since you're VC verified, are you close to your mic? Do you have any questions?
Hi, what up? I'm not, I just want to listen.
Want to listen?
Could barely hear you. You probably need to turn your mic.
Want to listen?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. No problem.
Well, thanks for at least saying hi. Who's next?
Yeah, no problem.
We could give one of these others a chance, even though they're not VC verified, but we'll be kind of loose today on a Friday, July 29th. So, Antoine, are you there? I've unmuted you. Do you have anything to add or any questions?
No, thanks. I was just listening, interested in your perspective.
Okay, very good. You know what? If you have any questions, feel free to chime in. Since you did speak up, I'm just going to go ahead and give you VC verified. Have you read the welcome? You know and also, do you know the terms of service? Have you reviewed
I have not
that
read it, but I've been in the server for like a year, but I check up on it like very rarely.
Oh, okay. So you're probably pretty familiar after a year. Yeah, I'll go ahead and VC verify you, bro.
Oh, thanks.
And you know what?
Can we
don't
ask
really
one question, Antoine?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Dave. I was pretty much done.
I was just going to ask him one question. Do you think the Earth is a spinning ball in outer space?
I do believe it's a sphere. Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Good answer. You do believe it. Just believe is the key word there. But you don't have to engage if you don't want to. We have another new person, Sonny. Who is that? Funkle, please.
1 second. Yeah, I'm working on verifying this one. Let's see here.
I'm gonna give Funkle P as a chance. A chance on him.
1 second.
I got him. Hello, Funkle P. Can you say hello?
Yes, hello. I was also just tuning in, curious what you guys were talking about. So,
Well, fair enough. Do you think you live on a globe right now?
yeah, personally, I believe so. But I'm
Have you
just curious what your
investigated?
guys' perspective is.
Fair enough. Have you done much investigation on the actual claims of the globe?
Um, yeah, a little bit. I also studied physics for a while, so that
Okay.
also, for me, proved certain stuff. But I'm very curious about what you guys have to say. So,
Well,
yeah, that's about it.
y- all right. I mean, if you just want to listen, that's fine. I'll give you a brief summary from my point of view.
Okay.
Basically, we all got lied to about this spinning ball in space. As far as we can tell, we can't verify any of the claims of this globe. So we generally think, I'm not speaking for every person in here, obviously. We live on a generally level plane of existence that the exterior of it, we don't know. We're not allowed to explore it. We can't verify any of that. We can't verify what's above our head for the most part. But we know that we're not on a ball that's spinning, zipping around through the vacuum of space. That's silly. I mean, just saying it that way, doesn't it sound kind of silly?
Well, uh, not per se. If you look at the theories surrounding gravity, but I don't think that you guys believe in that,
That's
so
the,
I won't
that's
give
the whole
those
point of our.
arguments. But
We don't
I'm
have to argue about anything. Go ahead. Sorry.
sorry. I do have one question. Um, even if the Earth is flat instead of round, or it is flat and I believe it is round, uh, why do you guys or you feel the need to? Why is it an issue that you care about so much? And that is not meant disrespectfully, just curious about why. Like, what does it add to your existence to debate people on this and be so sure about this? How does that change your personal life in any way?
I'll give you my short answer. That's a fair enough question. Just to up front though, if you're investigating anything in life, the first thing you should figure out is if it really happened, right? So a lot
Yes.
of us are at that. We were way past that point several years ago. We know we got lied to, and then you start figuring out the rest of it. So how's it change your life? I mean, you're talking about the very foundation of existence, and you were deceived about that very fact. We're actually in the center of some kind of. I mean, I would say creation. It's either nature did it itself, it came out of nowhere, or something created it, right? So
Yeah, basically.
we're in a big video game or terrarium or whatever, right? So what we got told we're this insignificant speck that's just zipping around on a random ball that's in just one of the gazillions of planets that are expanding infinitely. We don't, all this bullshit. So you see the difference? They literally have most of us believing that we exist in the exact opposite of what reality really is. So I'll shut up. Somebody else wants to answer.
Yeah, and you're going to find a different answer from every individual as far as how it affects our lives personally. Um, here's my take, and this is just a snapshot. I mean, this could be voiced in many different ways, but what I'll do is I'll just tell you what I'm thinking. So we were told all these things like Dave was mentioning about this globe Earth, right? They gave us dimensions. They told us distances and sizes and speeds and all of these things um, about this globe Earth, right? We were taught these things, all of us were, since we were kids in school, like probably in first grade or even kindergarten. There was a globe Earth on the teacher's desk or somewhere nearby. So what I discovered is when the question was posed to me uh, through a video I just by happenstance decided to look at, because I literally swiped anything flat Earth off of my desktop for about 2 or 3 years. I wouldn't even look at it. I thought, this is the most stupidest thing I ever thought I ever could imagine. So what happened was, once I decided to look at the information, I live right near the coast myself. I decided to go out and look for myself. And what I found is a paradox. Everyone knows what a paradox is. Well, the paradox is this. I was told these things about the Earth. Now, I could just stick with the Earth's surface for one. I found out that what they told me didn't match with reality. When I actually went out and looked myself, I could actually do measurements, tests, and observations, line of sight test, over and over and over again, and found that the prescribed drop over distance of this so-called ball with a radius of 3,959 mile radius doesn't exist on the surface of Earth, where we actually live on the surface. So that's why it's important. So what made that so profound for me is I realized that there was this paradox, and I go, well, which one am I going to go by? What so-called learned men or experts have told us, secondhand information, because they didn't tell me personally, nor did they tell you. It's been just a succession of people telling you what somebody else said. So when I realized that reality didn't match what these people said, it became clear to me, closer to what reality actually is. I learned where I actually live. Instead of just some place that only exists in the imagination, I can go out to Earth itself, right here where we live, and go look myself and determine if this information is correct or not. And every single time it failed the test. Now, along the lines of what Dave was saying, if Earth is, it is, I'm 100% confident of this because it's measurable. Earth
But
is
there are
flat.
also.
Hold on. I'm almost
Okay.
done. I'm almost done.
Yeah, sorry.
So here's the thing. If Earth is flat, stationary, and contained, which is provable, all of these things are provable, then it has to be created. There's no other way around it. You can't have a flat, stationary, contained area, a biodome, with all these processes that are happening simultaneously that rely upon each other, without there being the information first. Information has to have a informer, a writer. So that brought me closer to this creator that I believe put us here and made this place in the first place. So it took me from being where Dave was saying, where I felt I was a speck of nothing in an infinite vacuum of blackness of space that made me feel insignificant, not really worth anything, replaceable. It changed it from that to a nihilistic worldview where nothing matters. I don't matter. You don't matter. It only matters what I can gather as far as materialistic. So it went from that to realizing that there is a creator and I'm special. You are special. You're far more important than you've been told by these people. So that gave me a greater sense of my own value and my place on this earth.
Please don't forget that, Sonny, that you are special, because you are.
Thank you.
Well, that is something even I can align with. Everybody is their own person. So it's nice that this experience solidified your place in reality, I guess. Maybe that's not the right wording, but in a way, for you, it solidified that you are your own person and you have a genuine impact, and it's not just all meaningless. So
yeah, and actually, here's the thing, and not only that, but that I live on a place that I can be confident in the nature of this reality. that it is where my feet are on the ground. This is a flat, stationary plane. We do have gas pressure. These things are reliable. They don't ever let me down. So you said more, well, I would use the word, it more aligned myself with reality versus aligning myself with fantasy. So that's very important, that we don't live in fantasy. We don't, our bodies don't live in fantasy, but we allow our minds to do this. So I choose to stay here in reality where my feet are on the ground, and I have a much better sense of myself and the place that we live. And I'll stop.
There's also there's no fear of asteroid hitting Earth and killing everyone, right? You're safer. The globe is just randomness, right? You're safe because it's like you're protected from anything, you know. And if it's a globe, you can die at any second. So because of the asteroids, suns exploding or whatever.
Yeah, but for me personally, but that's also why I'm not particularly religious. That thought doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't scare me in a way. I guess it. I mean, I don't want it to happen now, but it's something I feel like that's out of my control. Just as it kind of would be if I would say, okay, I feel like this religion or that religion corresponds with my worldview, so I'll pray to it, and then by God's grace, I will be let into heaven. For me, the view, the nihilistic view, doesn't really make me a pessimist, but it causes me just to, I don't know. It humbles me to a point where I'm able to be a good functioning and a good person in the society. So I don't know. For me, it has kind of the opposite effect, I guess. It could also have the effect like, okay, nothing matters. I'll just kill people and whatever. But it doesn't have that effect on me personally. And also to come back to the point of Sunny, which you said with that, okay, I believe my own eyes and my own sensory experience more than what people have told me. Most of these tests are written down in a way that they can be replicated by people. There are also tests that were done during the time of the Greeks, which they did it with mathematics, which they formed at that time. And there's this experiment with two holes. I don't know the exact details of it, but I can search it up if you want.
The double slit experiment?
Probably, yeah. The double slit experiment, yeah. I think so. Let me look it up.
The experiments test with light and so forth. Yes.
Yes.
Now, you said you're not a religious person. Now, if we take this literally, what the word religion means, someone can get a definition, but basically, it's believing things that are beyond empirical proof. So, in other words, it's belief in something that is unproven. So, belief in something that is unproven is a religion. So, you mentioned gravity before. Gravity has not been proven by anyone by any means. Now, you might think that someone 20 years later, was it Hubble or somebody like that, proved no, that's not true. Because if gravity is a thing, it would have to have had an experiment with a valid hypothesis, including all the variables that are inherent in an actual experiment. So no experiment has been done to prove gravity has a cause and effect relationship with anything here on Earth. So if you believe in gravity, like you said, you asked us, you said that you made a statement that you don't believe that don't think we believe in gravity. You're right. We don't believe in gravity because you would not need to believe something if it was proven. Then you would have a proven belief, which is different than an unproven belief. So an unproven belief, such as the belief in gravity or the ball Earth that can't be measured, no curvature has ever been measured in all of human history on Earth. A direct physical measurement of curvature doesn't exist. Believing these things is a religion. The globe Earth heliocentric model is a religion created by religious people like Kepler, Copernicus, Newton. All of them were religious people. So your heliocentric model was created by religious people. The Big Bang was created by a Jesuit Catholic priest. Also was good buddies with Einstein. So you're actually in a religion. You just don't know it because you're told at every corner that this is not a religion, that science backs it up, but it's not science, it's pseudoscience.
Isn't it called
But how?
heliocentrism? Because of a god, Greek god called Helios, so it's called heliocentrism. It's
Yeah, I
like
mean,
a religion, really.
Yeah, fair, but um, hmm, I don't know because if you say like, okay, it's not proven, I can kind of see where you're coming from with that. And I can also go, even if I go with your logic, then even by your logic, you still have not proven that there is the existence of God. Just because you say like, oh, okay, so we're living on this flat Earth and dome and whole ecosystem, and it's so intricate, it could never just have come out of existence, just by chance. Then that also isn't a proof that is also not proof that there is a God. That is
Right. So here, I'm going to stop.
a high probability. You say like, okay, then there's a high probability that there's God, and that is in general the thing with proof. Also in science, it's not. Uh, that's something that a lot of scientists and also just the science community in general forgets, is that a lot of science that is established is also overthrown after a few years because we have a better understanding of that certain phenomena or how we describe it. But we say, okay, this is plain old true, but that is not the basis on which science is based. It's based on probability. So if the probability is high enough, we can say, okay, if that is true, then we believe that this so and so is the case, just like you do by believing that there is a God. So
Okay, so let me stop you there. Let me stop you there for a minute because I appreciate you. You talk a lot. I mean, you do have a lot of information. So I want to stop you before we get too far down the road because you made a couple of premises. So about my statement. So my purpose of mentioning the Creator is not to prove that God exists. It's actually to state to you that the heliocentric model is clearly, by definition, a religion. But the flat earth, I can leave the Creator out of it, religion out of it completely, not even mentioning any of those things, and just stick with the empirical data that we have right here on the ground. Measure the surface of Earth. At a simple line of sight test, these are things you can do yourself, right? You don't have to rely on someone's story. You can go do it yourself. So what I'm stating is, in flat Earth, I can totally leave God or religion or any of it out of it and stick to the actual empirical facts that we have right here on the surface. That's quite different than anything that you could provide for us to show that Earth is actually a globe with those dimensions. So that's the purpose of mentioning these things, that empirically we have proof on the ground here that Earth is not what they told us. That's the body on the floor in a crime scene. So we can stay out of all of the other debatable things like why they lied, or we could just stick with the what they lied about and look at that directly. So I don't need a motive. All I have to do is look at Earth and have Earth tell us what it is, what it presents itself as. So that's what's different. That's why we're so sure, because we have data, observations, and tests that are observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. That last part is very important, falsifiable, because anything in the globe that you can present to us, I could guarantee it in any aspect that you mention in any area of this globe or space or whatever you want is unfalsifiable. You have data that has not been determined. It doesn't satisfy empirical or empiricism. But flat Earth does, because I can go out and measure myself. So can you. You can have firsthand primary knowledge. Knowledge is different than belief.
Yeah, of course, knowledge is different than belief, but don't you feel like the human eye also could potentially have a limit in order for constructing these types of things? You could use drones or you could use whatever, and then you would probably still not be at the magnitude where you could see the curvature. So I don't know.
Here's the thing. Are you familiar with like what size they tell us the Earth is?
I have used it for calculations myself, but I don't know off the top of my head.
So in kilometers, it's about 6,400 kilometers radius, and that equates to 3,959 miles, give or take, fractions. So
yeah, I'm actually from the Netherlands, so kilometers is fine, but maybe for the other people the thing is
So here's how simple this is. It's simple geometry. That's all we need to go to is geometry. Like the rest of it is fine. We can discuss these other things as far as the effects of light and so forth, and how light reacts or behaves in this reality. But we can actually go out. Where was I going with that? That's my train of thought. So basically, I think the difference is that the eye. Okay, you mentioned the limits of the eye. Yes, the eye has limits, but it gets very simple. So if you know that we're talking about the size, so what that means is if you break it down, that means on the surface, a ball requires a drop in elevation. These are known distances. For instance, 3 miles is 6 feet of drop. 5 miles, 16.66 feet of drop. 10 miles is 66.67 feet of drop. These are observable amounts of drop that you could see yourself easily with a zoom, any kind of zoom lens. A cheap binocular will do. 5 miles across a lake, or 5 miles across a bay, 5 miles over the water, ocean, or whatever it may be. You should see that 16 feet of drop. That means you could never see the shoreline 5 miles away, no matter how powerful your zoom camera was, because it would be almost 17 feet below your line of sight, with a sagitta of ball earth blocking your view of said shoreline. Well, I can go see the shoreline like that and further almost every single day of the week we're here where I live. So until you go do this yourself, you're not going to understand. Now, if you take the measurements of 6,400 kilometers radius and you go to the surface, look over water, is the required drop there? Is it there? Does it exist? So what I found is it does not exist. But until you know those numbers, it's ridiculous to try to defend something like the globe Earth when you don't even know its dimensions. So I would suggest you learn a little bit more about your heliocentric religion. Look at the information we have as well. Down below, we have many channels, other voice channels, and A through Z information. So I suggest you learn a little bit more about your religion, come back, and we can have a serious discussion about this information and all the aspects that you're going to no doubt bring forth. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Well, thank you for taking the time to speak with me,
Sure.
and for being open for a debate, because there are also a lot of flat earthers and round earthers who would not want to debate with each other. So
Yeah.
I thank you for your time.
Yeah.
I will now go back to another Discord because my friends are there and I just want to hang out with them and play some games and stuff. But thank you
cool.
for your
So-
time.
Yeah, so Funkle Speaks, welcome to the server. I want to be the first one to welcome you. I did VC verify you, so look, when you come back on, you'll be unmuted, you'll be able to speak up, and then, stick around, and we look forward to having more conversations with you. Have a great day.
Okay. Thank you. You too.
Radio. See, that's the start of a good conversation. Anyone else? Heretic, what say you?
Hey, I'm just listening in, doing the dishes.
Okay. All right. Picking on my friends here.
I'll be back to play bad cop.
Man,
That guy didn't need it.
I love it, man. I think you do a great freaking job. Actually, you and Creation Bear are like, I mean, you guys make my day. You clearly do. What a good team you are too, man. Like, wow.
Well, this whole place.
Yeah.
This whole place is a pretty good team.
Yeah, that's true. It's nice to be back on this morning. I'm in a better mood today.
Good job talking with that guy, man. Very good job, Sonny. And
thanks.
To deflect away from the religious aspect, right?
Probably, yeah. Yeah. So, see, I like to point out that what they have is a religion. He agreed. And what we have can be totally separated from it because we're dealing with actual reality itself. So there's just empirical data that we're looking at. Like I don't have to add anything else to that if I choose not to, right? I don't have to mention it, but I mention it to make that delineation between what we have and what they have.
Yeah, and you could have gone down the road of evidence for God, but was not necessarily the right place at the right time. So
right,
good job.
That's why I wanted to stop that when he, because he was kind of, and maybe it sounded like I was alluding to that I'm using Earth to prove God. No, not.
No, there's a much, at least in my opinion, a much better logical argument for the existence of God and evidence for that. But didn't need to go down that road with him. Good job on reeling it back in and making sure that it was about the Earth and the empirical evidence that we have for its lack of curvature.
I know, and a lot of people probably cringe, like when I that early on bringing up that topic, but I kind of had a plan in mind to separate the two, so that was successful. And I think he took in the information quite well. I mean, seemed like a genuine chap. You know, these people. It's not these people's fault. Like I've gotten angry at Globers, but it's really not their fault. We were all taught the same thing. Like we actually should have empathy for them because we suffered as well in this globe belief system, and they might not know it, but they're actually suffering because of it. They don't think they are though, because they live in this relativistic thing where, yeah. Anyway, I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, well, the science of relativity and everything being relative bleeds over into the psychological and the societal ideas of relativism when it comes to things like morality and things like
Yeah.
that. So people don't always make that connection, but that is certainly there, and it's getting worse and worse by the day.
Yeah, because then you have things like social relativism, cultural relativism, racial relativism, like sexual relativism. Where does it stop? Like it I don't know. It's part of the religion to confuse, I think. There's these elements in that religion, and I'm going to keep calling that a religion because that really needs to be called out. They don't think they're in a religion. They're told it's not. But by all intents and purposes, by definition, it is a textbook religion.
Yeah, and you see those relativistic ideas or tenets of that religion spilling over into all aspects, right? The worldview, the view of society, how you operate as an individual becomes relativistic. It's kind of a all prevailing type viewpoint.
Yeah. And so what it leads to is like you could lead a really shitty life with not enough things, but not enough food, not enough shelter, not enough warmth. Then you could justify that and go, well, there's people that are much worse off than I am. There's people living in bushes down by the beach. Oh, I'm better than that because I'm not that bad. And then it makes excuses for low levels of living. That's more of a subjective take, though.
Okay, quick mic check.
Yep. A little bit. Kind of roboting a little bit, yeah. Try it again in a couple seconds. Usually it clears up.
When I'm not going to interrupt with my roboting, so.
I don't know. Are you driving?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, come back in every now and then so we can check in with you, though. I like hearing what you have to say, Dave. I think you're a good organizer here too, and I like how you call out that there's new people when we're like deep in battle.
Yeah, so I was having kind of a conversation earlier on another server about kind of this relativistic mindset, especially in its application on morality. And it's funny that the people who are ardent supporters and proponents of, man's authority over other man have this kind of relativistic morality, right? That nothing is true or immutable within this world. That everything is just kind of relative to the time and the situation and this, that, or the other. That, as long as enough of us can come together and agree that something that may be understood to be immoral or a wrong, if enough of us come together and agree that it's okay to do that thing, that suddenly we have the power to make certain wrongs become rights. It's a slippery slope mentality, I feel like. Everything's at the whim of whatever the winds of change at that time are blowing through, Whatever we decide is right and wrong is what's right and wrong based on how we're feeling at any point in time. It's an interesting mindset.
Yeah, I think the whole purpose of it is to create this moral relativism. That way, the right and wrong that is written in our heart, they think they can just go against that and do whatever they want. And there's serious consequences to that. They don't want to admit, like, I know I'm saying they, and I'm speaking for others that aren't defending themselves, but that's all right. They can defend themselves if they want. But moral relativism, I think, is the biggest illness, the disease, dis-ease that we have here on Earth, is caused by this relative morality.
Yeah, I agree. And this is just kind of my interpretation, right? But my interpretation of original sin is basically that whole concept, right? The promise of knowing good and evil, right? Meaning the promise that you will have the ability to dictate what is right and wrong, and not appealing to that creator or that authority that has established this existence for us, and somehow placing yourself above that, knowing ultimately what is right and wrong, or having the ability to dictate what is right and wrong, based on man's mindset. I think that, to me, is that's a very fundamental problem that has been going on for quite a long time, and I feel like we see the repercussions of this mentality, especially as our society continues to progress under this these kind of concepts.
Yeah, and deteriorate, as it were. Like we see our society and all societies deteriorating, like the social norms deteriorating, the mores and morals and values all being diffused and diluted.
Right. It switches everything over to more of the feeling. I feel like this is good because it feels good to me, and as long as it feels good to me, or if something feels bad to me, then I've somehow been wronged, right? Like if somebody offends me, and I feel like somebody has wronged me with their words, then there needs to be some sort of repercussions for these horrible words that somebody said to me. You know,
Right.
it's the subconscious aspects of this moral relativism and this overarching relativistic mindset that people don't seem to step back and see the larger picture as to how that's kind of woven through the tapestry of our society, and how it doesn't work to tighten the tapestry of humans as a whole. It actually works to unravel it in a way that is very chaotic.
Yeah, and what this guy Yuri said about demoralization, that seems to be the goal. Like what all these things, yeah, the 4 stages of ideological subversion. This is communism, socialism. That these are all part of the Communist Manifesto.
Yeah, Yuri Bezmenov was spot on. That's I'm assuming who you're talking about. I'm sure it was in text or something. Let me check.
So you could use these same 4 things. Like he says, demoralization, educate an entire generation in Marxist ideology. Well, you could say the same thing about the globe. Educate an entire generation in the globe ideology. Destabilization, the economy, foreign relations, and defense systems. It's been done. Create crisis, violent change of power structure and economy. Yeah, look at the last 3 years.
Yep.
The normalization of these things, periods of stability until the next cycle. We're waiting for that. Like it's predictable now.
Yep, I agree.
So we got their number. They think they're like got cloaking, or they believe that it doesn't matter, that they're so powerful up in their white ivory towers that they can't be touched. Well, not true. Because you're going to need help from others, and there's going to be others, individuals that don't agree with this, and they're going to be in there and they're going to be throwing wrenches in the works. Thank God for them.
Yeah, one of the most powerful words in language, or certainly the English language, is no. N-O. Saying no to these things. And a lot of people don't have the gumption to just say no to a lot of these things that are being foisted upon us. But I was thinking the other day, I was thinking of kind of the tactic that's utilized against people that go against the norm or against the grain or question the narrative, right? We're deemed terms like truther, as if truth is something that should not be sought after, and we're considered conspiracy theorists, right? Or flat earther, you know, these terms, right? Oh, well, that's just a conspiracy theory or a conspiracy theorist. And when I think about how that's kind of like a shutdown term, right? People can just throw it out as a trump card to shut down a conversation and turn off their mind to stop listening to what you're saying. I feel like we can almost flip that script on people. And anytime they talk about one of their theories, whether it be the globe theory, the heliocentric theory, or the gravity theory, or the theory of relativity, utilizing this kind of similar type mentality towards them when they bring these things up. Oh, what are you, just a relativity theorist? That's just what a relativity theorist would say. That's what a globe theorist would say, right? Just using this blanket overarching terms that we just have to throw out there to shut down their conversation. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but I feel like it could be a tactic. That's what an evolution theorist would say. Of course, because you're an evolution theorist.
I like it, Napalm. Am I coming in now?
Yeah, loud and clear, Dave.
You're just a gravity theorist, aren't you? I like that.
Yeah, because it's a way of like It's a tactic that's used against us, right? To just not talk about specificity, not talk about the actual argument, and just shut people down. And I don't necessarily like that it's used against us, especially the term like conspiracy theorist, right? Like anything that we say that's not the exact mainstream narrative is shut down because you're a conspiracy theorist, right? It's frustrating to deal with that mentality. So maybe if we threw that back at them, it would be frustrating for them.
You're just a mainstream theorist, you crazy person. That covers the blanket. Whatever the people on the TV are saying, you're one of those theorists. Anyway.
Yeah, I wonder how quickly people would become frustrated if a whole group of people started calling them like a mainstream theorist. And that was the only argument to anything that they said. Well, you're just a mainstream theorist, right? Throw that out there like a trump card. I wonder how frustrated those people would become.
Yeah, because I don't know how many times the last few years I've had people just say gravity or something, and they think it's a trump card. Conversation's done, you idiot. Come on, man.
Gravity, bro. We call it a force, a pseudo force, not a force. We call it a rate of acceleration. We can use it for whatever we want, but we call it all the same thing.
Gravity does whatever you need it to do to make the hole in your model fit. That still doesn't, but anyway.
Yeah, so many times I see people, try to justify the source of gravity or their theory on what is the causation of gravity by simply stating a measurable rate of acceleration, as if a measurable rate of acceleration has anything to do with the causal nature. Just because you're clocking cars on the highway and everybody's going 70 miles an hour doesn't mean that 70 miles an hour caused people to get in their car. It's kind of absurd.
So we got the new people right now. We're just bullshitting.
Yeah.
I'd say that word you just said, absurd, can be applied to the entire heliocentric theory. As far as I can tell, it's just all absurdities, built upon absurdities, on math and other things out of men's imaginations. Too numerous to mention here.
Yep. It's kind of like that Tesla quote, something along the lines of scientists have gone off into theory after theory and built models based on so many theories that they've lost touch with reality.
Yep, very famous quote. I think you pretty much paraphrased it pretty well. If there's anybody new listening to me right now, come on here and discuss this globe thing you might think you live on. We have a few issues with that, to understate it. Okay, we've reached the dead air day portion of our programming today. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live 2.0. If you happen to be listening on YouTube and you know when, where, and how somebody measured the curvature of the Earth directly, or detected the motion of the Earth directly, repeatable, testable, verifiable. Also, if you happen to throw in the existence of gas pressure system existing next to nothing, as claimed in the heliocentric model, please feel free to come in and discuss. We'll be glad to discuss it with you. Thanks. Back to the silence for the next person talking. If there's a DJ in the house, feel free to play what you wish. Just throwing it out there.
Just throwing it out there. All right, cool.
Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. We're living in the Twilight Zone. These crazy days that we live in just cause me aches and pains. Lately my life is like a season of Stranger Things. This place is flooded with demons and they invade your brains. This is an artificial hell and they create the flames. Day to day I just try to stay strong and make it through. Wake people up from their slumber, that's what I came to do. Please don't believe what you see on TV and think it's true. It's all just targeted programming and it's aimed at you. It's everywhere, you're getting lied to and yet you barely care. People with common sense are now very rare. But the way that they brainwash you isn't very fair. They can shove that mind control programming up their derriere. I do not consent to the way they tailor society. Ain't no variety. Plus I really hate when they lie to me. I use music as a tool to release the anger inside of me. You don't know how fucking crazy it's driving me. That we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent. And satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
It's where we live and control you through fear and terrorism. They wanna keep you in a mental prison where they tell you vision through the television. Where the ignorance is bliss and they just keep you living in it. You're a business, getting us citizenship. What did you really think that your birth certificate is? Get the straw man on. Money isn't paid, it's all a banknote. It's only a bill exchange when you pay that loan. Like a monopoly game, but you can't pass go. When you turn on the TV, all did you get politically is entertainment? The news that you see is all suggestive. Lower brain frequencies contribute to our stress. And you're responding, telling me that we're free living in this country. Military overseas and it's all for our peace. Just a record on repeat from the programming. Like probably want a cracker. Put you through education for domestication, control the mind faster. Giving you medication to poison our masses. If you ever question what's coming from our masters, and you're rocking the boat, or you're ever having any thoughts of your own, you better hope you never caught walking alone to be locked up a road off by the cold. Got your life looking like a sci-fi show. Brain scrambling when the Wi-Fi's on. Airplane mode when I buy my phone. If your eyes wide closed.
We're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone. I ask myself, why do I even bother? Cause people are just like sheep that are lining up for the slaughter. If they're killing rats with fluoride, then why is it in the water? They're using the news to fool us, divide us so they can conquer. The longer you stay asleep, then the longer I'm gonna scream at you. I can't believe you let them deceive you, it's inconceivable. I won't stop until you wake up and do what you need to do. This world is overran with an evil that is unspeakable. Most people don't know, so they just vote and pay taxes. The devil's hiding in the shadows and controlling their actions, and they think that the earth is a spinning globe on its axis. But I don't have any time to devote to this madness. I have nobody to relate to, so I ride alone. Just me and all these wild thoughts that are inside my dome. I feel like I don't belong here and I can't find my home. I'm tripping and I'm wishing it was different, but we're living in the Twilight Zone. They claim you have freedom, but they don't honor it. The world is a prison and you're the occupant. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The government's useless and they're incompetent, and satanic pedophiles are prominent. We're living in the Twilight Zone. The things that you believe are the total opposite, and being called crazy is just a compliment. We're living in the Twilight Zone. It's ran by the New World Order conglomerate, but there's a storm coming and there's no stopping it. We're living in the Twilight Zone.
And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And there's nowhere that we can go. Awake and now I'm feeling all alone.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone. And the rest that remain asleep, sedated and still thinking that we're free.
We're living in the
Twilight Zone.
Somebody just try to say something.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
You think you live on a spinning ball in nothing?
100%, man. No, I'm joking.
It's kind of a silly thing to think you're living on, but a lot of people think they do.
I think about it all the time. I just came back from the debate, Flat Earth and more, and they were talking about Coriolis effect.
Coriolis?
Coriolis, yes.
Okay. They think that proves their globe somehow.
Yeah, like I don't understand how all of a sudden there is something that is happening on Earth that is related with the rotation, but I don't understand it. I don't understand really what their claim is.
Whatever they're talking about is just bullshit, because they can't provide any direct measurements of curvature and, the whole story. They don't have the foundation of this house of cards. They keep building a house of cards above it, but it keeps falling down because the foundation's not there. You know what I mean? Just my opinion.
Yeah, I wanted to ask the question, but all of a sudden, like they started arguing, but about a different topic. But like, what effect does, in theory, does the how do you say it again?
Coriolis.
Coriolis.
Coriolis. Two words.
Coriolis.
Corey, then Olis. Go ahead.
What effect does it have? This is supposed to have, like on Earth. Like, how do you see it? Mm-hmm.
It's a fictitious force because you need two reference frames to observe it. Like, the best examples, if four people are on a merry-go-round with a ball and you spin the merry-go-round and they throw the ball to each other, you'll see a deflection of the ball, but it's just an optical illusion. So they're saying that they can witness that because the Earth's turning, but they're full of shit. Put it blankly.
And they claim it to be real? They claim that to be real?
The only time I've heard people claim to be real is like snipers. Like one guy in a video is talking about how he has to adjust on his long distance shot for Coriolis. But if you dig into it, it's just bullshit. Go ahead.
Yeah. I get it.
It's just a fictitious force that some scientist named Coriolis came up with. And then they're trying to say that they can witness it on the Earth because the Earth is turning. But I haven't seen any verification of that myself. That's just me, though. If anybody wants to try to chime in on Coriolis, go ahead.
Yeah, I will for just 1 second before I go out and do some errands. For them to prove a Coriolis effect, they would have to show Earth is moving in the first place. So like you said about the foundations, yeah, they're missing that foundation too. They have no detection of any motion of Earth. That's my statement.
Well stated, sir.
But don't they also claim like for example, nothing moves because we are like, for example, we are in an enclosed system in a sense. Like they often point out to the example of traveling inside of a train, right? The train is in movement, but you being inside of the train, you don't really, right, sense anything happening. And all of a sudden, they claim that there is like something that is happening with a Coriolis effect. Like the first thing I think it's like, oh, like contradiction. Like what is are they really claiming that? Like it's weird.
The whole train thing is a red herring because it's not analogous to the actual situation they're claiming. Take the roof off the train or stand on top of the train and see what happens to you. So they're full of shit.
Full of shit.
As usual. So I can't watch the screen. If there's anybody new on here, feel free to speak up. Or do you have any more questions, Lionel? Lionel, I'm sorry.
Lionel, yeah, thank you.
I'm going to pinpoint your region. You sound like you're in Norway, something like that.
Norway. Yes, I'm in Europe.
Okay. At least I got Europe.
Yeah, you got Europe, right? But I'm way down in the south. I'm in Spain.
Spain, okay.
Spain, yes.
Oh yeah, I remember you now. I told you about the rain in Spain falling mainly on the plane. But you hadn't heard of it. It was an American musical a long time ago. Anyway.
You're in America, is that right?
I'm dead in the heart of America, Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Yeah, off the East Coast, about 400 or 500 miles. Sort of the middle. So I've got all kinds of terrain around here. I've got hills and mountains and everything. I still had a lake I could go out to, an 8.5 mile stretch, and I flashed sunlight across the lake, right across the water, and there was no hump of water in front of me. So the globe was done at that point for me. Because this whole theory of gravity pulling everything to the center, it would have to make a ball. wherever it's at in water, right? That makes no sense. They show us pictures of this curvy water. We can't find it in reality. Anyway, I'll shut up.
If it was a ball, if it was a sphere, it would be in my opinion, it would be a small sphere. Because because of the fact that we can take a plane and, for example, go around it in for example, that's what I find crazy. Like you can travel around the world, around the sphere in 40 hours or something like that. I think that there's a plane that can fly, can do can go around the equator, or has done it like without stopping. That's what I find crazy. It's like like it is a small planet. If it was a sphere, it would be like it would be like in 40 hours you can travel around it. I don't know. It's like
I don't know about that. A plane going without refueling for all the way around the equator. I don't think that's happened. I could be wrong,
no, you
but
don't think so?
they'd have to refuel. They can't hold that much fuel to go 24,000 miles, can they?
Yeah, the ultralights, they got the solar panels and they're all uber efficient. I believe it's been done, but I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, I'd have to see verification of that. I mean, I guess it's possible. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, a small sphere, but we're just going with the numbers they gave us, and that's the problem for them, you know. They gave us numbers, and we can verify them. But anyway, go ahead.
No, and I I say the truth. Like, this is when I speak to them, I tell them, like, I have a very hard time like believing what you believe. But obviously I'm not a scientist. I haven't gone through all the data. I'm really lazy in that sense. So I would have to believe it, like most people do. But I don't. So that's where I am. But I don't believe it. And
So in 1986, a ultralight glider type airplane was in the air without refueling for 9 days and 3 minutes, and it traveled 26,366 statute miles.
I'm staying corrected. We're going about gliders.
in 1986.
Looks like somebody would have done that more recently, but yeah, that's interesting. Don't forget the ISS does one every 90 minutes, right?
Lie SS. Yeah.
How do you travel in a straight line? Like, for example, what type of equipment do you use? Um, how do you know you're traveling in a straight line? Like, because planes do travel in straight lines, no? I mean, of course they do, no? Like, how do they know that they're traveling in a straight line? I mean, they all, no, they don't
There's
use.
sensitive equipment on the plane to give them direction, and they generally go as straight as they can. They face headwinds and other different stuff, turbulence, but you know. Throw the station ID, if you will, out there one more time. This is the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. If you believe
Yay.
that you... Go ahead.
Yeah, happy Friday.
If you believe you exist upon the exterior of a spinning ball in outer space, please come in and discuss.
Yeah.
We have much information to share with you. I want you to think for yourself and discuss it with us. Most of us won't be mean to you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. Jin CBR1 here. Just popping in to say hello, checking how everybody is.
Doing well, Jen. How about yourself?
Nice one, Dave Hinkle. Yeah, doing very well. Glad to hear your voice. Excellent.
We're experiencing a little globe silence time here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to be doing a debate in 5 hours' time, but it's been cancelled. The guy who I was supposed to do it isn't very well. I put the voodoos on him. I gave him the treat. I gave him the treatment like Apollo, Creed, and Rocky. I said, "You're going down in the first round. Moon landing's hoax. You're going down in the first round." I've done all my exercises, neck rolling, shoulder shrugs. I said, "I feel sorry for you because I'm going to be giving you a tsunami of information that I've got. Your audience are going to need life jackets. Some of you are going to need tissue paper. Some of you are going to be crying. So get yourselves together here." But unfortunately it was cancelled just about 2 hours ago.
Who were you supposed to debate, Jen, if you want to say?
A guy called an English guy, a guy from England. His name is Matt from England, but he's not very well. So, and that's all I can say on that at this point. So he cancelled it, and then we'll reschedule it for when he's 100%. But we had a slight debate on this topic matter in Gem Panda server 2 weeks ago, and I destroyed him there. He didn't have much chance there, Didn't have any chance. I mean, when you know fully well that man cannot leave Earth and go to any of these planets that we see in the night sky, we know we can't do that. We don't have God's permission, number one, and we don't have the technology, number two. So we're not leaving Earth. When you know that, then it's just all you need to do is look at the techniques they employ to lie to the public. And thanks to the content producers, my sources, and I'll take it from the very top, number one, Stanley Kubrick. He will be top of my list as to how I know we didn't go, because he was the man who actually directed the moon landings that we saw on TV. Okay, we have this information, and he left this information in a film called The Shining. Have you seen it, Dave? The Shining?
Is that a recent film?
I'm going into bed. Go ahead, Lionel.
Yeah, this is a film from 1980. I went to see it. I was July. So I 80. So I was 18, going to be 19. Sorry, I got that wrong. 1980. That's right. So that meant I would have been 9. Yes, I was 17, going to be 18 that year. If I'm right, 19. No, sorry, I was 18, going to be 19 that year. Okay, 1980. It's called The Shining by Stanley Kubrick. It's a psychological horror from the book by Stephen King, released around about the same time in that year. If I remember, let me just get that right. If I got that right, the book was released in 1977 by Stephen King, psychological horror. Now, what Stanley Kubrick did was he infused or merged the Apollo missions throughout that movie. So from the beginning of the movie, the opening scene with the music and the mountains and the lake, and if you look at the outline there, it forms the letter A for Apollo. The music that was used was a funeral music, again related to the Greek god, sun god Apollo. That's the opening scene. Remember, this is supposed to be a psychological horror movie. And I went to see this on the hype from the movie industry. Jack Nicholson's in it. It's going to be scary. So we all believe the hype. Remember, I'm a teenager. I'm 18. So I went there with my friends in London, Hampstead Cinema, right? Hampstead Odeon movie. We watched it. We came out and we said that was a absolutely beep, beep, fucking beep, beep, beep crap movie. Okay, we
Correct
were really
movie. Was
upset.
it correct?
It was,
You were
it was a
disappointed
shit.
with
It
that.
was a shit movie. Remember,
Hmm.
we went to see a horror movie, but we weren't
Yeah.
horrified. We were not horrified one bit. Not scary
Oh.
at all. Okay, and you know when you're a teenager, being horrified and that grotesque is a kind of sensation that you're kind of like into for a while, a trend. As you're growing up, it's a new sensation, it's a new feeling, and you want some of that. So you go out with your mates and you go and sit down with your popcorn, and you're supposed to be frightened and startled, but you didn't get any of that really. Very little. Okay. Now at 18, my intellect wasn't very high. I'm studying to become an apprentice welder at Paddington Polytechnical College. So, looking at this this movie, it was absolute shit. It was crap. Okay, not good at all. So we went to McDonald's next door to the Odeon, a couple of doors down from the Odeon, McDonald's restaurant. So we went in there, sat down, had McDonald's, and we were just totally annoyed, pissed off. We were ripped off. It wasn't good. I mean, I could barely afford to be going to the movies anyway because I had my motorcycle was bought on hire purchase on loan, so I had to be paying that off every month, right? And the job I had wasn't paying well. I was really struggling to keep the bike on the roads and to keep myself in some nice clothing and to keep up with my mates who were like well rich and they had all the flashy stuff, the cars. I had the motorbike. So, you know, it was painful for me to be ripped off like that. And I said I would never believe the hype again. It's called The Shining. Okay? That's the movie. Now, when I saw this movie, I didn't know it was Stanley Kubrick's confession movie. I didn't know that because as far as I was concerned, back in 1980, NASA went to the moon. They went to the moon. I saw it on TV myself. Back in 1969, I was there on the TV watching it. So at 1980, you know, I believed they'd gone to the moon. I had no reason to suspect they hadn't gone to the moon. That was a given. All the missions happened. I saw them all. They went. So as this was a confession vehicle for Stanley Kubrick, I didn't know that. I didn't pick up any clues. Now, Stanley Kubrick made a movie. His last movie was called Eyes Wide Shut. That was the name of his last movie, which was released on the 30th anniversary of the Apollo 11 missions. 30th anniversary. That is not a coincidence. Okay, that's a deliberate thing. Title, Eyes Wide Shut. So Stanley Kubrick is telling me, that my eyes are open, but you're not looking properly. They're still shut. And that made a lot of sense when I discovered that The Shining was his confession movie in 2006. That's when I discovered it because I was doing the research into the moon landing hoax from 2001 after 9/11. I started looking to the moon landing because somebody tried to tell me in 1995. I was a security guy at a wine bar called The Heights in Muswell Hill, London, North London, and my friend Dave. He asked me, do I believe that they went to the moon? I said, yeah, I saw it on TV. Because he asked me, how did I know? I said, I saw it on TV. Then he said him and his mother didn't believe they went. So when he said that, I was waiting for some more information. I said, what do you mean? This is in 1995, yeah? Because what do you mean? Well, my mother said they didn't go. And I said, yeah, well, where's the rest of the information? And he didn't give me any information. So I slagged him off. I said, look, I'm trying to do some fucking work here. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. You and your mum are sick in the fucking head because they went, I saw it on fucking TV. Fuck off, will you? Get the fuck out of here, you cunt. That's what I said to him. I said that to him. Do you understand? Because I'm trying to do the door. And you know, he's fucking with my head. That was 1995, okay? 1999, I come to Japan. I had my first son in 2000. 2001, 9/11 happened. So 2002, I'm researching 9/11 because I can't believe the Muslims did that. I can't believe that at all. It didn't sit well with me. Something wasn't right. Spoke to a Greek friend of mine in London. Gives me a link. I watched the link. The link doesn't make any sense at all. I'm getting cognitive dissonance for sure. It wasn't going in. It was like a foreign language. So I typed in 9/11 myself And that's another history. And I learned, yeah, it was an inside job. Okay. Then I thought, okay, that's an inside job. I instantly thought, let me look at the moon landings. Okay, 2002 now. And I couldn't believe the amount of material that was there to look through that proves that they didn't go, okay? So I took my time and I went through all that. It took years because I'm now into 2006 and I'm still researching moon landing, okay? By this time, I knew they hadn't gone completely, but I'm looking at any new video, anything I can find, I'm looking, in case something's wrong, leaving no stone uncovered. And then 2006, The Shining Code 2 is what this documentary is called. The Shining Code 2. Now, what this is the explanation to all the scenes in that movie called The Shining that I saw when I was 18. The meaning, the explanation for the scenes. And it turns out from start to finish, it is peppered and covered with Apollo references all the way through. And remember, this is a movie, a psychological horror movie, which when I saw it with my mates, we said it was a shit movie. Okay, so I watched The Shining Code 2. I came to a full understanding. So it was Stanley Kubrick. He was the man that did it. He's the key to the puzzle. I phoned up my friends, right? All my mates, phoned them up and said, "Oh, do you remember when we went to see The Shining?" And they don't remember. Shit. I said, "Don't you remember? We went up to Hampstead Odeon. Remember, it was a shit film. Stanley Kubrick, The Shining. It's Jack Nicholson. One or two remembered, but the majority didn't remember.